Hi there. Thanks for bearing with us today. It is the second day of Agile Days with Intellias, and we're just about to pull forward with our next fantastic speakers. We all hope you're energized just as we are today. We'd like to remind you of a special value. This conference is held as a charity event, which is aimed at raising money for the funds we cooperate with. So during the breaks, you will see the QR codes. Scan them to help and donate money. Any help matters. Any donation makes a difference. And let's now turn to our first speaker, Alex Ballarin, business agility coach. Alex, hello.
Hello.
It's a pleasure to have you today with us.
It
So
is also for me.
let me say a few words about you, okay? So Alex is business agility coach and itnow.com and professional Scrum master, Scrum trainer at Scrum.org. Alex helps organizations to become more customer centric and to create agile work environment where people can thrive. And moreover, Alex, we know you lead the IT and Business Agility postgraduate program at UPC School and you run 2 meetups about Scrum. So today we hope you will help us to explore how to discover true customer problems, how to find solutions for user problems while using dual track agile. So Alex, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Intellias for inviting me to this event, and I would like to show and convey the biggest solidarity from the Spanish people to the Ukrainian people for in this cruel war. So let's start. Uh, I would like to share this presentation, which basically is going to talk about how to make Scrum teams more focused on outcomes and also more user-centric. And let's start. Um we will start talking about why are we in many organizations I'm working with. We are not so centered on the user problems and on outcomes, and what is the reason, in my opinion, my experience. Then I would like to introduce how joining the forces between Agile and UX is going to help both movements and organizations. I would like also to highlight the importance of metrics to gear the attention of managers and traditional mindset people to Agile and more customer-centric outcomes. Then I would like also to refresh how the use of the tools that were introduced in the new Scrum Guide 2020, which are the product goal and the sprint goals, which were already existing, can also help in this mission. And some other tools we can use within Scrum in order to make the teams more user centric. Okay, and later we will have some questions and answers at the end. So why are we here? The ideas in the Agile Manifesto, were not wrong at all. They are very good indeed. The problem, and it's a really hard one, is that helping the businesses to unlearn and to embrace those ideas and evolve is, like we see here with this flower on the asphalt, is really hard. Uh, I guess that most of you are aware of what the Agile Manifesto is. It was written in 21 by a bunch of experts, consultants on software, which were helping organizations to beat these big, risky projects into a more agile way of working. We all know the four values and we know the 12 principles. And we need to keep this in mind. It's the ideas are still good, are still relevant, but we also need to put on top of it some other movements that appeared, like DevOps, like user experience design, lean thinking. We need to keep this in mind, because just with repeating the Agile Manifesto and the effectiveness of this is, in my opinion, limited. So we have other tools that they are going to drive people for more business agility instead of IT agility in the development of software. So, like I said, the history of the Agile Manifesto was consultants trying to make projects more agile. Okay, but in the Agile Manifesto, you will not read anything about the user or the DevOps and so on. So we need to discuss it as well. I think most of you know the story. The Agile Manifesto and the Agile movement were rolling out in the early 2000 and 2010. And then many management thought it was just for making software faster, okay, making the same thing but faster. And this is a bit of the original scenes of Agile because it's really difficult to unstick and to forget about this way of conceiving Agile. Uh, oops. And what happened is that, in my experience, many of the teams I've seen, they have turned into what it's called the feature factory, where they are not close to the customer. They have some intermediate people talking to the customer. They receive requirements or features to be developed. And the mission is not as much to solve customer problems, but to deliver solutions faster. But they cannot know if those solutions are going to be effective. And perhaps what they are being measured is if their utilization and their productivity is high. Uh, I don't know if you have experienced this phenomena of those teams that are a bit, they don't have the context to take decisions. They just need to ship software faster. And that is something I have found in many organizations. Another thing that I try to convey into organizations is that we need to shift a little bit the mindset from the what it's called the project mindset, where the success is to deliver something that was defined and planned in advance in in the iron triangle dimensions, like delivering the scope on time and budget, which also it's a kind of transaction between the provider and the buyer, or the development team and the business. Okay, it's like a kind of transaction. The value and what it is preconceived is that if we deliver this on time, it's going to be successful. But I don't know how many initiatives in your experience were delivered on time with the budget and with the scope, and they were not considered successful. I have met many of them and people I work with also. And the problem is that we are not measuring what it's called the outcome on users, or are they using it? The product is going to provide a positive impact for them or the organization. So changing the mindset into a more product-oriented mindset helps people to conceive that the important thing is the impact being created, and it is through Scrum and Agile easy to start measuring which is the outcome through value metrics, and then start to take decisions to head the product or the development for increase the value and not just fulfill the original plan. So changing the mindset into is a difficult thing, but it's going to provide a lot of value. Also, to change what are the roadmaps. The roadmaps are a way of pushing the strategic planning down from the leadership into the teams, and they have to deliver them and stick to the times and commit to their estimations. Or what we need is to change eventually the roadmaps from plan oriented into goal oriented. Okay, so let's from the leadership, we can encourage them to throw business objectives or to pass business objectives to the team and let the team figure out how to meet them. Okay, so let's define what are the goals, how are we going to measure that if our goals of releases are a success, and then let's define the features as hypotheses in order to meet those goals, and let's to measure and let's take decisions from them. So this is a healthier and more effective way of delegating strategies from the leadership into the teams. So as I said this is the current status I find in many organizations, and one of the things has helped me to drive positive change into those organizations is to introduce the UX design together with Agile. Uh, one of the authors I like a lot is Marty Kagan, and one of the big quotes it helped me to convey this meaning to the leadership of organizations is that products should not be designed to deliver features or deliver solutions. Product teams should be set up for solving customer problems. So this is going to help them to be more autonomous. This is what the more better performing organizations are organized in this way. Another thing, trying to join Agile and UX is to understand what is the customer centricity. Some things like empowering the front line, the people actually working and interacting with the customer to take more decisions, giving them autonomy to fulfill the customer needs. Changing the metrics, and we're going to talk that in a minute, from work metrics into value metrics is also going, metrics that are relevant for the customers is going to be important. Having continuous feedback and frequent feedback from the point of view of the customer is also going to help, and it's also aligned with the Agile movement. Which is overly important is to have a leadership which is really thinking on the needs of the customer and not in the internal focus of the organization. And like it says here in this figure, designing the experience using things like the user journey or the service blueprint techniques in order to understand the customer and also keep it evolving through feedback. It's going to be fully aligned with Agile, and it's going to help if we convince the leadership of those the customer centricity is going to help the company to obtain better results. This is going also to set up the Agile teams for success. I mentioned before that many organizations are too focused on work metrics. Okay, so they measure a lot the velocity or the metrics about the process and the expenses and the budget, and this is not bad. It's needed to make the work effective and also sustainable, but it's not going to help us to success. Not because we deliver features to the customer, it's going to automatically jump the fence and allows us to increase the budget and to be more sustainable on the long term, on the long run. When we so many times we deliver features to the customer, and some teams I've been working with, they are doing that, and they are really upset because the users are not really the absorption of features is not great, the utilization of features by the users is not great, and this is because we assume in a predictive way that delivering a feature is going to work, and this is not true. We need to do some UX, some more research in order to understand things before shifting delivering features to the users. We need to measure things like the outcomes, how things are going to really improve the life of the customer or the effectiveness or the happiness or whatever. Okay, and this is the big gap. Okay, this is the thing that we are not doing between delivering features, which is the output, and increasing the company impacts like sustainability, budget, revenue, and so on. So measuring those kind of metrics is important, and one exercise I suggest you is to go to the management and say, okay, what are the metrics we are using, and try to categorize them among these categories, and try to see if we are not having enough uh, metrics about outcomes, and start to work that out. It has helped me in many organizations. Also, if you know UX specialists, UX researchers, and this kind of specialists, ask leadership to bring them into organization because they are going to bring with them a lot of great ideas. For example, one of the techniques that could help are the test cards. So they what they do is before releasing a feature, we need to do a kind of business approval or business examination of the value it's going to deliver. Okay, what are we expecting to deliver? What is the impact we expect it's going to create in the customer? And how are we going to measure? We are going to run experiments, and how are we going to measure if those if that hypothesis of this feature is going to improve the life of the customer or is going to somehow be liked by the customer, is going to help. So we need to define an experiment, to define measures. Sometimes it's very evident that that feature is going to be successful, so we don't need to run experiments for everything. But some others, if we can identify that there is some risk in there, it pays off the effort of defining these hypotheses, running some experiments. Okay, so these and many other techniques from UX design, I encourage you to learn them, or because they can bring a lot of value into agile development. Another thing, I think it could help, and in my experience has helped, is to push agility through metrics. I mean, there is a mantra in management which says that that thing that cannot be measured cannot be managed. So if we want to change the style and the mindset of managers, bringing their attention into a new kind of metrics can help. Okay, we have seen just before that we have the logic model of metrics, measuring activities, measuring outputs, measuring outcomes for customers, measuring impacts for organization. So this is a way of shifting the attention into a new uh, space for some managers that are very used to measure just work or mainly work. So one of the things that could help is the introduction of OKRs. Perhaps many of you are aware of it. OKRs stands for Objectives and Key Results. So basically this technique, which is spreading quite a lot, it means that management or leadership is handing over uh, objectives, qualitative objectives for a whole year or for a quarter for the teams. And the teams are going to come up, or there is going typically to start a discussion between the management and the teams how to meet those objectives into what is called the key results that are concrete metrics that the teams can decide how are they going to meet these key results, what features or what things could impact on those metrics. And typically, like you can see in the slide, OKRs are defined in a more strategical way for the whole organization once a year, and they are split into and incrementally in quarterly. So they are more manageable and easier for teams to decide in 12 weeks how are they going to achieve those key metrics. Okay, so I encourage you, if you are not aware or you are not using OKRs, to learn about them, and perhaps they can be useful to change, to define and set goals in a more agile way, can help you for your teams. Another technique about goals and metrics is what it's called evidence-based management. Evidence-based management helps organizations to understand how are they currently delivering value, okay, and how can they improve that value in the future. Okay, so when I mean and I highlight the word understand, it means that many times we are not aware of how are we delivering value. And let's recall to what we saw before, the logic model of metrics. We are not measuring sometimes value metrics from the point of view of the user, and start thinking and discussing internally how those metrics can be discovered, or how can they emerge. Like, for example, customer satisfaction, the feature usage, the complaints, the sales, or we need to discover our own metrics. How do we know we are creating value? And how can we know, uh, how can we improve the current value we are delivering, of offering new features, delivering new kinds of services or whatever. Okay, so we need to understand the value we are creating right now, the value we can deliver in the future, and very important, we need to inspect and adapt the validity of those metrics and continuously learn through understanding those the value and how can we improve it. Okay, this is going to be a continuous journey into understanding the value and improving. And also, evidence-based management is going to provide with it's going to keep our value creation engine healthy. So it's going to force us to understand how fast are we delivering value or testing hypothesis or learning, okay, on the time to market category. And also it's going to help us to be critic with our organizations, our ways, the focus we put on really creating new value and continuously improve that. Okay, so I just encourage you to, if you are not aware of EBM, to read this free guide and perhaps it can help your organization. So let's keep on moving. I will be very happy to have some questions from you in the Q&A section in some minutes from now. So in our journey to make Scrum more user-centric and more outcome-oriented, the goals can play a big role in this. Okay, it's like I say here is a secret weapon for business agility. One of the big changes that appeared in the Scrum Guide 2020 was the product goal. Okay, the product goal is a measurable state, a concrete state of a product in the midterm, or that is going to provide something value for the customer internally or externally. In this case, let me show you an example. For example, we are in an e-commerce, and we want one of the problems that we have discovered is that we have a lot of abandoned shopping carts in our e-commerce. So strategically, one of the things we want to achieve is how can we reduce, in this case, we set a concrete time frame, which is 3 months, and a concrete goal, which is 20%. We want to reduce this abandoned cart rate. So what it says, Scrum Guide, is that the backlog is not any longer the bin when we are going to put all the ideas or all the features we think the product should fulfill. Instead, what the Scrum Guide 2020 says is that we are going to focus on how to meet a concrete product goal. And in this case, we see that we can do some things like, for example, revamp the user interface, do some analysis of data in order to find patterns, why the shopping carts are abandoned. Or, for example, another idea could be an express checkout, so people can do quicker the buying process and the checkout process, and thus reducing the number of abandoned carts. Or more ideas is, for example, just let's show our credit card into the webcam, so the numbers can be scanned and it's easier and has less friction to do the payment. Or some other UX oriented things like interviewing users just to create knowledge about their problems and about new solutions we could improve. Or, for example, benchmark the competition. Okay, so like you say, like you can see here, those features are mostly oriented to meet that goal. Some features, like you will see in this pink color, are not set features, and I should have been set items, backlog items, are like user interviews or benchmarking the competition or file patterns, are more research work packages, okay, and not features. Are we want to investigate. So there is uncertainty how to meet that goal, and we need to do some research, and from that we could identify new features. So we need to create some slack in this product backlog and be ready for appearing of new ideas emerging on how to meet it, and not define it as a concrete way in previous to delivered sprints of a concrete backlog that should be fulfilled. So, like we said, just imagine that someone is proposing to get in the backlog a new landing page, which for sure could be a good idea. But if we want to remain focused on our goals, we should consider if that new feature is going to help in the fulfillment of this product goal. And it seems to me that it's not going to help. So it provides a tool for product owners to say, okay, it's important, but let's do it later. Or if it's more important that the thing we are doing right now, let's stop it and let's refill, let's redefine the backlog for a new product goal. And this is new in the Scrum Guide 2020. And I think it aligns quite well with the practice of many organizations of having a bigger business outcome for in quarters, for example, and sticking to that big goal instead of just having a spread backlog full of random ideas that it's not going to help us much to provide focus value. And we had before the sprint goal. It has been in the Scrum Guide for a long time. However, in my experience, this is something that many teams are still not using to the full potential. Okay, it is not, the sprint shouldn't be a bin when we throw a lot of random features in order to be delivered through a sprint. If there is no overarching direction for the sprint, perhaps other tools like Kanban could work better. Okay, the whole sense of a sprint is to tackle a difficult or complex goal and create a space where people can decide or can discover new ways of meeting that goal. And this can happen even in a sprint. If we are working in a sprint of 2 weeks, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks time, although the uncertainty is smaller than a bigger product goal of 3 months, for example, there is still the possibility of learning new ways of meeting the goal. So still, a sprint shouldn't be considered as a time box where I define a set of features, and at the end of the sprint, I'm going to compare how many of those features were delivered and how many of them were not. This is not the best use of a sprint. In this example, you could see, for example, a set of tasks or smaller work items that could help in deliver this express checkout sprint goal, which is one of the things we were considering, or ideas we were considering to meet this product goal of reducing the abandoned carts. So we are focusing in this sprint on this thing, and this focus is going to provide better possibility of delivering a more creative and valuable solution. In the same way that we did before, just someone could come in the middle of the sprint and say, okay, or just at the beginning, let's add a new feature, which is a fraud report. But in the same way we said before, if we want to remain focused on the sprint goal, we could say, okay, this is a good idea, but let's do it later. Okay, so we are doing our way into the this presentation, and we're going to see the final chapter of how to make Scrum user-centric. We are going to see some ideas. One of the very common techniques that are used together within the framework of Scrum are user stories. One of the user stories were born to break the separation between people working on a problem or delivering solutions to the customers and the customers. We don't want middle parties, analysts, and so on, specifying a solution and then handing it over to developers. So the solutions do not need to, the developers do not need to talk to the users. What they need is just to write code. Okay, this is a very bad practice in my experience because it makes developers just focus on delivering code, not thinking on better ways of solving the problems. And even those analysts can become bottlenecks. So perhaps it would be better to start using user stories in the way they were conceived. Like this is a card for establishing conversations to prioritize, to split on smaller chunks, and to be alive. Even if in the middle of the development, a developer could come and talk to the user and try to uncover better ways of delivering those features. Uh, and like I said before, if we are using UX techniques, user stories could be the origin where we stick not to the solution. As a user, I want a solution. No, users do not want features. They want to solve problems they have or fulfill needs. So let's keep it as a promise for conversation. Like let's focus on the problems and let's deliver or identify possible solutions together with the user and defer the definition of the final solution we are going to provide to the last responsible moment. So let's do not do a premature definition of the feature like that. Something sometimes treating user stories as just requirements is not allowing that flexibility and that conversation. So a better way of using user stories is also going to provide value. Considering UX techniques, like we said before, we can see here the what is called the double diamond definition of design, where we have in the first diamond research into the problems. What are the problems? What are the possible problems? What problems are really worth solving? Because some problems eventually are not worthy to be solved, or the user is not going to change the way they are doing things now. So defining which is the right problem, and later, once we have a concrete problem which we have understood, the second diamond is going to help us to identify possible solutions and to test those solutions, because nobody says that even if if the user has a problem which is worth being solved, that the solution we are going to provide is going to be good for the customer. Okay, so doing this kind of prototyping and testing of the problems and also the solutions is good. And we also see another technique, which is the truth curve, which is going to help us to think which kind of experiment or which kind of investment is realistic and associated to the level of evidence we have in this place. Okay, so we don't want to deliver code with a problem we are not sure is a real problem worth solving, and we don't want to write code for a solution that could be tested by using a mockup or a cheapest way of understanding if the solution is the right one, and even tweaking the solution before starting coding, because coding is a very expensive way of delivering solutions. So before doing that, it's worthy to think on the level of evidence and to try to research, define a better way of not a better feature and a better user interface and so on, in order to start writing code once we are pretty sure what we are doing. So another thing to consider while making Scrum more user centric and more outcome oriented is the usage of what it's called dual track. I don't know if you are aware of what is dual track Agile or dual track Scrum. What it means is that more strategic research and more tactical UX is going to be delivered in a stream of work, which has different rhythm, which has different type of activities and so on. And there is what is called the product discovery, and we are going to have another stream of work, which is called the product delivery. Once we know that we have problems researched, solutions tested, so we are pretty sure that this solution is going into the right direction, then we can pass it over to the development work stream where this solution is going to be delivered. So product discovery, the first stream is to find the right thing to be solved, and the second stream is solving that need right. Okay? Deliver the right things, deliver them right. So the problem with dual track is that sometimes it is becoming dual track, as Jeff Patton says in this article. You can find in the caption of the picture, where teams are split. We have one team, which is the researcher, the product manager, product owner, the researcher deciding what things need to be done, and another team which is separated with a different backlog and working at a different speed or pace, where programmers are just delivering what the other crew is telling them to do. Okay. This it is still this is still an improvement over the waterfall life cycle, though it creates rework, because if we have developers separated from the decision of what things to do and the big decisions of functionally how those features should work, typically they may not understand the purpose or the context of the solutions being defined, or even they could bring valuable ideas into the definition of those features. So splitting those teams, it is not perhaps the best way of delivering value. However, many organizations are conceiving the dual track as two teams, the discovery team and the delivery team, and well, this practice is still there. Another thing I like to discover or to discuss with people coming to my training courses or with teams delivering products is they say, okay, but we have a lot of questions joining UX into Scrum, which is some UX activities are difficult to fit in 2 weeks, for example. And also other questions such as, but not the UX activities are not part of the increment. So why should they be delivered within sprints? Or some other questions of what are PBIs? Are just user stories, or they could be other things. Okay, so Scrum says that backlog items are work packages that are going to deliver value, but they do not say that those work packages they need to be just user stories or features. They could be, like it says here, UX research, like a work package of doing interviews to discover problems and to define possible features to solve those problems. That could be perfectly a backlog item, and there is no feature out of that backlog item. So UX work could be, like it says here, a first citizen class. And what we need to discover and is that, or we need to understand, is that UX work is has a broad spectrum of activities, from more strategical activities where we decide, we research into the problems and we decide or we find out what solutions are viable and how those solutions functionally should be. And some other UX activities are more tactical, like defining low-level requirements or defining the user interface, the information architecture, whatever. Okay. So the most strategical activities typically happen before the initiatives, before the projects, or even some sprints ahead of the delivery of these features. And the refinement typically is where we, once we have things that we need to research, or more smaller things that we need to features that we need to deliver, then they are going to be refined some sprints, or even the sprint before they are going to be delivered. So this range of types of UX activities and where we are going to do them in the sprints and the refinement is something that it's explained on the Professional Scrum with UX course, on some articles from Jeff Botolph you can find on the web. And just as a summary, we are going to, if we join in a single backlog and a single sprint, the UX work and the delivery work, We will have some items like interviews or ethnographic studies or whatever that are going to be full PBIs, full product backlog items, and some others more tactical, like defining the user interface or looking at metrics or whatever, that are going to be part of the feature backlog item. So you can see that some items are half green, half blue. And like I said before, we recommend from Scrum.org not to have separate backlogs for the reasons that we discovered before, we said before. So we are close to the finish of this session. Okay, I hope I could share with you some interesting ideas and some threads to pull for the future. So let's do a quick summary. First is that it is super important, the leadership mindset, to break or make how Agile is truly outcome oriented. In my experience, bottom-up transformations where the teams are trying to change things, they create islands of happiness. They can improve some things. But if the leadership is not really taking decisions from the organizational design point of view, from the budgeting point of view, for metrics point of view, it is going to be very hard to really have a big change in the organization. So this is one of the first learnings, or I would like to convey. Another one is that we should explain from the very first moment to the leadership that if they want to establish agile teams, those teams are not intended just to deliver features. Those teams, in the most powerful way, they are intended to solve customer problems. And that drives naturally to bring into the teams business people or UX people, okay, designers, because they are going to collaborate on understanding and giving solutions to the customers. And together within the team, developers are also like analysts, programmers, testers, whatever. They are going to help. They are creative people. They understand frequently very well which is the functional way of delivering value, so they can bring a lot of value. Okay, so set up autonomous teams that they are really autonomous to take decisions, whatever it takes to solve customer problems. Another finding is that changing the mindset and the culture of organizations sometimes is achieved by changing the way organizations and teams define goals and also the metrics, what we are looking to. So if we achieve that, we want to give autonomy to the teams, we want to make the teams outcome oriented, let's hand over to them outcome oriented goals, and let's start measuring outcome oriented and impact oriented metrics. So this is also going to help. And Scrum teams should do both discovery work, deciding what to do and how functionally that feature should be, and delivery work, just writing low-level requirements, testing them, delivering them to the technical way to the users. And okay, I hope it was helpful to you. And now I'm open to your questions.
Hello, Alex. Thank you. Thank you for the insights and tips you've shared with us. So let's move to the QA session a bit. So the first question is, could you please describe the main 3 coaching approaches you use on regular basis?
Okay, this is a very good question. Let me think. First of all is just not start talking about agile or practices or whatever, the agile jargon. I think it's very important to partner with leaders or managers or whoever, trying to find what are their problems. Okay, so let's understand how problems what are the problems that are relevant to the user, and let's start pulling from agile techniques in order to how can be solved. And the second approach could be do not rush. I mean, sometimes we want to do everything at once, introducing a lot of techniques, a lot of frameworks, and this is overwhelming people. People, they have still a lot of work to do, so let's be careful about this. Let's bring a more pull approach, trying to solve problems. And then another thing for me is very important is try to find a subset of the teams or people or folks or whatever, which they are in favor of the change, of changing things. Do not spend your energy trying to push change into people that are unwilling to change, or they are unwilling, they are not aware of the problems that they have currently have. So they go slow, talk about their problems, and start focusing on the people which is prone to change. Perhaps those three approaches could be useful.
Okay, saving up energy for the things that really matter, right, Alex?
Yeah.
And for the people who really want to change. Okay, give us a second. We're trying to probably choose the best questions here, the more focused on the talk. But we do thank you for the tips and for the summary in the end. I do believe it's going to contribute to the overall awareness of the people who are watching us today, and sharing is caring. So thank you for your care. Thank you for your
Yeah.
care. Thank you for your support. Uh, Probably that's all from us today. Uh, it was a pleasure to have you with us, and hope to see you at our next meetings. And good luck with your work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Thank
to
you.
Intellias for this big event, and again, our support from the Spanish people to the people in Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you for standing with Ukraine. Thank you, Alex. Goodbye.
Okay.
So, guys, we're just about to have a short break before moving to our next speaker, and we're gonna dive into new engaging topic just in a few minutes. Meanwhile, we'd like to take a moment to thank our media partners for standing with us today, for their support of our event. DevBG, Bulldog Job, IT Leaders, Soda, Jobberty, Agile Life, and Agile with Ukraine. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for supporting the event. We couldn't have done it without you. So, guys, we're going to come back and we're going to have a short break, and then coming back with a new speaker. We're sure you're going to be amazed, and it's going to be a new fantastic experience for you today. So let's take a few minutes and get back together shortly.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code for others. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellias.
Hello, everyone. So it's a perfect moment to get back on track with our next speaker, Alina Piddubna, Senior Delivery Manager at Intellias, Professional Project Manager and Project Management Consultant, PhD in Economics with over 10 plus years experience in implementing value-driven project delivery approaches, PMOs, and PM trainings. Alina is also the promoter. Oh, Alina, hello.
Hey, hi everybody. Happy to be here
We're,
with you.
we're excited to have you here today. Let me finish a short introduction, probably, okay? So, Alina, we know that you're also the promoter of PM3 approach in Ukraine with hyper-tailored project delivery strategies and methodologies. And today, I would like to tell everyone that you can't miss the big reveal of answers. Alina is coming up, what the values of agility for business are, why agile and agility are not the same thing, right? And what the benefits of agility for project teams are, and how to deal with the resistance to agility. So, Alina, we're all ears.
Thank you, Yulia. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to share. And yes, I'm basically the one who will be the first to argue with the so-called agile tribalism. So let me share with you today my views on what I basically see and feel and experience, what really a client needs when they come and say they want agile. So as far as I understand, you already see the slide, so we can proceed. First of all, let's speak about, let's say, the origins and why this is all happening. I want to speak with you about the such term, which is called the project economy. Several years ago, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, when I first read a slogan from a project management institute. It's called "Welcome to the Project Economy." I visited one of the conferences and it was everywhere. So what is the project economy? Okay, we have projects, yes, but we have standard businesses. What is it? I would like to refer you to the article which was issued in November in the Harvard Business Review magazine, which, as you can see on the screen, has the same title, "The Project Economy Has Arrived." It describes very well the concept or standing behind it, and I will share with you the logic, of course, on it. But if you want to have more details on it, even though I can criticize this article as well, the basic concept is that classically, the classic management, what is it about? It's about, let's say, operations. It's about managing activities. It's about stability. And the classic concept, when we know, like the paradigm itself, it's the status quo, keeping the status quo. So making sure the processes are working, caring about the efficiency, productivity, and speed of these processes. So to produce some goods, to deliver services, whatever. It is focused on short-term results when we say, for example, 1 year objectives. And usually it's a command and control style of management. So you decide on the plan, you go from top to bottom to communicate the plan to people who will implement it, and you control how it's done. Projects are considered in this paradigm as something temporary. And if you go to a classic definition of a project, you will see it's a temporary endeavor for creating some unique product, result, or ability to deliver some service. So projects are considered like something to adapt and to modify an organization, to transform, innovate. Yes, they are usually long-term, at least the outcomes, at least the results which we are expecting, I mean the benefits, the so-called benefits which come from project management. And projects, as long as we speak about classic functional metrics organizations, projects are usually cross-functional. So it's very hard to deliver some project which is changing the organization without involving people from different units. So what has changed? Why do we say now we have project economy, not operations or classic economy? The difference is the environment which has changed. Because if you say about operations management, this is the assumption that the environment outside is more or less stable. Yes, we adapt. When we need to adapt drastically, we need a project. But let's look how the whole concept is changing 180%. So operations is now considered as something which is temporary, because if you do not change, if organization doesn't change and adapt to the changing needs of the environment, of customers, due to competition, etc., it means that you will simply be out of the market. You become incompetitive. So now the paradigm is that project management is something which is serving the change, adopting the change which is permanent. I'm not saying that projects are permanent. No way. Oh my God, no, please don't tell me that projects are permanent. It's about the change which we need to adapt to. And because of it, the activities as such are considered like everything is very dynamic. So if you do nothing, if you focus only on stable environment and stable processes and like following the plans, it's a very short term and you're gonna die. I'm so sorry about it. And projects, you need to adapt. That's why we say project economy. So all the thinking process, the decision-making process in organizations, the organizational structures, etc., they all get adapted to this new paradigm of project economy. What does it mean? I can give you some examples. It's like all the processes in organizations, starting, let's say, the so-called governance, are adapting to the model of managing and driving change. So you have more project committees, you discuss more projects on regular boards of executives. It's about building a collaborative and empowering culture, because yes, building cross-functional projects, delivering them effectively and efficiently, it needs more collaboration from people. So you cannot just give the tasks to different units to implement something what they do according to a standard process and expect a very good result. It's what's interesting, it's about changing the structure. So companies are changing their organizational structures. So we are speaking about project-driven organizational structures. What's interesting, it means no regular routine jobs. So what you did 5 years ago, most probably because of the project economy, and if the organization is really deciding to switch to this model, you will not have a regular job title. If you look through the article in more detail, you will see that there is a mention of one company in Asia who have really got rid of the job titles. And they say, we don't need job titles. What will be in the future are only different project roles. And your project role can be today this one, then tomorrow this one. For example, that's what I observe in Intellias. You can have some role, but in reality, like some position, in reality, you are doing a lot of different stuff. I do delivery management, I do coaching, I do training, I do pre-sales, I do a lot of things, and I really don't care what is my position about. And I appreciate that in Intellias, that it allows me to do, let's say, go beyond my strict some cage rules, and to let's say improvise sometimes, and to in this approach to do some positive input into the development of the organization and people. So it's changing, and what I want to say with that is that it's changing not only for the markets, but it's changing only for organizations and the people, of course. What does it also mean? I have some bad news for you guys. We all want like plans, but the project economy says your plans will fail unless you get ready for it and unless you adapt for it. So let's have a look at this concept, because yes, we sometimes like plans. There are, I believe, two different types of people in this world: those who like planning, detailed documentation, forecasting, predictions, and etc., and those who hate it. Those who say, oh no, my God, it doesn't make sense. So bad news for those who like planning. Your plans become very obsolete very fast. So let's have a look at the concept, why it comes and all this planning stuff comes from. I want to talk with you about the evolution of project management. The classical concept of project management, it comes from PM1, also called PM10. It's called plan-based project management. Sometimes I laugh and I say it's about top managers know it all. They don't care what those who doing the work actually think. So it's a top-down approach. The management decides on the plan, I mean on the constraints of the project, and they say you must deliver it within these deadlines, within these budget constraints, and the requirements are like that, and that person will give you more detail. It's usually followed by standardized one-fits-all methodology. So organizations have some rules and procedures, not necessarily called project management methodology, but it is considered correct that when you have a project, you open this book with the rules and you follow the process, and some magic gonna happen that you're gonna achieve the result. People don't like this concept because it's really sometimes looking too not even bureaucratic, but formal. Because project managers, maybe you had a glance on the PMBOK guide 5 or 6 or maybe 4. It's a focus on processes. It's focus about formal inputs and outputs. So you just check if did I deliver this document? Do I have it in place? And somebody comes and checks how you're doing. If you have documents in place, wow, great job. You're a great project manager. Of course, a lot of guys have been criticized for that, and there is ground for that. You can deliver something not very convenient, something positive, but if you are within the constraints, you are champion. I will not say that this is absolutely bad concept. It has been working for more than 50 or 60 years now. A lot of organizations are following this concept, and if the organizational context is well, if a project manager is good, and if the project is well organized, it can bring a lot of value. But it doesn't work in all the cases. So the next case what we can speak about is the Agile. What Agile comes in the 1980s, last century. It is also called the concept humanized project management. It's when top manager says, okay, guys, we trust you. Now we think you also have a word, have a voice in this decision-making process. So it's about going to people, delegating them some level of authority, helping them self-organized, ensuring that some processes are in place. And it's also a picture of bottom-up estimation and planning. It is about when people are able to decide on the technical part of the solution more freely. So it's all about Agile. I will not be repeating all these wonderful features of different Agile frameworks. Here, I just want to make a focus that it is a significant mindset and philosophical shift from formal tracking of project constraints and meeting these constraints to value delivery. So it means that you should deliver value within these constraints, and it's gonna be a good result. Then there is a question. What is your favorite Agile framework? What is the favorite Agile framework? There are different, of course, there are, I'm sure my colleagues and those who have already shared with you their brilliant knowledge have given you some statistics and understanding, let's say, about the popularity. But my question is that the PM20, is it really working in all the cases? Is Agile working in all the cases? Obviously not. So here we come to the PM30 concept. If you speak about the, let's say, what is happening now, so it is already the reality. It's not about hybridization. It's not about mixing Agile and waterfall, because when we speak about PM20 concept, it also means that yes, you can combine. You can have waterfall parts of your project or program. You can have Agile. So what is PM30 then? Let me give you such an example, such a meme. I've prepared, one of my hobbies is making project management memes, so here I'm happy to share them with you, some of them. So what is your favorite framework, Kanban, Scrum, or Safe? I'm a freestyler. Maybe you remember the song Rock the Microphone. Rock the microphone and do the freestyler. What is freestyler in terms of project management? Project management 3.0, it's when you adapt and when you do not limit yourself to certain already established framework, for example, like Scrum or maybe extreme programming. You are free to tailor, you are free to adapt all the different tools and techniques to the specifics of your project, to the needs of your customer, if you have an external customer, or maybe to your organization. It's focused on value. It's focused on value, and value delivery becomes the major constraint. That's also a big significant difference. So context defines everything. Context defines how you're going to organize the project. There are some, of course, backbones of stability which must be available and present. But again, the level of the stability and how much flexibility do I need, how much stability do I need for the organization to ensure that it delivers this project efficiently, it depends on the context. It depends on the different scenarios which can happen. So project success metrics, they are highly tied with the organizational strategy overall. So it means that the Agile becomes organizational widespread. That's the first. And second, it's not about Agile in pure understanding anymore. So now I want to give you a set of advices. Sometimes they are going to sound contradictory, so I'm ready to answer some of the questions. If we have time, the first advice I believe you're going to ignore, because it will be about not doing Agile. Is there any trick? Of course there is. It's a play of words, because we know about being Agile and doing Agile. There is a big difference about it. So let me share with you a story. Unfortunately, it's a little bit a pathetic story. Imagine a man meets a woman after dating with her for some time. And he sits in front of her. He has a very serious face and he says, you know, honey, I've been thinking about our future. And here is what I think. I'm a very difficult man. And it's very hard for me to deal with other people. And I like you so much. And I know it's not easy with me. So I'm not sure. You must know it. Like, it sounds like a hint, yeah? That he's gonna propose something. So the woman says, well, honey, but I like you so much, so let's try to live together. And the man says, no, you didn't understand me. When I say that I'm a difficult man and it's hard for me to deal with people, I was speaking about myself. I was speaking that it's for me, it's gonna be easy, not easy to be with you. So goodbye. It's a pathetic story, and maybe it make you laugh, maybe it make you angry, maybe it make you like, okay, is he crazy? But can you imagine if I put it like that? In private lives, it sounds like something stupid. Hey, come on, there's really some pathetic approach to people. But if you say about organization, which comes to say, let's say, to some Scrum representative or maybe somebody else, I don't want to finger point anybody, and says, we have such difficult processes, we have so many bureaucratic activities, such resistance from different units. So we really believe that working with agile modes would be hard for us. So we don't want you, sorry. And like a classic approach would be like, okay, let's try and see, let's like try an error, and said, no, you don't understand. We don't want to go through this difficulty. Because what this organization really needs, it's not agile. When organizations come for agile, they are asking for something else. What is it? When organization wants to adopt an agile, in reality, most managers who, let's say, if they have achieved some results already, they have some background and track record of successes and failures, they understand that any change might need disruption of a status quo. A status quo, and this means leaders need to confront their patterns of thought. They need to be vulnerable. And this vulnerability starts from trust. And when you come to see some classic framework approach, it's not easy to trust it. It's not easy to open up and say, hey, we have so many problems, come and help us with this approach. So here we come with the need, real need, because when I say about agile organizations, sometimes they look at agile. In reality, what they need to have agility. Agility is something different, because if you look at this man, it's a problem not with the difficulties, etc., but it's a problem of being ready to adapt, being ready to change, and openness for change. This is what is about. And of course, if you have agility, then you can be agile. So let's have a look at that. Agile is a mindset. I'm sure you know about the Agile Manifesto, about the 4 values, the 12 principles, and that a lot of different practices, they are manifested, they manifest in reality how these principles and values work. Different, so, or any practice, that's what I tell always to people I coach and teach, that if you have some agile practice but you cannot link it and explain it by Agile Manifesto principle or value, most probably your practice doesn't make any sense. So think about it. It's very easy to explain it to teams then and to other stakeholders. So agile, it's also, when we say agile, it's like some framework. Or maybe I want to deliver a product incrementally. I want to have regular feedback loops. I want to have retrospectives, continuous improvement practices, etc. So people just simplify it and say it's agile. From the other side, it's a mindset, but agility is being able to adapt to these values, to practice these values, and so that they are manifested in organizational structure, in the inability to use resources in a different way, to approach different bureaucratic problems and different other process problems. This is all about agility, organizational agility. So when an organization comes and says, I want agile, but I'm not ready to change, maybe you saw a lot of memes about it. This is exactly the case, that I don't have agility, even though I want agile. So when we say about adopting agile, it all starts of ensuring agility, because yes, you can organize a team of Scrum or even some small scaling, etc. But if you do not adapt the budgeting processes, procurement processes, some other control processes and governance as such, it's gonna be very limited. I mean, this agile application is going to be very limited in its effectiveness in the organization. And of course, it will be followed with a lot of frustration. So my view is that when we hear a lot of organizations on the market, like people managers, different employees saying that agile is bad, agile doesn't make sense, it is a consequence of some ineffective application in an organization of some agile framework without agility. So it requires a lot of trust, because when you want to change, you are looking for some special solution. We are all special. We are all special. I have a friend who is growing horses. So he has now 3 horses. Sometimes I hear them at night giving sounds. And he says he was laughing, like he has beautiful horses for sale. This is his passion, his hobby, his business. And he says people are so strange. They come, they see a beautiful horse, and they say, do you have the same but with a white tail? So we all want to be special. We want everything like tailored for ourselves, like any organization. That is why I want to give you like this example. It's a copy of one of the McKinsey articles. They say like we were looking, Agile was becoming a big topic, but we could not find what we were looking for. I think we were looking for a unique combination of content. Unique, you see here. The prospect of something new and different was exciting, and it required a lot of trust. So it's about trust. It's about becoming vulnerable, because all of us, top managers, middle level management, and different employees in organizations, they have the same problem as everybody. It's about tensions in lives and business. It's always some dichotomy, dualism, a world of dualism. When I want to change, I have some purpose to follow, but I want to be safe. I want to make a difference, but I want to make it safe. I don't want to take too much risk. I want to keep the status quo, but I want to change. And can you imagine this level of tension within people when they come with a request like, we want Agile? Because still they are talking about Agile and they're not sure that they want it. So my second advice would be to you guys is be smart at the start. Accept the reality to change it. So it starts from empathy. Be empathetic instead of pathetic, like with this case with the guy and the girl. So be empathetic. Try to think what are the real needs of the organization when they say that they wanted to adopt Agile or they don't want to adopt Agile. I want to share with you some of the values of agility, which are usually, let's say, assumed to be linked with Agile adoption. And I want to see an organization or a top manager who says, no, we don't need it. For example, let's have a look at that. You see, it says nothing about Agile practices, maybe except for the MVPs and minimum marketable features. For example, work is guided by outcomes towards the organizational strategy. So show me a company who says we don't need to achieve the strategy. No, don't do it. It doesn't matter if you achieve a strategy or not. And if you organize the work streamlined, you reduce all the obsolete activities and you help people focus on outcomes. Outcomes, they are results of project outputs. Project outputs, these are deliverables, different services, etc. So when we say outcomes, these are benefits. Some benefits which you get from the project, and it's usually why you initiate a project. You have incremental delivery, prototyping, experimenting to make sure that you have the result which let's say fits into the expectations of the market. Of course, there are organizations who say, we cannot afford ourselves experimenting and prototyping, but we want fast. We want the full solution and fast and as cheap as possible. So this can be represented in different scenarios, but usually organizations want to have the result fast. They want to be sure that it fits the market needs. And this is a good scenario if you start with an MVP. Customer preferences, feedback, external environment changes are watched for and followed. So again, this is the practice for a company to keep the sight on the changes and expectations on the market, to be on track, to stay relevant. It's directly related with this need for experimenting and prototyping as well. Technology. Show me a company which says that they don't want a technology that will be responsive to their changing business needs. Because I want to remind that we are in the project economy where change is permanent. Change is happening all the time. For this reason, technology shifts and technological upgrade projects are almost everywhere now, and everybody wants a flexible technology. Even though later they come and said, please hard code this feature for me, I don't want the configuration. And of course, innovations through trial and error. Who doesn't want to innovate? Everybody wants to innovate. Everybody wants to grow their competitiveness through different means. So, of course, when we speak like that, this is what's standing behind when they sometimes come and say we want Agile, or maybe they say we don't want Agile, but still they want it. It's also about the processes, because people are very often unhappy with the processes they have in an organization, because they are sometimes roadblocks to development, to achieving the strategy. It's like a dissonance. I want to make this, but the processes do not support this idea. For example, decision making. How fast is it done? If we adopt agility in an organization, decisions start being made very fast, much faster. It is about being able to adapt units of organization. So, for example, the assumption 1 year ago, we created this unit. We wanted this unit to fulfill this purpose. But 1 year later, the assumption has changed and we have decided to adapt it. It's okay. But sometimes during some political movements, etc., resistance, multiple reasons, this doesn't happen. Agility, if it is in place in the organization, it helps smoothen this process and make sure it happens, ensure it happens. So people using their time efficiently, it's a combination of stability and flexibility. So people have a chance to rely on some daily routine, on some other regular meetings, or maybe some very simplified processes, but at least they know the, let's say, the blueprint, how to work on. But when we say about decision making and flexibility, it is already in place. So standardization, but not too much. People resources is easily reassigned between projects. When we say about that, it means that I can work in one project, and if the priority changes, my skills can be applied in another project. This is also about agility. This is not about two heads of units fighting and saying, no, I will not give you my results, it's mine, and I want to finish my project even though it's in the bottom of the priority list. It's about destroying the corporate silos. It's about implementing the tools which help people relearn or maybe switch to different position, different role easier, and develop different organizational capabilities. Regular feedbacks, and what's guys important, it's about evaluating by group results. So it's cross-functional metric and outcome, not supporting silos, corporate silos, when people in the units don't care enough about the problems and needs of other units. Let's say the problems and needs of other units are secondary to my unit. This is the silo effect as well. So cross-functional metrics, and for example, at the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, it was exactly the case when the team was given some bonus, and there was a lot of talk about how to distribute it. It was so funny to observe it all. Like, okay, let's use this approach. Let's use this approach. People sometimes they say, "Oh, I want more money," but from the other side, I want to look good and to say that equality is something. Let's say. Which is more rational in this approach. So yes, it is about measuring and motivating and let's say nudging the guys to more collaboration between themselves. And of course for people, it's about people, because people, if we have agility, they are emotionally and personally invested in the work and on common purpose. Even organizations who don't want agile, they want this feature. Which organization doesn't want people to be emotionally and personally invested in their work? Show me that company. Of course we want it. Everybody wants it, and agility is something which helps us achieve it. And in Agile, as I told you from the PM to Zero concept, this is where it is appearing very, very evident. Project and product teams are accountable, not only responsible. The same there is a significant shift from responsibility, doing the work, to accountability, means taking care about the final result. Can you imagine a team of people in which everybody is responsible, but the team is not accountable? You will have different pieces of a product, you will have different results of small works items, but not an integrated final result. So when we say about product teams are accountable, they do not have somebody controlling them on a day-to-day basis. You just sit and know that the job is going to be done. People are working on it. They know that they have cross-functional metrics, not personal individual metrics, to evaluate their performance. And they want to see the final result. It is all directly related with collaboration, seeking ways to improve their work and perform beyond expectations, and pursuing opportunities to develop new initiatives. This is entrepreneurial mindset, etc. So when we speak to organizations that they want to adopt Agile, usually they are saying about this. And when I say they want to adopt Agile, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be Scrum, Kanban, or any other established framework. It's going to be a tailored approach, which is supporting agility first. It means organizational capability to adapt to the changing needs, to change its structure, like I told you in the previous slides. And what is the major constraint here? What is the major problem when we say about this agility implementation, adoption in a company? We have two levels. One is organizational, second is individual. And the problem is that you cannot achieve organizational transformation if you have not achieved personal transformation. It means in the minds of people who are working for this company. And I mean not only the top managers and middle level managers, it is also about the rest of the team, about the team members. So it all starts from starts from mindset, starts from realizing that, like, why am I sitting in this unit and not caring enough about the other unit? Why am I only focused only on this work and not anything else? There can be a lot of reasons. It can be fear, it can be just a habit, maybe some, I don't know, material interest in something, like I want my bonus, which is also okay. Again, getting back to the advice, accept the reality. Start to change from accepting the reality and trying to understand what is the real need of the person. Because when I say I don't want Agile, it doesn't mean I don't want Agile. I don't want to go through all these difficulties of adopting Agile and receiving nothing in the end. So my third advice is don't go alone for Agile. It's dangerous, but not for you. It's dangerous for the team and the people that follow you. So if you do not account for the need of personal transformation in the minds of people, it's going to be quite difficult. For example, you've just visited a course, you got some nice training, got a lot of insights, whatever, but the guys say, sorry, we don't want it. We don't want it. So here I would like to try to play. I have a question to organizers. Do I have this opportunity to communicate maybe via a chat? Because I will be asking questions about possible values for the teams, for people, from personal point of view. What is the value of, for me, for example, in achieving these? Like, if I have a work guided by outcomes towards an organizational strategy, what is value for me? Why should I work on, what should be ensured in the organization so that I really focus on the outcomes? I have a possibility to focus on the outcomes. So my question to you, do we have a possibility to communicate through a chat with users, with participants, sorry? Is it normal practice, or I will simply just proceed? Okay, no, okay. So let me just share it with you, and maybe then if you have some questions, we can interact. So when we say about guiding, being focused on outcomes, I was asking different people about it. What is it for you? So what do you need to have if, so that you focus on the outcomes and don't do something else? What inhibits you from focusing on the outcomes? First of all, it's a bureaucracy in motion and a lot of distractions. So organization needs to ensure that employees have a possibility to focus on what brings value. Because if you demand from a person different things to do this, do this, do this, out of these things, there are different priorities, different people are asking, there is no streamlined priority in it. People will start cherry picking, they will definitely be distracted from the outcomes. Second one, it's about project deliverables developed in experimenting. Of course, people want to have early result. Everybody says that, yes, I want to see the result as soon as possible. But how can I do it? I need priorities. So it means that really top management who are not always keen on defining priorities, maybe product owners, not empowered enough, and early value delivery with feedback. So if I make an MVP, I want feedback, if it's good or not. I want to have regular feedback even before through different agile practices to ensure that the MVP is what expected to be. If you speak about preferences for customers, of course, organizations should support it. There must be processes in place for it. And for me, if I say I really want to watch out what is changing in the customer preferences, so maybe it changes something else, it's about less obsolete work. It's about delivering valuable results. So that's my value as an individual here. Technology, responsive technology. It means when you have some task to do, if I'm a team member, if I know that the technology is rigid, it's old with a lot of technical debt, it's going to take motivate. If you have a technology which is easily configurable and adaptable, it means that my work is going to be easier. Of course, it motivates to deliver it well. And of course, innovation. Innovations happen through fault, trial and error in a fault-free environment. So if I know that I will be punished or at least somehow criticized for some mistake that I made, for some initiative, I will never repeat it. So I will never try to repeat it. From the other side, people really want to innovate. People want to apply their ideas. That's why organizations should care about it. It's also part of agility, creating a fault-free environment. If you speak about processes, first of all, it's when people know that some change is coming. For example, one unit was working, but there is not much outcome from it. The assumptions were wrong. The sales were not as big as it was expected. So I don't know, what is my future? Will I be dismissed from work? Will I be downgraded? I will lose my future bonus maybe, etc. So of course, when organizations are with necessary agility can replace, not replace, but transfer employees from one project to another, from one unit to another, it's going to be made fast. It's less frustration for people. They know that they will have a job done. They are not as anxious as it can be, and they have much more clarity on the future, at least some vision of stability. If you speak about efficient time, it's some stable backbone combined with flexibility. It means that people have guidance on what should be done regularly, maybe some guidance also on how to do it, but from the other side, they are free to adapt in case of necessity, and there are items which are stable, there are items which are flexible. And it is important to ensure that those items which are stable, they are really necessary to be stable, so that they bring this structure into the chaos of the change in reality, rapidly changing reality. Reassigning, that's what we discussed it. I will not repeat it again. And the processes, tools that enable fast learning. If I know that the organization has different tools and possibilities for me to easily switch from one role to the other, will it be valuable for me? Of course. If I speak about feedback, regular feedback, normally we don't ask for feedback if we are afraid for it. So If you have a fault-free and safe environment for change and growth, whatever feedback you get, it's gonna serve for the good. Cross-functional metrics and outcomes. It means it will be less silos, more collaboration. Here, that's when we have everybody wants less silos. Everybody speaking, I want more collaboration. But when you meet some not very collaborative unit or people, then you have one problem, second problem, etc. You get demotivated. You lose, let's say, your spirit in delivering the results. That's why it's also part of agility and thinking about it from people's point of view. Emotionally invested. What does it mean for me? It's empowerment. So if I'm empowered to make decisions, if I'm empowered to experiment, to see the result, and I'm not afraid if I get wrong, it's empowerment. And I'm not controlled too much. Product teams are accountable, not only responsible. It's about empowerment. Easily collaboration. It's about less silos, faster results. Again, empowerment. If I want to switch from one role to the other, I want to learn and you are free to do it, I'm empowered to do it. And proactively identifying opportunities, it's about entrepreneurial mindset. So a lot of people have different brilliant ideas. So if organization gives me this opportunity, of course, it is a value. So you see, a value is not some agile practice. A value is not some, let's say, daily routine or whatever. It's more about the feeling. Do I feel empowered or not? It's more about some fears, which are they are present, or maybe they are dealt with, and I have more the feeling of safety. It's about fault-free environment. So you see, it's emotional level of let's say, dealing in the project economy when people are able to, let's say, to harvest the benefits of agility and open up their potential. So describing it all this stuff, I want to focus that, of course, any theoretic discussion with teams, etc., they will not be so valuable if you compare it with some trial and experiment. So what are the basic guidelines when we speak about dealing with resistance? It's first of all being vigilant, observing and verifying your assumptions. Here is a basic guideline which I use in my practice when we speak about people resisting to something. First of all, it's a matter of what you think. So it's done through training, through discussion, through coaching sessions. We speak to the people and try to understand what are the patterns of thought standing behind some resistance. And usually it's a pattern which is blocking, if there is some fear behind. And what's important is through conversation to help this person understand that this thought pattern is limiting the person's effectiveness as of a manager, as of a leader, as of a team member, anybody. It's relevant to everybody. And then we start discussion about the practices and values and principles, because if I'm not doubting my thought pattern, I will not be able to listen. I can listen like that and say, okay, yeah, it's very interesting. Thanks a lot, guys, blah, blah. But if I doubt, so for example, what I thought is that people must be controlled in very much detail. Otherwise, if you let them free, they will do some ineffective stuff and everybody will fail. It will be crash. If through discussions and through examples, through different simulations, you help the person understand that there is at least a smallest chance for different reality, then there's a question. Okay, so if the need for control everybody all the time is not so true, so what is the truth? And here is a breach from, let's say, the challenged thought pattern, which then comes to the learning of the basics of agile values, principles, and then we can speak about practices. And when I'm ready to assume that there is some different reality, then I can apply it to my case. So if, for example, I assume that, yes, people in my unit must not be controlled all the time. If we have that, we should, like one of the values says that we should focus on values and peoples and interactions, not on processes and tools, then what does it mean practically for my organization, for my unit? What would the process be? What should I organize, some meetings, etc.? And here where tailoring comes, because the first part, it's cognitive and emotional. It's usually like from one-to-one trainings coaching, I will repeat. The second one, it's about classic training and just helping people understand what are the basics. And the third one here comes when we speak about Beyond 3.0. It's tailoring and trying to help the person find this tailored approach. And of course, it should be experimented. So still, there is no guarantee that the person will believe and say, okay, yes, now we believe, we go for it 100%. No, usually people are more cautious with that. So an experiment, it's a very good approach to try and to see the result. Maybe it works, maybe not. This means that the assumption needs to be verified and somewhere adapted. And this is how any agility, and basically not any agility, any transformation is happening. For example, people who say that being agile and adopting these agility patterns will be expensive. There are a lot of, this is a very generalized statement. For example, what is expensive? Could you please specify how much money is it and what is not expensive? What about which shift to agility do you basically understand? So what the person saying this phrase, there is a lot of standing behind it. Because if you say that this, for example, doing empowering people will be expensive because we need to hire more self-organized people, they are more expensive on the market. Okay, what are the alternatives for that? What can we train our people inside? Can we run an experiment for that at least? So we have this. So the first step is to say not every action in Agile, any framework is expensive. Any minor step is possible. This is where the PM 3.0 is working. And it's experiment, so let's try. The same is about too much agility is risky. So too much empowerment, too much innovation, we will lose outside of our operations control and etc. It's a very generalized statement. What is too much? It's when we reach a problem, okay, what can we do to prevent this problem? We need some monitoring, we need to keep track of it. What do we need to keep track of it? So it's a discussion. What is risky? Because different people have different aversion of risk, and let's say tolerance, risk tolerance. What is risky for me might not be so risky for you. Again, looking into the details of what this person understands, what is the thought pattern standing behind this phrase, and trying to deal with it in minor steps. Agile is for IT only. It's a very, very much popular myth about Agile is that for IT only. That's definitely not true. I would say IT is an enabler of good Agile. And Agile is for any organization if they deliver products. You cannot even deliver incrementally, but be agile with agility. And of course, Agile needs a change we are not ready for. From my experience, what I know is that the only resistant pattern which cannot be dealt with the practice which I have shared with you is I just don't want it. I just don't want it. So this is for the sales guys, for anybody to deal with that, because if the person doesn't realize this need for change, doesn't understand this project economy concept and see that everything is changing, so you need to adapt, let it be. Maybe Agile is really not for them. So basically, this is it, what I wanted to share with you. I hope that I have given you some insights. And just to finish my talk, which is already 1 hour, I want to share with you this very brilliant quote from Rumi, the poet, which you might have heard of. There are myriad different ways to search, but the object of the search is always the same. Don't you see the roads to Mecca are different? One comes from Byzantium, another from Syria, still others went through land or across the sea. The roads are different. The goal is one. And when people reach the goal, they stop disputes and etc. So they all heart sing in unison. So if you have good agility, this is the goal. And if you have good project results, this is the goal. And the way that you use different framework, tailored framework approach, this is secondary. This is what I would like for you to think of. How different is your way to accept this reality and to help your colleagues and employees thrive in your organizations using the agility principles and values. We have 7 minutes, so if you have some questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Alina, thank you for your time. Thank you for your time today. And your support means the world, right? Probably we're going to finish up with one teeny tiny question before we're going to have a break. So, very accurate answer. What would be your main 3 tips for agile beginners?
For agile beginners, the main 3 tips for agile beginners, it all starts from the theory and basics. So I suggest that you learn about Scrum. I suggest that you read the Agile Manifesto, and of course that you find some mentor to talk to, because when we go through the Scrum guide, when we go through the Agile Manifesto, it was written, it's very easy to understand, but what the hell does it in practice mean? So I suggest that you find a mentor to work with and to consult with. That would be my advice.
Teamwork again, right? It's all about teamwork in the end. Okay. Thank you very much for today. Thank you. Best of luck in your work. We hope to see you soon. Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. Bless you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys. So we're going to get back in a few minutes for a new round, for a new speaker. So stay tuned and see you soon. Okay, hello guys. Nice to have you all back as we're picking up the speed. We're very excited to have our next speaker, Piotr Majkowski, Senior Engineer Manager at Spotify, leading the org working with cars and wearables integration. So a few words about Piotr is before moving to Sweden in 2016, for more than 10 years, he had been working in Warsaw's fintech sector, having different roles from the individual contributor to CTO and a board member. Piotr is said to be an individual which is very passionate and empathetic leader, focused on empowering teams and people to be the best versions of themselves possible. And privately, he's constantly aspiring to become a perfect husband and father. And Piotr, hello.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. It's great to be there with you remotely, of course, but still. Thank you for inviting me.
We're pleased to have you standing with us remotely, online, offline, not important, but the support, and thank you for your presence today. Let me add a few words about your topic, like very short introduction to the viewers, okay?
Sure, thank you.
So the topic which is going to be presented and discussed today will refer to the history of humanity, which has always been very tied with the politics. Peter, I think you start with the very background of everything, with the basics, with the core. And nowadays, agile methods of software development put people and their interactions at the center leadership, and decentralized decision making significantly changes power dynamics in our organizations, right? And I think our viewers and we wonder whether these changes reduce incentives to play office politics, or maybe quite the contrary. And we hope you will guide us today to some answers. So the word is yours, Piotr. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And yes, as you mentioned, it is a little bit controversial topic. I agree. And why should we even care about this politics at all? I think nowadays we do not need to convince anyone that even if we don't care about the politics care about us. So my plan today is take you on a journey through the ages a little bit. Yes, this is what as it was mentioned, and we will tackle this politics as a topic from different angles, and I hope some of them you will find inspiring. How many answers I have for you today, I am not sure, but I definitely have quite a lot of questions. So let's see where our journey will take us. Starting from the beginning, because this politics is a word that I believe everyone kind of understand when you think about it, but if you need to explain, it's actually getting harder and harder. So let's start with the source, the Wikipedia. And you can see the definition of this on the screen. There's quite a lot of different parts, what the politics is about. So let's just take the chunks and put them on the screen like that. Making decisions in the group, different relationship between individuals, distribution of resources, and also status. When I looked at those words, they didn't really remind me of politics. They actually reminded me of something completely different. I didn't know at the beginning what is this, but I have this feeling, uneasy feeling, that there's something way closer to my heart that fits this description as well. And this is software development. If you think about it, isn't this exactly what we do in software? We are making decisions as a group. We interact between each other. We have our networks in our organization where the information is flowing. We do talk a lot about different type of resources, information, engineering capacity, skill set, and organizations are more or less, but also sometimes led a little bit by the status hierarchies that exist, more or less formal, but still they are there. So isn't there something, it was a little bit strange for me that actually those two things that you could argue are not that close to each other, you can use a similar vocabulary to describe them. So I was trying to go with this thought a little bit. And I started with the characteristic of a great politician. What this person should be like. And I found some words like this person should be definitely great in inspiring, be passionate about something, advocate for important causes, influence others, and also be effective. Since I guess we all know that that being a politician is a lot about efficiency. I had the same feeling as it were earlier with the definition of politics. What about if we put it like that? That we can say inspire fellow engineers, be passionate about our goals and values, advocate for solid engineering practices, and influence without formal authority, and be effective. Of course, it's all about impact. It's not a definition of a great politician anymore. It's actually taken pretty much directly from the job description of a senior or staff engineer. It fits even more to the role of a staff engineer. Oof. So again, the same vocabulary, and to connect two completely different roles. And even the perception of these roles is different. I remember recently there was a survey in Poland about how trustworthy are different professions in our life. And engineer was marked quite high on this list. It was the 58% of people responded that they do trust an engineer. In the same time, 20% only, and even less, because there was a couple of roles, said that they trust politician or a member of a parliament or even someone from a local government. Isn't it strange? Same vocabulary, same characteristic, and completely different way how we look and respect these people. How to connect it with the politics, the office politics. There is something that I was recently speaking in Vilna, and one of my colleagues there, Valdas, was presenting a really, really interesting model to connect politics, office politics, and the black hole. And I'm known as someone who is quite fan of black holes. I use them in my previous presentations as an analogy, but I never thought about it as a way to describe office politics. So let's try it out. First thing, when it comes to black hole, you cannot directly observe it. What we see on those pictures, we do not really see black holes. We see the matter around, circulating and kind of burning as well. Black holes desert time and space. We know that everything that will go to the black hole will never go away. Of course, there's the Hawking radiation, but and Valdez claimed that black holes are dangerous, use this word dangerous, only if you get too close, which is making us a perfect analogy for the office politics in his words, because as he concluded, office politics is only dangerous when you get too close to it. You cannot directly see it because people do not talk about it in a very direct way. Yes, politics influence a lot of things in your organization, but still, if you stay out of it, you will be safe. This gave me quite a lot of thought, honestly, because I will try today to a little bit argue with this argument. And let's see if I manage to convince you. Agile. We have this movement right now. It's not even right now, it's pretty well established. And in the Agile manifesto, we have a couple of very important principles. And one of them is that individuals and interactions between them are more important than processes and tools. This started a movement that led into thinking more about us as human beings in the workplace. And I believe this part is actually very good. We even said more. Very popular right now is bring your whole self to work. And we talk about emotions, we talk about vulnerability, also for the leaders. And I was very, very inspired about this movement. And I was talking about it as someone who cares about my emotions and emotions of others. I really felt that not thinking about people as robots is amazing. However, I recently start noticing some of the downsides of it, especially when it comes to diversity. Because have you ever been in this situation that, yeah, it is great to bring the whole of you with all the background that you have, but maybe rather focus on the good parts only? As an example, a colleague of mine said he's from the Mediterranean region. And he said that whenever he tries to be fully natural, to really speak as he used to speak when he was smaller and growing up, people in Sweden say that he's very arrogant or even aggressive. And he is not, in his view, in his standards, he's just passionate about what he's saying. When it comes to my experience, I'm from Poland. Polish people are known for being very direct. And it is, yes, it is a part of our culture. We speak our mind. Many times I was being told that this directness is a little bit like too much for us. It's a different culture. You should try to adapt. I don't really have an answer here. I'm sharing this story not to tell you that one approach is good or second is wrong, but I'm more sharing it to say, think about it, because I truly don't believe that you can open yourself for emotions, but only in a selective way. Only bring this joy and happiness with you and leave sadness behind. I think it was Jung who said, if you persist, what you resist, persist. This was the quote, which means that if you try to hide something and avoid those feelings, they will actually come up, either you want it or not, or will create a lot of stress in your organism. But okay, let's move on. Our journey through the ages, as promised. Before we go into it, I want to make one disclaimer that I think those thoughts that I'm presenting today, those are my thoughts, not exactly my employer. I don't know. I don't know if this is something that we could say that this is a fully Spotify's point of view on this topic. And I'm not claiming that I have any answers, as mentioned before. I will try to maybe I would love you to join me with my thinking about it and my kind of the thoughts that are bugging me regarding office politics. And maybe some of the questions will spark some imagination on your side. Where do we start? In Florence, 15th century, a little bit later than the date that you can see on the picture. Nevertheless, I kind of couldn't resist of putting a picture from one of my favorite games when I was a kid. What happened in Florence back then? Pretty disturbing times. We have some changes in the government, changes of how people actually thought about between monarchy and republic. But we also have quite smart guy operating then at this time, Machiavelli. I hear you. Oh, whoa. You are quoting this very infamous book. Yeah. because I think that there is, first of all, I really don't like labeling. And this is what we tend to do pretty often. And like Prince as a book probably deserve some of this negative fame, because there is a lot of things that today we will judge as really immoral, or that those recommendations he made for the prince are not really up to the times. But the funny thing is that one of the first things that he said in this book is that the leaders need to be in tune with her times. And he's not claiming that he's giving an answers how to rule in any form of government, in any organization. Actually, he wrote it for the prince, which is the monarchy. And he wrote a second book as well, Discorsi, which is about the republic. And he was very clear that those advices are different. So for people who claim that, hey, everything that he said was kind of stupid, I think they will need to be reminded that his advice for us will be, think about your times. Think if your action and your beliefs are still adequate for those times, because maybe they're not. And I think this is a really smart thought, and we should remember about it. The second one, and I think this is super much tied to any office politics that we have today, is that he was commenting on the kind of ancient wisdoms from Cicero, who said that leaders of the republic needs to be just. Cicero was claiming that being just is purely human virtue, that an animal can be courageous, but an animal cannot be just. Only human can be just. And since you, as a politician, you are constantly on a stage, on the arena, you need to be just for people to respect you. And Machiavelli twisted this in a really interesting way, because he said, oh, this is not exactly true, that as a monarch, you are constantly on a stage. You are in your castle. People do not see you all the time. What they need to do, they need to perceive you as just. But in the same time, if you do need to do something that is a little bit injustice, but is good for your goals to remain in power, which was one of the most important goals from Machiavelli perspective, then you can do it. But do it in a way that they will still know that you can be just. They can either hate you or love you. So why I'm saying this? Because there's something that the way we live our lives today, full of Instagram, like, I'm not referring to the service, but I'm referring to this perception. We are perceived as people who travel the world, perceived as happy or perceived as sad, and people judge us through those several pictures that they see of us. What about our leaders in organizations? We also judge them. We think that they are who we see on all hands and company calls and so on. And maybe they are. Maybe they are not. Machiavelli was also pretty clear about being present. And he said that the main goal of a prince is to remain in power. If you think about what we suggest to modern managers, which is make yourself redundant, can be able to disappear. It looks like a conflict a little bit at the first glance, but I don't think the conflict exists here. Actually, I believe that the problem is if managers take this make yourself redundant too literally, and what first thing they do is abdicate. Gone away, disappear. If I disappear, I will make myself redundant. Yes, they will take care of the things. I think this leads you directly to what I call the autonomy trap, which is unrestricted autonomy of your teams, lack of competence to actually deal with such a huge power and abundance of leadership. I gave a talk about it, another controversial one. So if you are interested, look it up on the internet. It's not that any of those components are bad. No, don't get me wrong. Don't treat it binary. But the thing is that if you combine all three of them in this way, if your leaders disappear, then it do not lead to anything good. Example from your recent history. Your president, Zelensky, when he said that he needs ammunition, he didn't said, I need ammunition, being somewhere in, in a foreign country, in an armchair, to the microphone on a press conference. He said it being there with you, folks, in Kiev, and saying, I don't need a ride. I needed ammunition. He was present. He didn't abandon all of you. I think this message about ammunition sounded completely different with his presence being there. To summarize, why should we care about Prince and this old book? Because first of all, despite the fact that you might think that that those ideas are outdated, people around you, leaders of your organization, they might not think like that. And they might not even behave like they are outdated. I think some of the leaders, at least, think about themselves as monarchs and about their companies as their kingdoms, and maybe even employees as their workers. Maybe they can demand from them to, in order to be successful, to spend at least minimum 40 hours in the castles. Otherwise, they will get fired. So some of them still think in those categories. And I think there's a thin line between being inspirational and arrogant. So be aware of those mechanisms, maybe just even to protect yourself. It's time to change the times a little bit. And also we will move from Italy to UK. I don't know if you recognize from the picture, first logo of Apple, a short one. It's like, I think it was only for a year or something. They quickly changed it to the one that we know today. But on this picture, we have Isaac Newton, one of the smartest people, I guess, that ever lived, standing on the shoulders of giants, as he said. Also, in terms of office politics, as much as I know, people hated him. He was horrible. He was horrible to work, not even to work with, but also to live with. It doesn't change the fact that he gave us some really, really amazing insights. And one of them was this law of motion. For every action, there's always an equal and opposite reaction. So smart. Thanks to this law, we as humanity were very, very successful. I think we even went to the moon using actually Newton's law rather than general relativity from Einstein. So if we have something such powerful as this law, that really, really describes so many things in our world, I think it's unsurprisingly that people use it in different domains as well. And they try to think about human beings and their interactions as well, a little bit in this mechanistic type of approach, and put this cause and effect into actions and explain our interactions, people to people, using those types of law. And in my view, and not only mine, this is a huge mistake. Because actually, when it comes to humans, it's more action, interpretation, reaction. And this interpretation, a lot of things is happening here. There's a lot of stereotypes that are being triggered, a lot of biases, also simplifications. Like we are flooded information right now. Our brain is really, really not used to it. And what we are trying to do is simplify, 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 which means that these interpretations become the critical aspect of our communication. This triggers a lot of politics as well, because if the thinking goes action, interpretation, reaction, so in reaction based on interpretation, shouldn't we focus just on the interpretation? Is this really, really important? What happened at the beginning? Shouldn't we just try to negotiate, try to twist our facts a little bit, just to say, to make our stakeholder or someone who is listening to us to interpret those facts properly? I have a story for you. It's a story about the project that happened. It actually happened in the real life, but I think it's not important. It's more like, I guess all of us have a project like that in our life. The context is something was estimated as difficult, at least half of a year to be delivered. No certainty actually, but yeah, team still tried to do it. And 18 months later, so 3 times the time that was estimated for it, yes, something is being delivered. Friction of the scope with huge problems. It is the 3rd attempt to deliver this, and people are trying to judge, because this is what we do. We judge, and we can say 2 stories based on the same facts. Story number 1: horrible, horrible team. They don't even know how to estimate properly. They don't know how to build software. They do not know how to build a proper architecture. They need 3 attempts to deliver something. Horrible leadership. They couldn't even identify risks properly. The project is a failure. Based on the same facts, I think you can tell a completely different story. The story of what a successful project, what an amazing people. Despite so many obstacles, they persevere. Despite the need to try out for the 3 times, they didn't give up. And finally they delivered. Their creativity is amazing. They were coming up with the ideas to overcome those problems one by one. What an amazing team, what a great leadership, what a success. Which story is true? We think that the truth exists. Truth is out there. But is it? In cases like this, maybe there are things in the world that are way more easy to assess. We know what's good and what's evil. But when it comes to things like the projects that I described, a lot of our assessment comes directly from the interpretation of facts that we will put. It will be tight related to the trust that we have to each other, and also organizational culture, transparency, and things like that. So I am telling you this so you will be aware, because I was an engineer. As an engineers, we tend to just focus on let's give more data and data and data, and then people will see this data and they will interpret it in a proper way. I don't believe in this anymore. First of all, like, you have to provide data. Obviously, this is a foundation. But remember about shaping the narrative, shaping the interpretation. Help your leaders to really understand it properly. Help them by giving the narrative they can use also when they talk with their leaders. It's very, very important. If you want to make sure that nothing is nothing is lost in translation, make sure that you are providing the translation. Okay, another point on our journey. Now we're gonna go to 18th century, quite late, end of the century. We will be in New York City, but for that we will use someone way smarter than me, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and his musical from Broadway, Hamilton. You might say, my goodness, what else we will have today? Now we have books, we have scientists, now we have a musical. I hope I will surprise you with something more later as well. Why this musical is important in terms of office politics? First of all, you can learn a lot from it, and you can learn from completely different angles. You can find wisdom, you can find emotions, you can cry, you can smile, you can find everything here. For those who have not seen this, I think we had rock operas for decades now, but I think we waited for this kind of blend of hip hop and soul and R&B with the musical theater. And Hamilton is a perfect mix, in my view. It's a story of some founding fathers of American democracy. Hamilton, that you can see, this guy with the green clothes, but also Burr, his first friend, but also an enemy. They have completely different approach to life, although their life was very much connected, intertwined, maybe even. If you watch this, you will learn in the first minute that it also ended up pretty dramatically by Burr killing Hamilton. But can we learn something from them? I think we do, but we need two more actors. We will need Madison, later President of the United States. We will need Jefferson, the guy in the middle, and we will need Hamilton. And the context is that those three of them were very influential politicians in the moment when America just won the Revolutionary War. The nation was really just starting. There was a lot of conversations between what does it mean to have a federation? What should we do with a national debt? Should we establish a central bank? And Hamilton was one of those people who wanted to centralize. Jefferson and Madison, they represented the South, the part where was very, very rich, but also because they didn't get rid of slavery. They still, unfortunately, used slaves that Hamilton couldn't accept. And they were very, very influential, and they were very much against the central government. In the musical, you have a song called Room Where It Happened, when there's this pinnacle moment when those three people need to find a compromise between the different goals they have. If you treat it too literally, you might say, this doesn't apply to me at all. Don't treat it like that. Treat it as inspiration, and you will see how many things that we do in our organizations today actually have very similar schemes. So let's try it out. First thing, I know that those slides will have way less text than anything that I used before. You don't need to read anything. I do not expect you to know this song. But I would love you to see a mechanism that if you have, that very, very often exists in our organization, that if we have parties, groups of interest with completely different point of views, very often where we end up is that they cannot actually move forward at all. They reach this point of impasse when they maybe even understand a little bit each other, but a little bit, and they know that the goals are against each other and they don't know what to do. And this was exactly like here with Madison and Hamilton having completely different ideas. And Jefferson, surprisingly, was the person who, as he quoted, arranged the meeting, the menu, the venue, the sitting. The thing is, we always have people like that. We always have those very influential people in our organization, but also with the extensive network enough who can actually look beyond the current smaller problems and see a bigger picture. And even if they cannot see the bigger picture, they can connect all the players and put them in one room over one table and help them start the conversation. So first thing, think about those folks. Who are they in your organization? What is the role that you play? The second role, no, maybe it's not a role, it's more of an observation. I mentioned Burr earlier, and now Burr is not on a picture. It's just Madison, Jefferson, Hamilton. What happened to Burr? First of all, this was his biggest problem up to this point of musical, because he's nowhere on this picture. He's outside the door of the room where it happened. And he knows that we are in the Republic, we have parliament and so on, but many decisions are happening over dinner. And no one knows how the game is played. And no one knows exactly what's being traded and what kind of discussions are happening. They can only see the outcomes. And we do assume that something must have happened, something must have been discussed there that's changed the mind of Madison and Jefferson, that somehow Hamilton managed to convince them. And we see the outcome, which is that, yes, the central bank of US was established, but also the capital was moved from New York to Washington, way closer to the south. So observing the outcomes, we see it, but we don't know how it happened. And also this compromise that have been developed. If you only if you observe the situation from the outside, you don't even know what they trade away. And in our organizations, I saw it many, many times when especially leaders from a little bit like functional leaders, for example, closer to the squads, if there's some bigger dispute that involves higher leadership, they often think that they think about their cases as one-offs, kind of. They do not see bigger picture. They treat it that this problem is the one that we have. But in reality, in big organizations, it's never one-off. It's actually always one of many. And there is some kind of longer process that exists very often between those leaders. And they trade something here, they lose something here, they win something there. I can recommend the book. First of all, I really like Simon Sinek. I think he's a great speaker and he's writing good books. But also this Infinite Game. It's about exactly this, that in our organizations, we should have infinite mindset, which means that the game is always being played and will never end. And how the dynamic of our interaction changes if you change this mindset. I can really recommend. Oh yeah, we found our Burr on the picture. He's the guy below the table. If you want to understand how to find a seat at the table for yourself in a little bit more direct way than through watching Hamilton, I can recommend this book, Seat at the Table. It's pretty much about the same thing, but from way more approachable angle. Like approachable, it depends. For many of us, Hamilton is way more approachable. Okay, to summarize, there's a lot about approach to life. And I said that between Burr and Hamilton, they had this chemistry, a lot of different, really different friendships, but also wars between each other. And I think the main reason for that is explained at the very beginning of the musical as well, which is how they think about showing to the world what they really believe in. What Burr is saying is that you can see, talk less, smile more, don't let them know what you're against and what you're for. How many people we know who do things like that? How many people in our today's organization do things like that? Hamilton is representing a view that is way closer to my heart, like to be actually vocal, to sometimes maybe even say too much, to stand for something. So what he said to Bear is that if you stand for nothing, what do you fall for? And he touched something that I believe is critical here. Isn't this what the people from the Bear category are the most afraid of? That they will fail. That if they make a decision, if they expose what they believe, someone will be against them. And what's wrong with that? Hamilton said that to summarize these negotiations with Jefferson and Madison, that if you get skin in the game, you stay in the game, and you don't get to win unless you play in the game. It's impossible to achieve your goals, and if you just only stand aside. And do you remember this black hole analogy at the beginning with Valdes saying, like, stay away from the office politics? Can you? Can you always? There are moments when you cannot stay away. They are values you cannot compromise. And even if it means that you will get love for it and you will get hate for it, and you will get it, I know it firsthand, you will get nothing for it if you just wait, if you stand on the side. So yes, sometimes you will fail. But if this is the cost of staying true to yourself and your values, then I guess it's worth it. If you want a different story that actually leads to really maybe similar observations, I highly recommend Niklas' talk about Eiffel Tower from the Lead Dev conference a few years ago. Niklas is an amazing speaker. You will be never bored with anything you watched from him. And what he showed about Eiffel is that we will not have this Eiffel Tower if Eiffel didn't play in this game. We will not have it if not the extensive network he built. And also, I really like the Niklas point about changing the vocabulary you use. We all know that politics has this negative connotation. And if you have this, if your brain is wired this way, you will never get out of it, but you need in order to be successful. Okay. Last thing, I know that, I have 10 minutes and I'll try to be on time. Modern Times, Columbia. I hope you recognize this building. This is actually from a wonderful Encanto movie. And the family Madrigal. I don't know if you have a chance to see it. If you don't, I recommend you do. I know that Disney Plus is not available in Ukraine, but I also know that you will find a way to see it if only you want. What about this family? It looks like a normal family, but it's actually not. And one disclaimer, if I said earlier, don't treat what I'm saying literally, here you have to really be, even level up your game. This story is a lot about indirect meanings, indirect connections, inspiration rather than direct analogy. So let's see why this family is so special. Because all of them has different gifts, something that makes them either super strong or beautiful, or the ability to shift their shapes, or hear everything very well, or change the weather around them, or heal people with food. But not really everyone. There is a member of this family, Mirabelle, that for some unknown reasons didn't get a gift, or at least didn't get a gift that is visible at the first glance. And even on this picture, you can see that it wasn't great for her to stand on the side and observe this family full of stars that everyone wants to shine, but she needs to be the one special, unspecial. She, of course, like, she's putting goal on herself to hear this family, because she can see that behind this perfectionism and amazingness, there is something that is actually broken in this family, something that only she can see. And also the driver for her is that she's sick of waiting for this miracle, for the gift to be given to her. What about people who are joining our organizations, our amazing companies, joining and seeing all those stars, people who have such an amazing knowledge about this system, that system, they know exactly how to operate in this network. You probably heard the term imposter syndrome. And the thing is, this is true. I know firsthand, but also from the studies, that in a bigger companies, is more than 90% of people are suffering from imposter syndrome, suffering from being the one who is new, who doesn't know, who doesn't understand, who doesn't know what all the strange acronyms mean. Mirabel find her way to deal with it. And I will not spoil the movie for you. I hope you will see it. But what she knew is that there is something behind this surface. So she started individually trying to help everyone. We should probably start with this guy, but since we don't talk about Bruno, I will skip him and go directly to Luisa, Mirabel's sister. She's the strong one, not nervous, as she said. Her gift, officially, is that she's super strong. But if you think about organizations, can you think of those people, those superheroes? We all have them. All those folks who always take on calls when there's a fire around them. All those people who just know everything, just can do the most difficult bugs, and always, always, always on top. All those heroes. All those people who knows what their worth is. But the thing is that the fact that they, from my experience, very often this need for the external validation means that those people are very easy to lose their purpose as well. Because what if they cannot fix the next bug? What if they should know something even more? What if they should work even more? So those insecurities, they are there. And in Encanto, you have this song, Under the Surface. I think if you are one of them, please watch this song. Listen to it and think about it. What is the impact on you? And should you change those expectations that you might believe others have on you, but in reality, it's probably you who are putting these expectations on yourself. Next model, Isabella, the perfect one. Growing flowers everywhere. The most favorite child of Abuela, the grandmother that is ruling this family. The perfectionism in the best, in the strongest form. The song that she's singing in this movie is about she made something that was not symmetrical, not perfect, but was still beautiful. There was a lot of things said about the negative side of perfectionism. And I think if you need to read one book, you should read The Perfectly Hidden Depression. I'm mentioning Isabel here because our organizations do this today. They say we are aiming to be the greatest. We want to be the best in what we do. And it's great unless it's still inspirational. But it's also can put a lot of folks in a situation that they can never achieve their goals. And as such, they are putting in a situation of losers. So what if we were truly deeply in the moment, in the present moment? I remember when I was talking to a really wise guy who asked me about what is your job as a manager, and I said, oh, it's about reflecting on the past, what happened before, taking those learnings and think about the future. And what can we do to be better? And he said, oh, then you will be very unhappy in your life because your life is now, not in the past, not in the future. This is happening here. So for all you Fox managers, try to be present because your life is actually here and now. I need to speed up a little bit, so I will not tell the story of how Mirabel saved the family. But she did it through actually being a glue. And if you want to listen to something that explain the super important aspect of our current organizations, so-called glue work, please see this Tanya's talk from Lead Dev as well. It's about importance of this work, but also that it's unfortunately often not seen as such. And last thing I want to say about Encanto is that you remember this family full of stars, organization full of heroes, organization full of perfectionism. Mirabella is singing, but the stars don't shine, they burn. And I think we should take it as a warning. And we should maybe think that there's more in us than just a gift, just the label people put on us. But okay, you can say that, hey, this is a story for kids. What can you learn from something dedicated for 5 years old? So I want to share the last story with you folks today. It's a story about my conversation with my daughter. She's almost 5 years old right now. And I needed to tell her about the war. I need to explain to her that in the country of one of her best friends, bad people are attacking good people. Like, how can you even choose vocabulary for things like that? And she was really listening to me, and I was really, really trying. And when I told her that there are those constant attacks, like, you know what she told me? First thing she asked me is that, will those bad people come with their parents to the preschool next day? Because this is what we do in our preschool, in her words. If someone beats someone badly, next day, they need to come with a parent. It's a little bit embarrassing, but this is what you need to do. So I guess, folks, maybe you're waiting for the parents to come. And second thing, because I got really confused, I didn't know what to tell her. So the second thing she told me, and you know what, Daddy? When someone is doing something wrong in a preschool, what they teach us is that you need to say stop. You need to say stop, and you need to be very loud and say stop. And then if the person do not stop, you have to, your friends around you, they also have to say stop. And then the teachers say stop. And then it's so loud that this person has to stop. So, Daddy, is everyone saying stop now? I honestly didn't know what to tell her. And on the last ACE conference, Marcin, a colleague and a friend of mine, said that in current workplaces, we do not have enough silence. So I have no words to describe the situation, but maybe Lin-Manuel Miranda, the author of both Hamilton and Encanto, has. So I have 2 slides for you that I would love for you to see in silence and reflect on them with your emotions and with your context. So I'll not speak. Thank you for being with me, and I'm open for your questions now.
Hello, Piotr. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're overloaded with questions, but most of them are about your inspiration. And I think we all are still under a huge impression. And I don't know how it happened, but probably you foreseen the questions we've got in the chat, because we just got the questions about recommend us more books. You're doing that. Recommend us something more to get inspiration from, and then you're doing that. So I think today you managed to foresee the questions and everything. I think the most remarkable question from the chat was about the source of your inspiration for doing so, for making it all so deep, apart from maybe business strategies, approaches, frameworks, everything. So thank you so much for standing with us today, for sharing, for caring, for the insights. And this is amazing to have you as a part of this event and as a speaker today.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and
thank you for making a difference today for us. I think that's a
Thank
really nice summing up question. Thank you for making such a difference, and thank you for your emotional input today. Because apart from business, we're all human. We all live emotions. So thank you very much.
And please feel free to reach out to me. You see my LinkedIn. I will be more than happy to try to answer your questions. I know I didn't save time for Q&A, and I apologize for that. But if you reach out to me, I will try to answer the best I can.
Thank you so much. We're going to keep in touch with you. And I do believe the best is yet to come.
Thank you.
Piotr. Okay, guys, so we're taking a short break, a few minutes before introducing our next speaker. Stay tuned. We're gonna get back in a few minutes.
За тези, на които им е писнало от Legacy технологии. За тези, които си обичат Legacy технологиите. За тези, които искат готини колеги. За тези, които искат да работят по вдъхновяващ продукт. За тези, които се молят да работят от офис. И за тези, които се молят да работят от вкъщи. И дори за тези, които искат да работят в еднорог. За всички тях. И за теб. DevBG. Джобборд за IT общността.
Happy returns, everyone. We're just about to greet our next speaker, Yuriy Koziy, manager partner at Agile Drive, executive Agile coach. And Yuriy is one of the pioneers of business agility in Ukraine, going far outside of the IT domain. He left a successful career in IT to teach and coach teams in various industries, like the companies like Vodafone, like Borjomi, OTP Bank, many others. And as a managing partner for Agile, Yuriy and his fellow coaches run organizational Agile transformations in Ukraine and beyond, helping people regain meaning, purpose, and joy in complex enterprise environments. And in this talk, we're gonna discover insights and patterns from various organizations on what's going on in the C-suite these days and how it can either hinder or support your organizational agility. And what is more, we're going to hear some CEOs' confessions on agile organizations and other meaningful tips. So, Yuriy, are you with us?
I hope so.
Okay, we can't wait to hear the tips from you and
All right.
probably especially some confessions. So let's get it started.
All right. Thank you for having me. Again, a warm welcome, everyone. I hope you have already digested your lunch and are ready to pursue new knowledge. I guess you might be a little bit overwhelmed with all of the topics, but it is what it is. The conferences these days are full of knowledge, and we are craving for your attention right now. So thanks for presenting briefly what I'm going to be talking about, and Agile beyond the teams level is today's topic. So we all know how the Agile on the team level looks, at least in theory and in practice, and often these are different things, unfortunately. but what about the middle layer? Well, all the product owners and their leadership are situated, or what about the C-suite? Is there changes of behavior somehow necessary, or changes in mindset necessary for teams to run better, faster, and happier, or they're just gonna continue what they do and they are not related with the teams? So these are the things and misconceptions that I will uncover today. Yes, a few words about me. Despite I'm looking much younger than my age, so I spent around 18 years in IT and consulting combined, and I facilitated with my team around 20 or more agile transformations, and I worked with 30 plus executive teams in 8 countries, from Kazakhstan to Dubai. So here's a brief overview of my team. And we are a team of expert yet humble agile coaches. But in this moment, exactly, somebody is knocking at my door. Just give me 30 seconds to get back. Sorry. All right, things happen when we're working from home. Thank you for giving me this brief pause. So getting back to a topic, I want to start from a personal story. Yes, I will present in Miro today, so please be ready for such screen moves today. So I want to start with a personal story that I guess many of you might resonate with me. In this talk today, I would like us to have a sort of an agreement. Why do I say sort? Because I cannot hear your yes. But what I would like to ask you is, if you feel that the story I'm sharing, this one or some others, resonate with you, that you totally feel, you know how it feels because you've been through this experience, please put plus in the YouTube comment section. Or if it resonates very much, put multiple pluses. What it will give us, it will give us all together the joint feeling that we are not alone in these sometimes difficult stories in our enterprises, and feeling that if this guy could do this, I can do this too, right? So I hope we have agreed. If we agreed, please put plus in the YouTube comment section, and by the time I'll continue with my story. So I'm recalling like back in 10 years ago when I was a young project manager or Scrum Master, the border was pretty fuzzy for me back in those days. I remember this couple of projects inside of the organization. Then my boss is coming to me and she's saying, Yura, here's your new challenge. And there's a complex project, multiple locations here and there across the pond, and we run Agile here. So you better go maybe read some books or articles, what it is, and how to cope. What's your role in Scrum, for example? So okay, fine. I went on to read the books, and the more I was reading, I tried to apply something on my level of influence. That's fine, but the more deeper I went into this thing, and specifically when I got to the CSM training, the Certified Scrum Master, it was like a blast, right? It kind of structured down everything how it should work in my head. But my next thought was the following: okay, I'm doing my thing on my level. I now understand better what's expected from the Scrum Master on the team level, maybe even on stakeholder level, but I don't have impact on all of these guys above me. So this excitement quickly changed to frustration that I cannot always change behaviors of, say, 5 stakeholders who are probably acting like product owners, but no one takes charge to be one and single source of decision making, like we expect from a single product owner, right? And my tries to talk with them went fiasco, right? They just didn't want to talk with me about a single point decision making. And here I will ask you for a favor for 2 more seconds to eliminate the sounds outside of the window. So returning to my story, excitement quickly changed with the frustration. If you feel you resonate with this, there are things happening in the organization beyond my level of influence, not really agile. I mean, like conflicting priorities, misalignment, desire of certain stakeholders to put something or to push something into the team's sprint, right? Something totally unexpected and maybe not well refined. So later on, I learned how to deal with that, stakeholders, etc. And I moved to consulting, and then I hear the very similar misconceptions even these days from the C-suite. So when they have a desire to make their company, let's say, more agile, or to be able to quickly react on the market challenges, and they try to hire a consultant, and we speak with them, I hear things like, well, Yuriy, Agile is for IT, right? Or, yeah, Agile is a thing regarding team productivity, so this shouldn't really affect the top suite, right? Or we like this framework, but we don't do the change in the organizational design, and so don't touch the executive level. So I call them misconception because this is something that can be worked on with them. But the next slide shows the whole pain of the person from the middle or teams layer, right? It's a quote from a coaching session recently that I had with one of my clients. He's a chief product owner in the large enterprise, and he bravely shared, and Yuriy, after years of work in this organization, me and my teams and my fellow product managers, product owners, we sort of learned how to deal with that, let's say, chaos from the top. For example, constant changes of directions, lack of strategic alignment, etc. And I sort of got used to it, to that chaos, and I seem to be pretty effective in it. But he continues, what if we give this chaos a little structure? If our stakeholders knew maybe some prioritization techniques, knew better how to find a meaning, how to get to a single decision when we have multiple views, that would, he continues, that would give me and my teams and around me much more efficiency, productivity, and say happiness, if we could eliminate that chaos by giving it a little structure. In this topic today, I'm specifically targeting these guys that I assume the majority of our today's audience is the teams and middle layer managers, because the top level managers rarely visit Agile conferences, unfortunately. So my goal is to help you understand how things can look on top, and how can you influence this from your perspective, from the place where you are, right? So first we will speak about the company-wide Agile. Is it really possible? Then the executive board's take on that, or what the CEOs think about the business agility, in fact. And third, but not least, how can you influence it from your level where you currently are? All right. So let's start with this thing, which is, in case you don't believe me that Agile enterprise is actually quite a possible thing that kind of can happen in our industry, in our universe. I will share you not my quotes, but quotes from the big three consulting companies, which are Bain, BCG, and McKinsey. So they are typical management consultancy firms with consultants wearing suits and being so serious with their arguments, and they seem to know everything. But in the recent years, from my observation, my talks to those guys, are the following. These guys kind of start understanding agility and why it is necessary in all of the kind of transformations, business or digital transformations. And after 5 years of trying or purchasing Agile coaching companies to get better expertise and understanding, they got a feeling what's the core thing to influence when the organization wants to become more agile. So here's the first quote from the Bain and Company website, which says briefly, "A truly agile enterprise requires that the company's top officers embrace agile principles too." Right? Second one is from the Boston Consulting Group, and it says pretty much the same. So Agile requires a leadership team that is fully united, willing to look outside for inspiration, willing to really embrace radical change. Again, the focus is the top team and the senior leadership. And last but not least, quote from McKinsey website from the chapter Digital Transformations, like a top statement is, "Successful agile transformations need strong and aligned leadership from the top." Right? And I see this shift in the industry. I'm lucky to have conscious clients that are ready to start from the top and ready to embrace change, but it isn't always there. Yes, but it wasn't always there. But the next question I get from the institute, it has some maybe hidden or not hidden skepticism when they say, "But Yuriy, what do you mean that top executive team should act, think, and breathe like an agile team? Do we have to have daily stand-ups?" So I treat this to be a sort of a defensive skepticism, but after a few discussions like this, I had to come up with this picture on how I see the top team acting like an agile team, right? So basically, what are the prerequisites or characteristics of an agile team? They are all there, right? Clear mission, common goals, cross-functional collaboration, improvement, etc., right? And the last but not least, CEO is ready to act as a PO of the business. But when you think about the company you're working on, about that top business layer, how often do you see them acting like this, right? It's a rhetorical question, but the last but not least, when I'm, again, the host promised you some confessions of the CEO, and I'm recalling when I was talking about this model with one of the CEOs of the company with, I guess, 600 employees, not very big, let's say middle size enterprise. He said, when I shared agile principles and values, he said, it struck him. He said, "Well, Yuriy, when I was starting my company from 0 to 50 people, I wouldn't achieve what I have if we don't follow these things. They looked obvious to me as a business owner. But then after we started scaling and adding some more layers into our structure, something has changed." And he adds with a long sigh, like, I can surely say, he says, that today, most likely, we are not following those principles. And it gives him some hint on what he wants to change in his organization, and specifically on the top. So looking at this picture, you see the CEO probably here, I don't know, as a CEO of the business, and you see some components or characteristics of a well-functioning agile team, and you can imagine, at least partially, how can a top team look like this, not only during one day strategic offsite once per year, but rather in their daily routine. But one component is missing here. It is the Scrum Master, right? Because it's a common role for establishing many of the things that are mentioned here. For example, if the CEO is a product owner of the business, he owns the vision. He spends a lot of time with his team. He ensures they have common, transparent goals, that they are aligned in whatever format, OKR, KPI, whatever, right? But things like cross-functional collaboration, getting together or sitting together, continuous improvements, a data-driven component to decision-making, they're in fact, in normal Agile team, they are the Scrum Master responsibilities, right? And how many top teams do you know that have a Scrum Master in it? I cannot recall one even, but and probably I suggest you to treat this image as a to be state, as sort of a inspiration, right? And if you're a part of a management team, think what can you take from here as a top priority thing. But to prove that these companies exist, I've collected a few stories for you from the real world companies that have Ukrainian origin or they are situated in Ukraine. And let me share how this agility works for them, because their CEOs clearly understand that they, as the CEOs, are not the experts in the whole world in all of the topics. They honor the diversity of the team, and they realize that they need to have some other angle, maybe external angle of view, maybe from external consultant, coach, or mentor. And why I've chosen those companies, because they actually they stand out in the whole world, not only in Ukraine, as the companies with exceptional culture and with the results, right? So we start with Makpo, which are the authors of the Clean My Mac applications that I have my Mac, and I guess many of you use this tool for cleaning your Mac, actually, from unnecessary data memory, etc. So what is the Mac part of the organizational agility? They have an in-house squad of coaches, and these coaches, I'm lucky to know a few of them. They actually work not only on the team level, but they are invited by the top level, for example, to design and facilitate and reflect on the strategic session of the top leadership, right? So treat this agile coaching, or team coaching as they call it, function as a respected unit of the organization, that most of the employees know how to use their service to improve or to navigate conflicts, etc. Next one is Grammarly. So these companies, they are exceptional. They have, I guess, around 15 billion market capitalization, a great product, usability, happy customers all over the world, and investors, etc. And right now, despite their top executive team, they are relatively young in their young 40s. They are now hiring the chief of staff. So this vacancy is still open, by the way. If you feel capable, don't hesitate to apply. And from the description on the vacancy in the LinkedIn, it looks very much like a Scrum Master for the C-suite. So it contains things like the person who will be on the board, who will help us keep focused on our strategic initiatives, who will ensure cross-functional collaboration, etc., etc. So looks like, despite having a great, capable CEO from the Silicon Valley, they realize the need of us together as a board. So it's a pretty humiliating practice that I heavily respect, right? Being a great company, but still looking for ways to improve. Evo, the biggest marketplace in Ukraine from UA, so they have a chief of culture and transformations, Victor. I'm saying hello to you, and which is actually a person who is in the board and who has the internal coaches and psychotherapists reporting to him, a part of the HR function, and they do extensive agile executive coaching for top suite and especially the CEO. So companies realize that despite this image of the CEO might look like it's a person that is in charge of successes and failures, but in fact, from the standpoint of the organizational development, any CEO is the main bottleneck to the organization. So the more you invest into coaching, developing and teaching your CEO, the more opportunities you create for the growth of your business. And the last but not least, NetPeak is I would say, conglomerate of digital companies. This is actually what I know from them. They do have daily stand-ups for the C-suite. Yeah, their C-suite guys are people like us, like in their late 30s probably, but they realize the importance of having like every day 2 p.m. they spend 15 minutes for a daily stand-up to check in and check out, right? To understand how are we doing as a team? Does anyone have any difficulties? Do you need support, etc. So daily stand-ups really exist for at some teams. So after learning that, right, that top team can function like that, and they desperately need things like, especially the continuous improvement. Frankly, if the top teams would have some practices for continuous improvement, they would not need me as an agile coach. They would not need any consultant coaches. But people are people, and they're typically most focused on results, not the process. So we have what we have. So let's move to the section that I call making an impact, right? Because that's funny, Yuriy, you told us how it can work, but it might be easily implemented with help of external people, external consultants. But I am, say, if you're a Scrum Master, Agile coach, product owner, or engineering manager, whatever, you might be interested, how can you influence, how do you engage top team into to help your teams to be more satisfied at work and have more happy customers, right? So here are some practices that you might know, but I've prioritized them by the growing strength of their impact on the productivity of the top team. So the first comes the PI planning. You might know this practice when you have multiple teams developing a single product, or some teams that have dependencies on one another. It's wise to maybe once per quarter to organize a so-called program increment planning. It's a practice from SAFe framework, but you can, even if you don't use SAFe, you can use, and I highly encourage you to get together per quarter for a day or two to groom your backlogs and to find out how to manage dependencies during this quarter, right? So, and I hope that you're inviting the C-suite there. If you're doing this already, please put plus in the comment section. If you're not doing, please think of this. And if you're already doing, think gradually about the next practice, which is the QBR, so-called quarterly business review. So I found it very beneficial when the top team is gathered at least once per quarter themselves, people or 15 people, whatever. This is an average size of top teams in the enterprises. So I highly encourage them to run these events for at least one day, preferably offsite. I mean, out of the office, and to have it as a sort of a demo retro and planning. For example, to review what we have done, what we achieved as a company, of course, powered by the data, then make some retrospective on our collaboration or maybe some organizational impediments that we got from the teams. How do we solve them? And then plan for the next quarter. It might sound as an obvious practice that I believe that many product teams are doing, but as I'm looking on majority of enterprises, this quarterly quarterly get-togethers are not very common. And while I was interviewing once a head of sort of conservative function like procurement of a big enterprise, she told me, Yuriy, getting together once per quarter, I don't think it's a question for top managers. For us, once per year is fine. So I tried to disagree with some discussion, and finally we got to this quarterly rhythm of their functioning. But here and there, again and again, I hear those skeptical comments about, for example, another top team is when I encouraged them to get together for one day, they said, our longest strategic offsite for all like 10 or 15 years of us being together as a team, the longest meeting that we had was 3 hours. It's enough for us to speak about strategy 3 hours per, say, once couple of years, which is obviously not enough in a viewpoint as a consultant. So I realized they're not 2 day sessions. So we with one day, and after all, the CEO texted me, well, Yuriy, we really needed that conversation. Thank you for pushing us there. So people really need much more collaboration, much more communication. I mean, live communication, what can be considered live these days, but they need this. They need quarterly meetups. They need at least annual strategic offsites, and they need executive team coaching, which I consider to be the most strong practice, because typically the executive coach has this executive member not just cope with like hard things like hard skills like prioritization and portfolio management, etc., and goal setting, but rather we as executive coach, we look at as a personality as a whole, and more often than not we're touching topics like personal satisfaction from the job, of resourcefulness or energy at work, how personal life is connected to the professional life, and typically this practice helps them be more successful, less stressed, more focused on what's expected for them to be successful in their role. And to finish this slide, so my main point here is if you're doing point number 1, try to look how to do. I'll tell you later how to think and engage your top executive for one step further for the much more strong practice, right? And to finish this slide, I want to share a story from another group supervision, where one of the Agile coaches, enterprise Agile coaches, shared his case. So I'm not naming him or his company, and he said, well, from my role, that so much can be changed in our company, especially on top, like strategy. We might be more competitive, more ambitious. We can change here and there. Later, I tried to focus him on what he's currently doing to achieve that, and he said, well, frankly, I tried to speak to the top executives, but they're not listening to me anymore. They just say, here's our job and here's yours, which is not very collaborative, but it is what it is. So I asked him what he was doing to achieve this result, let's say. And he said, well, he reflected that mostly I was sharing the team's problems to them. And then we tried to look at his situation not from the frame of problem, but the frame of the solution. And he quickly realized that showing to my top management the problems of my teams is actually my responsibility, right? But he quickly found out that he and his team, they don't have any like strategic goals and product goals tied to that strategic goal. So he realized that being a mirror for the top executive is not just showing the team's reality, showing the team problems, but rather, for example, showing that the team is not having the product goals, for example, or metrics by the top executives will measure their success. So he came up from that supervision session with the intention to speak with the top executives about the goals, about the metrics for the team, and he looked much more exciting with that idea, rather with showing problems for the second or third time. So again, if you resonate with this story, put plus in the comment section. And with this slide, I'll try to answer the question. Okay, Yuriy, this sounds reasonable, but I don't have any allies, any friends in top executive team. So how can I influence that if I don't know many people from there, and the people I know, they're typically resistant to my ideas, right? So this model, which is called actors of change, it is widely used in political studies. It's called the movable middle, and the idea is in any team, for example, let's say board -1 and the board, you have promoters of change or promoters of some new disruptive ideas, and of course you have opponents. And if this change is not happening, which means that this system is pretty balanced. So promoters, the level of cumulative level of influence of promoters equals cumulative level of influence of opponents, and they sort of stabilize each other, and the system remains in their status quo, which is the very popular format for the top executive teams. But we also have this movable middle, right? So the movable middle, there are people that are they haven't yet decided, are they against change, or they vote for the change. So this is actually the people that you should be striving to move to the promoters tribe, let's say it, right? So how do you do this? Of course, if you're a middle level manager, you cannot do it directly, go to them and inspire whatever. But I would suggest you using the promoters that you have connection to, using them to get people from the movable middle to vote for the change. So do this maybe during lunch, maybe during some informal get-togethers, or maybe during some formal sessions, and shift the balance towards the change. And coming to the resume of my today's speech, I would like to suggest another model that you might find helpful, which is, so how do I, okay, Yuriy, fine, a few models, okay, but how do I actually make an impact? So here's a simple model: demonstrate results, build alliances, and promote stronger organizational change, or stronger practices into life. And it's in cycle, okay? So how do you read this model? So first of all, before initiating any change on the organization or on the level beyond you, I would suggest that you do demonstrate results in this level of, I would say, misalignment, whatever, chaos that you have. So because only this way you will fully understand the system, and you gain trust from the stakeholders. So because they typically trust people who demonstrate results, right? As long as you demonstrate results, I would suggest you not to get stuck in this demonstrating results in chaos. Another story from another product owner from my personal coaching experience. So a product owner sitting in front of me during the coach was pretty tired, with lack of energy, and I would assess he was close to burnout. And his case was the following: so, Yuriy, I'm demonstrating results. I'm feeling super owning a lot of problems, right? And what's specific, my issues of my teams and of some neighbor departments too. So it seems I feel like nobody in this company is owning anything, so I'm owning all of that. And of course, he took a lot of burden on his shoulders and was close to burnout, because you cannot steal responsibility from other people and make them do what they don't want to do. So he was sitting and realizing, like question by question, phrase by phrase, that he should not get stuck in this mode, and he should be more brave to say no, to misaligned requests, to say no to owning responsibility for someone else. And it was eye-opening for him, because he said, I've been doing this for my whole career, doing some good things, instead of the other people, right? And stealing responsibilities from them, and that actually undermines my personal performance and my satisfaction in job and life satisfaction. So I would rather move from point one to point two, build alliances with either internal staff that have enough power and influence to change things, for example, initiate QBR sessions on a regular basis, or build alliance with external coach who help me persuade my top management to drive some more helpful practices, agile practices on the top level. So as you build alliances, I mean, with these guys, with promoters of change, you can move to the point number 3: promote stronger organizational-wide agile practices, which are these practices, right? So and think of it as a continuous cycle. For example, if you reach the consensus in the top team that they are ready to try strategic offsites annually to align on strategic goals, then you can work with that or help them organize that, and then move to maybe more strong practice, suggesting them to work with a mentor or external coach. So after this cycle, I would like to show you the following slide, was when we are approaching the end of the presentation. So during this conference, you will hear a lot of inspiring things, and I would like you to return home, to return to your organizations, and look on them with the eyes of a newcomer leader, like this Harry Potter is reading the important letter from Hogwarts. So I would like you to forget the saying, we've always been doing like this. So I'd like you to be the challenger, to think, how can I challenge things that don't seem productive for me, for my teams, for my boss, for my stakeholders, right? And be enough brave to speak up and to challenge those guys, because they like to be challenged. They like challenges. But be aware to present it correctly, not in the form of problem, but rather with the form of a challenge or a goal, etc. So before we wrap up, I want you to use the comment section on the YouTube and write maybe briefly your key takeaway today. I think I'm open for your questions. Thank you, and I appreciate if you find me on LinkedIn, if you have any issues that you'd like to discuss and to bounce ideas with someone, you can ping me. We can find a slot, and I will help you find a solution. So thanks, organizers, for having me here. I'm open for questions.
Okay. Yuriy, thank you very much. This is such an energetic speech. I think we're going to give a few minutes to the rest of the questions. Okay,
yeah, sure.
You're back. So we've got the first question here. How would you engage the product team to verify the hypothesis without coding?
I'm struggling to connect this question to my speech because
Okay,
I wasn't saying
we're trying to
anything.
distract you from the main topic. Okay, well, that's just a question from the speakers. Let's give them time. Maybe they want to paraphrase. But okay, let's switch to the next one. I think all the viewers really interested in your personal experience, right? And because the motivation can be different, every person differs. So, what is your main motivation? Just a few words.
Again, a personal story. So I remember my first coaching session as a client. So I went to a coach, and I was, I don't know how many of you have this experience in your biography, but it was mind blowing. A person really not really knowing my case, just giving questions, a lot of insights, and desire to go and fix them. Recalling my initial request was I want to become the CEO of the huge company that I'm working in order to be able to influence processes, etc., etc. But of course, a good coach is verifying your request and help you find the real underlying needs in this. And later, after the session, I asked her. Her name is Alla. I asked her, so you do coaching for a living? You do trainings? Is it a viable business model? Whatever. And she said, well, Yuriy, to be honest, it's the worst business model that could ever exist. I said, why? She said, first of all, I have to be always improving myself and doing all inspiring talks and travel around the country and beyond to inspire other people. But at all of that, I need some partners around me. I need some team. I need some fellow coaches to have this feeling of support, continuous, constant learning from each other, etc. And she said, my experience is that I'm taking a new coach. I'm working with him or her. They learn from me and then they go from me. They leave me. And I have to start from scratch, and which means my business model is not that really scalable, right? And I remember this conversation. It was another wow moment. So such a and she is a successful, maybe one of the most successful executive coaches here in Ukraine, and she still cannot find this working business model that allows her somehow to go to the pension and do nothing, So I took it as a challenge, and I put this idea into my personal, say, backlog, maybe somewhere on the bottom of my backlog, and then just gave it a thought. And in a few years, I left the IT company to start a similar company, the training, coaching, and consulting. And I must admit that it's a pretty tough business model to scale, but it is the challenge that is motivating me to go beyond, to find new clients, to do successful projects with them.
Okay, thank you. Yuriy, let's expand a bit. We've heard already about this coach you've met, the person who basically made you aware of the business model itself.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone who you could call agile guru? Like who do you follow to get more knowledge, more motivation? Maybe you can provide us with a list of names or anything which our viewers would like to follow.
Yeah, so I'm eating my own dog food. Means if I'm encouraging my clients to work with coaches, every coach needs a coach, right? So I have multiple mentor coaches in Ukraine and beyond. So Alla that I mentioned, Alla Zadniprovska, she's an executive coach. She's my mentor in actually the executive coaching. Natalia Trenina, she's my, I would say, first teacher and then business partner later. She was the trainer for that Scrum Master training that I attended some 8 years ago or something. And she's influential business leadership thinker in Ukraine. I have a mentor in the United States. Her name is Sherry Silas. She written a very exciting book on enterprise agile coaching. I have a mentor in Czech Republic, in Switzerland. So, I consider this to be a really quick way of learning and progressing, having some more experienced person on your side, ready to on the phone call distance to help you solve your ongoing issues, because this job is psychologically really tough to work with C-level and they're to encourage them for the changes that they are very inclined to make. It's a psychologically tough job. That's why I try not to work 5 days a week, but it's still an ongoing challenge.
And you're still working 9, right? You're trying to work less than 7, and you work 9.
No way. So yeah, I'm pretty organized. I work 10 to 6 on the work days only, and I allow myself some 1 or 2 hours of reflection on the weekend, and that's it. But these hours are really intense.
If we're talking about your personal experience, because we have very different questions related to cases and related to your experience, probably let's take one more about your personal experience. So how much time it took you to get from, starting point to where you are now? We do understand that's probably an endless way of development, of improving yourself, but still.
So I took my first coaching. I took my CSM class 8 years ago, and I think it started a conscious agile coaching journey that I'm still on. I took my coaching education, which is I think 3 or 4 months, a few modules, typical starting point for coaches in 2016, which is 6 years ago. And I left the IT business and moved to agile coaching in 2016 too. So you can consider this to be 6 years, but I think there's one more important glance to my career is that I'm an entrepreneurial type of a person. So before Agile Drive, I had around 6 startups. Either it's a venture startup with a venture capital, or it's a musical band with all of the festivals running, album recording, etc. So I had that kind of leadership entrepreneurial experience since I think maybe like 20 years ago, I would say, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a very and it's actually what inspires me in this agile coaching community, that most of the people have been working in the enterprises, but then they found this call of passion, and they can have like musical background or artistic background, sports background, and then they mix all together and become really exciting agile coaches for their clients.
That's how true calling can change your life, right? Make transformation.
Yes, you have to be out of this world somehow to lead career these days, right?
Okay, yeah,
Well, most
definitely.
people.
Yuri, we've got really nice question, but probably I assume that's a practical case, right? So, what would be the motivation for middle management to drive the changes if the C level is unaligned? Like, for what reason they should make the revolution? Like, either make a revolution, climb the wall, right, or to act as guerrillas, partisans inside the company. What are
Well,
possible solutions here?
there's even another strategy is to comply and keep the status quo. So as I like to repeat, whenever you are stuck in the difficult situation, you always have at least 3 choices, right? Love it, change it, or leave it. So if you don't see any motivation to change anything beyond you, you can either love it, keep the status quo, or you can leave and find some passion to change processes in the other company. But speaking of people who choose change as their own main driver, these might be different. One motivation might be, if I change something for good on the organizational level, I might become more visible for guys on top and more likely to enter their suit, right? So I would say career might be one of the motivations. Another motivator that I've seen in such people, they are just true change makers in the probably one of their internal values is challenge or change, and they just cannot sit tight when they see something goes wrong, and they realize. I heard it from one enterprise agile coaches. She says, Yuri, I know that my typical life cycle in the enterprise is one, maybe maximum 1.5 years, because I really go and kick this, and they start hating me. They change, but they make my life difficult, and I have to leave, right? And she left, by the way, recently from her recent job. So these are the people they like the challenge. They like to be kicked off. They are fine with that. They are motivated by the results of the change. Money, I think so. So typically, when people in larger organizations are motivated by money, they choose more of a stable, more rational path of career building, like step by step, title by title. While changers are, I like to characterize them are the people who are taking the fire ladder, which is more risky, but potentially more rewarding and definitely less crowded, right? So it was my main motivation. So again, whenever it has more risk, it's always less crowded. So if you are naturally by this path, we'll choose it. I'm answering the question right, or maybe the author can give some
That's
more
up to
details.
you. I don't think there's right or wrong answers. I think you may just, clarify the path, and definitely I will be more. I will be. I'll take some time to think about less crowded spaces in my life as well. Thank you.
So dear
Uh,
Intellias, if you
Sorry.
leave the company, Intellias, please don't. If you leave the company, Intellias, please don't blame me.
Well, what can I say, Yuriy? There's only one thing that I can say. Correct me if I'm wrong, but happy birthday.
Yes, yesterday was my birthday. Thank you very much.
Yuri, happy belated birthday, right? We're grateful you're celebrating this with us during the event. That was a pleasure having you today, and we hope to keep in touch with you and to learn from you more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Best
See
of
ya.
luck. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we're gonna get back in a few minutes with the following speaker. Hope you take your time to breathe out a bit to get ready for the next round. See you soon.
Hi everyone, we are so happy having you here all back, and we are so excited to introduce our next speaker. So Kate Hobler, please welcome. Charismatic mentor, coach, and trainer, Kate is about to take us on a journey that shows us how leaders evolve and help their people to maximize the outcomes. Kate, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks for such an amazing introduction. Welcome, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. And I hope that I'm going to tell you something that is going to broaden your horizons, is going to give you some extra knowledge, maybe understanding, and you will be able to apply some of it in practice. So what I will be talking about today is why growing a clone army is actually a bad idea. You might know it from Star Wars, and you might know it from, lots of actually science fiction authors do apply something like this, so that we do have a huge number of clones, huge number of people who are the same or look the same or act in the same way. Is it a utopian or dystopian future? Let's talk about this. But first, let me introduce myself for a little bit. Hi, I'm Kate Hobler, and I am working with organizations, helping them change for, I'm closing to 13 years now, so there will be some lucky time when I hit 13. And I have seen a lot of organizations in that time. The smallest I have ever worked with was just a 4-people little startup. Then the largest that I have encountered was over 120,000 people all around the globe. And that was a very interesting situation because there was also an ethics conflict in there. And looking at all of those companies, I have noticed some problems, actually. Some problems in how companies are managed, how they are changing, and what the approach for change is. So from today's talk, you are going to learn why companies choose to pursue clone armies. So why do they choose to unify as much as possible? Second is what are actually value systems and why they matter, because value systems are very closely related to culture. And if you have been on my Agile with Ukraine talk, you will see something very similar that I have been talking about there, but it's going to be extended in here. And last but not least, how to put it into practice. So let's go. Long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, a war broke out. There have been actually 2 grand armies that have been clashed, or actually have clashed against each other. And they have some peculiar uniformity to them. One of them was the army of clones. There was this guy called Jango Fett, and then he was cloned into somewhere close, I believe, over 3 million units that were exact genetical copies of that person. And that army has been fighting with another peculiarly uniform army, which was the army of androids. So the question is, which one is better, an army of clones or an army of androids? Both have some advantages. So they are actually quite easy to manage. There is just one training program. Actually, in the Android army, it's installed into the heads or torsos, or I don't really know where the processor is in those androids, but they are installed into those creatures, should I call them that, into those robots. And when they just go outside, they know what to do. With a clone army is almost as simple because they are exactly the same people. So one solution fits all. It's easy to produce. There's one training program. There's very simple management because you manage these people in exactly the same way because they are exactly the same person. And so they see, it seems as if they have tons of advantages. So why do we first see attempts of building that in real life, and why actually are those failing? Also, what's interesting about those armies is that they appear kind of stupid. Because if one trooper does something, then the other is going to do exactly the same. And if an enemy comes up with a different strategy, they fail. Same with the androids. Yeah? So if an enemy comes up with a new strategy, they just fail. So there is some inherent stupidity to those kinds of organizations, yeah? Just like those clone armies. And, above all, they have this weird susceptibility to young men with mutant frog masters. And so is it actually a good idea? So let's move this from the world of Star Wars to our everyday world. And let's think about a situation where an organization wants to change. So an organization wants to undergo some digital transformation because that's the fashionable word to name it right now. There's probably something new coming up. It used to be called an agile change, or it used to be called just a change into agility. It used to be called a lean change. It's actually the same. The same thing. It's basically this need for being able to be as good as the industry leaders or as the market leaders. So let's take an average leader. Let's just do Scrum. Yeah, this is actually probably a great idea because why not? Scrum is the most popular in the world, and everybody's doing that, or at least they claim that they're doing that. And so yeah, Scrum is going to be great. But because I have learned as a manager that Scrum needs some kind of change, some kind of organizational change or cultural change, I am going to also do that. So, all right, let's take it to the board meeting and talk about it. So the board says, yeah, great. We have this culture right now and we need to change it to something different because that different is going to support Scrum, and the one that we have right now, it does not support it in such a way. So yeah, this is a great idea. So let's bring a model in because we need to visualize it somehow because, visualization is part of agility and visualization is part of Scrum. Okay, so let's use one of the tools. And just a big remark, the tool is not bad. It's actually a pretty good tool. but let's take a look at how it's used in a lot of situations. Some of you might already know this particular some of you might already know this particular framework. It's called the Competing Values Framework. It's actually a pretty good tool for assessing an organizational culture. So it does kind of span the organizational culture on two axes. One is flexible versus focused. So how easy it is for us to change our direction, or how easy it is to change what we're doing, or focused, so that we're focusing on something and we're actually driving towards that thing, and changing directions is not really something that we want to do. Yeah? So the flexible ones are in the top and the focused ones are on the bottom. And then the horizontal axis is internal versus external. Are we concentrating more on what's happening inside of our company, or are we actually focusing on stuff that's outside of the company? Usually outside of the company, so the external focus is a focus on our customers, on our users, and on our stakeholders, maybe even shareholders. And internal is more focused on our internal structure, on how we do things, how we collaborate with each other. That's the internal focus. So out of these two axes, 4 areas come into play. So starting from the red one, there is the hierarchy. There's control. So there are organizations, there are cultures that are focused on control. Those are those, let's say, stereotypical armies. So how the armies are organized. So there is just a leader, or actually a commander that is in control, and that commander tells the tells the army people to do something. Yeah, and obeying to the rules is the most important thing, because in hierarchy we do things right. We have policies, we have rules, and rules are not supposed to be broken. Yeah, that's the hierarchy. Then if we go up to the clan, that's a little different. It's still internal, so it's still focusing on something that's inside, but it's a collaboration thing. So we're way more flexible. We're less focused, we're more flexible. So we want to work in teams, we want to do things together. So the clan is the collaboration culture. Then let's go into green one. The green is the creation culture. It's so-called adhocracy because it changes the direction a lot. This is what is usually visible in startups. This is something that's visible in companies with a purpose. So we want to do things first, and we want to be able to change direction as fast as possible. So we're creating new things. Yeah, so that's pure creation. If we go down to the blue one, that's the market. That's the compete. So let's do things fast. So we want to be fast to deliver results. We want to be fast to capture the market. Yeah, that's it. So the market structure is a little bit like a rat race, but it doesn't have to be negative. But it's something that we want to capture as the first ones. Yeah, so we want to be really fast in production. And in this, if we look at this particular model, what we see is that Scrum, if that's the decision a company makes, Scrum is supported mainly by the yellow one, so the clan one. Yeah, so we have that collaboration, or at least that's what's generally regarded as true. So if we currently have hierarchy, so we are somewhere in that bottom dark circle area, we need to move up to the clan. Yeah? So let's move from this to this, and possibly this is the drawing that you can see in the boardroom when they're saying, yes, let's move into Scrum, let's create a clan culture, and everything is going to be perfect. Because right now, there is a success. The culture is just perfectly changed, and our whole company is going to be in a clan culture, and everybody is going to be happy, and there are going to be rainbows and fluffy bunnies and flowers and stuff. And So the question is, do we actually end up with a clone army in that situation? Is everybody going to be collaborating? Is everybody going to be yellow? So is everybody going to be working together in an organization, in teams? Maybe. It is possible. But if we're talking about large organizations, how on earth are you going to find so many identical or close to identical people on the market? Especially in IT right now, we're really struggling to find specialists, or actually any type of specialists. What we're doing right now is actually we're kind of sucking the market dry. We're getting people with no experience, and that we need to invest a lot in order to get some actually good results. So how on earth are you planning to do that? How are you going to find all people who prefer that kind of yellow collaborative culture? The problem is that it all comes from thinking that is already very much outdated, because it comes from the 18th and 19th century thinking. Because during the Industrial Revolution, a lot has happened. We have moved away from craftspeople, and we have moved into factories. We have moved into line work. We have moved into using our skills to perform repeatable tasks so that the outcome is going to be uniform every single time, because that's what production is all about. That's what factory production is all about. It's not manufacturing anymore. It's actually semi-automated production, or at least that's what it was in 19th century. That improvements in machinery, that improvements in making sure that what we produce is consistent, actually revolutionized even the whole earth. Yeah, that's where it all started. The thing is that, and they did have clone armies, because they did get people who were very similar to each other, but it was because that work was repeatable and non-creative. If there was creative work, if there were engineers were managed in a completely different way. Engineers rarely actually worked directly with people operating on the factory floors. They were kind of separated, and they were doing something completely different. So inside of organizations like this, inside of factories, there actually were clone armies, and it worked because it does work for repeatable work. But 19th century, end of 18th and 19th century was pretty long ago. There was even the 20th century on the way. And right now, the repeatable tasks look like this. Because repeatable work is automatable. So even at McDonald's, instead of people taking your orders, you have kiosks. And on a factory floor, instead of workers, you have robotic arms. In IT, instead of people actually putting in data, you have automatons that do it for you. You even have automatic generation of pictures after you write down what you would like to have. Yeah? So even basic art is automatable right now. So if we cannot have, or we shouldn't have, clone armies anymore, because it's an outdated concept, and it's actually impossible to collect an army of clones, because maybe it's that cloning techniques are not advanced enough. Is actually diversity better? Is it a better thing? Is it objectively something that's easier or actually produces better results? Because diversity is actually very hard to manage because you have to individually approach every single person. And it requires tons of individual approach. It requires leaders who are aware of all of this stuff. It requires diversity in the place where you are actually working. And on top of that, diversity is actually very, very error prone. Just like this little guy. It creates problems because some people start wanting something different. Some people, if you cannot change an organization, then change an organization. That's what Flynn did, right? Yeah. So if it's so hard to manage, so actually, how can you do that? Because actually diversity has advantages. Because with diversity, you can accomplish multiple things at the same time if you allow for diversity in an organization. And I'm not even only talking about the diversity that just is kind of peeking out the window because it's Pride Month, but we're talking about diversity in lots of other things. So let's look at some basis for diversity. So why is diversity even needed in an organization? And that's because every single organization that I have ever seen, maybe there are ones that don't have it, but the ones that I have seen all had it, have more than one type of problem that they need to solve. Some of you might already know this one because it's Cynefin by Dave Snowden. Actually, it's adapted from Cynefin by Dave Snowden because it's not one-to-one. It's a framework. Again, there's lots of frameworks actually, but they do make sense. So why not? Just like with lots of frameworks are also depicted as an iceberg because it just makes sense in lots of cases. So there are actually Dave Snowden says that there's 4 or actually 5 areas or actually 5 types of problems one might encounter. The first type of problem is the clear problem, so the green one here. And the clear problem is a problem where the majority is known. So if we know a lot or we can predict a lot, that's a clear problem. So for example, oh yeah, I know. That's the easiest possible example, and I'm going to demonstrate it to you. I have a bottle of water, and I have a glass. My glass is half full, but yeah, I'm an optimist. And if I'm pouring water into a glass, that would be a clear problem. Not only because the glass is clear and I can see everything through it, but it's part of it. Also, the fact that I can monitor the level of water and I can monitor the stream at all times, and this is visible. That makes it known. Yeah? There's always a tidbit of an unknown, and in this case, it's that okay, I'm sitting down at my desk. There's nobody else. Actually the door is closed. So the chance that somebody comes in and bumps into me so that I'm going to spill my water is pretty slim, but there is some. So there's always that little bit of unknown. And maybe my hand would be tired and my muscles or my tendons don't manage, and I'm going to pour or over pour the water into a glass. So there's always something that can go wrong, but with clear problems, not that much will go wrong. Yeah, the probability is quite slim. So those are clear problems where everything or almost everything is known. Then we go into, excuse me, something more complex. So next one is complicated. In the complicated domain, there is still more known than unknown, but we're kind of approaching evening out. Yeah, so there is still more than we can know than unknown, but there is definitely that unknown part is much bigger than in a clear one. An example of a complicated thing is actually building a building or a house or something like this, building a structure. So you have the plans, you have the blueprint, and you're just supposed to build it. It appears clear, but it's not, because it is people who are doing the building. It is the machines that you need to book. It is the weather that you cannot predict. You don't know if there's going to be a flood or a twister or something like this. So it is complicated. There is a lot of unknowns, but still there is more known than unknown. So some let's say certainty is still available. So that's complicated. And next one is complex. The complex domain is where there is less known than unknown. So the majority is unknown, less is known. This is basically operating on the market. So if you have a company, you can know what's inside of the company, but outside, how your users are going to react to what you put out, you don't know. Even Coca-Cola has had a huge mess up because of that. And if you know the history of the new Coke, then you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I recommend, because it's a beautiful story, how Coke being, actually Coca-Cola being the most loved beverage in the world, actually almost flopped, because they wanted to change the recipe. And what's interesting is that recipe was very much liked, especially in blind tests, but it never made it. And it has been retracted after, I believe, something close to 70 days after it has been launched. So complex, you don't know how the market is going to react. That's the complex domain. Oh, and also in complex domain, there's a lot of medicine, because you don't know exactly how your patient is going to react, because, or especially in surgeries, so there's some known, but until you open that patient up, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, you can run all of the tests in the world, but you might run out of patient to sample. Last but not least, chaotic, or actually, it's not really last, but bear with me. Chaotic is a situation where there's very little known and the majority is unknown. So those are, in general, situations of emergency. So chaotic or emergency. So let's say that we have a situation in an area. We know that there has been 2 explosions, and it's an underground. Let's say it's an underground station. It's a metro station. So there has been 2 explosions, there is smoke, and we estimate there's about 1,000 people in there. What happened? We don't know. All we know that there's about 1,000 people, 2 trains, and smoke and 2 explosions were audible. That's it. What's happening? We can get there and learn about this, but while solving the problem, because it's almost impossible to know more. The last part is actually the white part. The aporia or confusion situation, it's the situation where you cannot assess which other area are you in. So if you are unable to say whether it's a complicated or a chaotic or a clear or complex, then you're in the aporia or confusion. Eventually, usually it does clear out, but you are in that situation for some time. So how can you address what you do in those situations? So in the clear, what you do, actually leadership role in clear is commanding, because it's a very simple task. It's just like in that 19th century industrial revolution. If you have a clear task, there's lots of knowns, very little unknowns, you just command. It's that simple. Yeah? It's actually the simplest way of managing people and situations. You just command and say what to do. That's it. Simple as that. With complicated, it becomes a little more fidgety, let's say. And you need to manage in groups. So you need to find a group that is going to solve a problem, do some thinking on their own, and you still, as a leader, have usually the final say, but they do the majority of the work. Yeah? But you are involved in that work. That's the complicated. Then with complex, it's the self-managing teams, or at least self-organizing teams. So those are groups who are supposed to fill that or solve that situation on their own. If you imagine a group of surgeons, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, this is a self-managing team. The chaotic one is something that's led by charisma, and by charisma I mean it's that natural leadership. So with chaotic situation, a leader has to be able to be very flexible and has to be trustworthy. And in chaotic situations, you need to have a group or a team or a set of people that is able to work like this. So we need a charismatic leader that others are able to trust in order to solve situations in chaotic, or actually problems in chaotic situations. So it's actually up to leaders yet once again, because they have to assess what type of problem they lead. And if they assess that they just lead one type of problem, that's probably false, unless they just lead a small thing. You know? They just lead maybe 2-3 people who have very, very specific needs. There's a very specific situation. So when leaders assess what type of problem they lead, they can also adjust the type of culture that they need for solving this. So I'm actually going to show you a set of data from a real company that's where we have diagnosed and we have worked with them on their own culture and their needs and their problems that they were having. So, and I'm going to show you the different cultural approaches in different areas of the company. But before that, I'm going to show you how to read those charts. So you might remember the competing values framework that I have showed you a little earlier. This is actually it. So let me show you how to read this. This chart here. This chart has those 4 cultures. So it does have the clan, adhocracy, market, and hierarchy. As you can see, this is actually a total from a company, from one company. So this is all of the outcomes that are just put into one one chart. As you can see, there are actually 2 charts on there. First one is the current. So in the research that leads up to this chart, people are asked how they assess the culture right now and what they would like to have. So what would they expect their perfect culture to be? And if you see here, some of those the culture actually consists of all 4 of those. So we don't have a culture that says, hey, we are a clan culture, or we are an adhocracy culture, or we are a hierarchy culture. We're actually a mix of all of them, because there is a little bit of hierarchy, a little bit of market, a little bit of adhocracy, and a little bit of clan. So in a situation like this, the current culture, as you can see, is the blue line. That's the current culture. And that's how it is assessed by, there was about 20% of people from that organization. That's actually a representative number for the research that we have been doing. We have some mathematicians on board that are able to calculate that, and know the p-values and stuff. Let's wave to all the statisticians out there. And the orange one is the one how they expect that, or how their wishful culture is looking. As you can see, there are in some areas there are some larger differences. In some areas there are smaller differences. What we look at is not exactly the shape of that area, but the differences. So if there is a under 5 points of a difference, that's a small difference. That's usually a difference that we can overlook. So if we look at autocracy, is current is 25 and expected is 26, that's basically on point. Yeah. So if it comes to the autocracy, how much do they want in there? That's basically the same. But if we look at the market, if we have 15 to 24, it's actually a noticeable difference. It's almost a large difference, because it's 9 points. That's a lot in the scale of the whole company. As you can see, they want the employees of the company want less market than they have right now. So they want less of that. Less of that rat race. If it comes to hierarchy, they also want less, but not that much. Yeah, there's actually there's only 3 points difference, so there's a little less hierarchy that they want. But if it comes to clan, oh boy, we want way more clan. There's 32 up to 41. That's almost 10 points difference again. So this is a pretty big difference in here. So basically, the perfect culture is going to be with more clan, less hierarchy, less market, and basically the same autocracy. But what we're looking into right now is actually quite misleading, because it's a total for the whole company. And what we're doing right now here is we're actually looking at the company as if it were a clone army, because we have only one outcome for the whole company. And this is the assessment. This assessment is usually performed in this way. So there is a board of directors, and then they're given, hey, this is the outcome of our OKAI competing values assessment. So our perfect culture has to be more clan, less market, and less hierarchy. And the board of directors says, yay, let's do this. Let's start moving the culture. But let's take a look at what's inside there. Let's crack it open and let's see what actually people said in different departments or in different areas, where actually different people said different things. So let's take a closer look. Those are the preferred and current cultures of 3 departments. There's brand design, finance, and legal. As you can see, brand design is pretty different from the rest of the company. And finance is even more different. And legal is actually very, very different. Legal is very happy with what they have. Finance is extremely unhappy with what they have. And the brand design wants to tweak stuff up. Yeah, but it's not that bad. And this is the same company. It's a company of a size of 400 people, and those are the differences inside of the company. It's total of each and every part of the company. But let's take a closer look. If we look at another area of the company, that's product. So that's actually product management in that company. They have a separate part. As you can see, management perceives the same situation very differently from specialists inside of the same situation. So the specialists are actually pretty happy. And management not only assesses the culture very differently. You can look at the shape of the orange area on the left and of the green area on the right. This is the difference on how the management perceives the situation versus how the specialists perceive the situation. Is very, very different. Management thinks that there is way more hierarchy and way more especially way more hierarchy and way less clan that the specialists do. The specialists see it very differently. So this is a very interesting point of data at looking at how, if that leadership for this particular part of the organization is actually leading those people, the specialists, in the right direction. Or maybe it's the specialists that they have a different view, and why is it? Those are the things we need to assess. And conscious leaders will be able to work with that. So conscious leaders would be able to either adjust their own views and where they are leading that organization, or they are going to make some changes inside of that organization. Another example, still the same company. We have specialists and functionals in service A because there are multiple services within that company. And it's, again, service A is the same organization. It was actually an organization of only about 25 people. So it's a very small organization. But still, the specialists in service A have much different view of what the functionals. By functionals, we mean project managers and product owners and scrum masters. So people who are not specialists in the area, but they have a specific function that is not the management itself. So those are functionals. So the functionals in here are pretty happy compared to specialists in the same area. And so again, this is a data point for the leaders where they can differentiate, because maybe it's the functionals that need something different than the specialists. And who is right? Who is assessing that culture that is going to support our people better? Yeah, who is correct? Maybe nobody is correct. Yeah, so there's definitely work to do. And the last situation is where we have, this is the legal department. We have specialists in the legal who are happy as clams, and the management who is, they are assessing the expected culture similarly to what the specialists assess, but the current culture is a little off. Yeah, so that's pretty different. So again, are here the specialists in the legal department correct? Do they assess the culture that they need to do their job right correctly? Is the management wrong? Or maybe they're both wrong, or maybe actually they're both right, because the truth lays somewhere in the middle. Again, this is something to be assessed. This is something we need to dive deeper in there. Yeah? And why am I showing it to you? I am showing it to you because I am a fan of assessing organizations on a department level, or even smaller, in a team level. Because without that, you will not get a proper view of the whole organization. Because inside of one organization, even if it wants to adopt agility, if it wants to adopt Scrum, there are going to be places where there are different cultures needed. And they have to be managed differently. There has to be variety, there has to be diversity in order to be able to operate in all of the domains. So with a complicated domain, there's usually a little more hierarchy than in a complex or chaotic domain. If we have first line of customer support, they are definitely going to be chaotic. they will have to have culture that is able to support that type of chaotic work that they have themselves. So they will probably be way more adhocratic and more market oriented than others. In legal, on the other side, the law, that's not a very good idea because the law in Poland changes right now, like almost every day. But let's assume we are in a civilized country and the law does not change as much. The legal would probably be pretty happy having lots of hierarchy and lots of clan because there is not that much of a change. And it is on possibly the clear and the complicated side rather than complex and chaotic side. Yeah? So the culture has to be adjusted to the task at hand. And the leader has to adjust themselves and their way of leading to the task at hand and to the culture. Otherwise, there are going to be conflicts. There are going to be clashes. People are not going to understand each other. Yeah? So every single organization is going to be very variable, very different. So I wanted to show you one more thing if it comes to the variability inside of an organization. And that's one of my favorite tools for helping to understand an organization, helping to understand a person, and helping to understand the tasks and the environment that I am currently working with. And it's something that's called the spiral dynamics. The spiral dynamics is, I know that some of you listening are familiar with it. And the spiral dynamics is, it's a framework, actually. It's a model that shows how value systems evolve in people. And why is it important? Because if we have a situation like, let's say here, we have the specialists in that service A and we have functionals in service A. Especially with the specialists, there is a huge difference between the expected result and the current result. And how do we lead people from that green one into the blue one? Because apparently they need it. How do we change that? And we can use spiral dynamics to navigate change in an organization. Actually, this model, the competing values model, is pretty compatible with the spiral dynamics because if we take 4 pieces of the spiral dynamics, they almost perfectly fit into this model. And this is actually a pretty common situation because if there are models that are created based on reality, and if researchers are using similar data points and similar groups to construct their models, they will be compatible. So you can find it almost everywhere, almost everywhere that you read one model, you read another model, and it appears like, hey, it's actually very similar. It's almost the same. How come? It's because it has been observed on the similar situations. Yeah? So don't be alarmed that these models are compatible with each other. They're not exactly one-to-one. There are differences, but they are pretty compatible. And for the need of assessing how an organization is supposed to change, it's okay to use both of them and kind of interchange them. So what actually is spiral dynamics? So spiral dynamics shows how people, or actually how our preferences for what is wrong and what is right and what is good and what is bad has actually evolved. So I'm going to quickly show you the stages of the spiral dynamics, and then I will show you how to possibly use it in practice. So the most primitive, actually, value system is something called beige. And a little remark, the creators of spiral dynamics, they have used that kind of color coding. And then you are possibly familiar with teal companies, or teal cultures. And Frederic Laloux, who is the person who actually came up with the teal culture, he actually based his work on spiral dynamics. Yeah, so spiral dynamics is a little, let's say, bigger. It's more detailed than the teal companies or teal cultures from Frederic Laloux, but they're virtually the same thing. Yeah. And by the way, spiral dynamics books are really, really hard to read. They are not constructed well. But Frederic Laloux and his book about the teal cultures is a blast. So I recommend reading it to anybody. So a beige culture is a culture where you want to survive. So you can, if you have ever watched The Revenant or I Am Legend, this is the situation. So I care for my own survival because my environment needs that. So my environment is scary and my environment wants to kill me, basically. That's why the beige value system is important there. Yeah, because we live in that kind of world. Another value system is actually because so suddenly in the history of humanity, I am not a single lone wolf anymore in the very hostile world. I actually have a group or a family. And in that family, we progress into violet. In the violet value system, we care for our family, we care for our clan, we care for our group, and we go against, again, that hostile world that we don't understand, but it's not singular anymore. It's a group effort. Yeah? After some time, that one family is not enough, especially for some. So what we do is we start using force to get groups bigger. So that's the red value system. Red value system is where I am strong, I am able to gather a group, and I am able to make them strong as well. And that group is going to, along with me, the leader, we are going to conquer something. Yeah, so Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad, those are the great examples of the red value system. Again, pay attention that it's the environment, it's the situation that creates that value system. It's not that it just pops up just like that. Yeah? In a red value system, it's the problem with red value system is that my power is just as big as my strength. So after some time, we started evolving rules and regulations. And this gets us over to the blue value system. And blue value system is the hierarchical system. So it's the situation where the rules are the most important. We came up with rules and we are working on it together. That's where institutionalization came in. That's where kingdoms and all of the nobilities have been established. So this is a situation with a blue hierarchical value system. But that blue hierarchical value system, it was very powerful, especially for people who were not very educated. When they started, when education, when skills started being important, there actually has been a change. And from blue, we have moved into orange. And orange is a value system where what I know, what I can, or what I have is valuable. So, for example, if I am a specialist, or if I can fight well, and if I have a lot of money, this is in an orange system. I am going to be regarded as somebody who is good or respected. Yeah. So, in orange value system is supported by capitalism a lot, but also by the dictate of skills. So if I am a great specialist, I'm going to be regarded in the orange value system. But the orange value system is very lonely. So because it's only me and my skills, me and my money. So the next one is green. The green is where we move into being a team, because in a team we can achieve way more than individually. That's where we can see in all of the hero situations where we have that hero on the field, but we also have the team that is helping them from the sides. We have that, usually that geek, usually that person who is able to find out information, the spy or somebody like this, and we have the main hero, but still they operate as a team. So you will be able to see it in The Flash, you will be able to see it in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Please just watch the animation of the live action movie. And the A-team for the older audience. Sorry. But the green is something where we work in an organization, in a team, but then we move into, we start realizing that, okay, there is a team, but we operate in an environment. So we are part of a larger, ecosystem, and that's where we go into yellow. And yellow is that value system that has been dubbed by Frederic Laloux a teal one. Yeah, so in Spiral Dynamics it's yellow, but Frederic Laloux says that it's the teal one. And you can see it in Kung Fu Panda in Master Oogway's teaching, so I recommend that. You can also find it in K-Pax. I do recommend the book a little more than the movie, but the movie is actually also pretty good. And past yellow is somewhere where we are an evolved humans. And you can find those evolved humans in Star Trek or The Speaker for the Dead. Not necessarily in only The Next Generation, but there is more to Star Trek than just The Next Generation. So those are the situations where we see that evolved humanity. Yeah, so something that we're not there yet. Yeah, there are already organizations that do something like this, but we're not there yet. And what's important is that when a leader leads consciously, they are not going to jump too much when leading their organization into change. They are going to give those organizations little nudges so that they can go and evolve in the right direction. Conscious leaders are not going to drag their people along from a red system all the way into the turquoise. But a conscious leader is going to show, hey, we are in a red system right now. So we are kind of that very brutal environment. So if we are a brutal environment, let's move one step forward into the blue. From the brutal environment, let's move into hierarchy. Because when we move into hierarchy, it's going to solve the problems from the red one. So the blue one solves problems from the red one. So if a leader consciously leads into change, they are going to do small steps. Also, conscious leaders, what they do is they adjust the leader to the problem and to the people. So they assess the situation we're in. They assess what those people want and what those people need. And that leader is also going to lead according to what their people need. Or if I am a conscious leader and if I am unable to lead, for example, in a red value system, I am just going to find a place where I don't have to lead a red value system. And I am going to lead a different value system. I'm going to look for the green one or the yellow one or the turquoise one, whichever one I prefer to lead. And if I'm conscious of that, I'm able to make that choice. Yeah? So having this gives us the conscious planning of the change. So if we understand that, if we understand those little lines that our organization is not uniform, is very different, is very diverse, and needs different types of leadership, different types of care, different types of environments for people to thrive into, we're able to do a nice, correct, and change that sticks. Not only a change that is going to be superficial. So Who wants to go and start some change? Again, I hope that this little talk was able to spark some interest in you. And thank you so much. And I hope that your endeavors in change are going to be better from now on. Thanks so much.
Kate, thank you so much. We're applauding you. Thanks for such an enlightening and entertaining presentation. So unfortunately, we are lack of time to ask all of the questions, but just trust me, we have more compliments than questions, especially about your public speaking skills. So you're just awesome.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Would you be so kind to share some insights or tips from your side?
For public speaking, oh gosh, honestly, I don't regard myself as a good public speaker because I'm always nervous, but I have heard that this is actually something that's very common, so that every single person is nervous every single time that they're speaking. But I think that the biggest thing here is that I just love that subject. So it's because it's something I love, then it's actually easy to talk about it. And it's something I'm passionate about. So I guess if you want to start publicly speaking well, then start with something you love. And listen to good podcasts that are going to give you lots of ideas on how to work with that. Because that's a great source of information as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kate. Glad having you here.
Sure. All right. Just a little remark. If people have questions, if you have questions to me, you can always find me on LinkedIn. I do accept all of the invitations. So don't hesitate to invite me into your network because I do that.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. And we're going to go back in a couple of seconds. So stay with us and welcome in our next speaker.
За меме, творците, макар да не знаем кога точно работите, за хейтерите, защото обичаме и вас. За Колето. Абе, Коле, ти получи ли? За големите батки. Ама не тия, а тия. И за тези, които деплойвате. Дори и в петък вечер на 13-то число. Не ви завиждаме. За всички тях и за теб. DevBG, джобборд за IT общността.
And welcome back. We are so pleased to invite our next speakers, Artem Bykovets and Andrii Glushchenko, please.
Hello, hello everybody.
How is it going?
Good evening. Oh, it's good. Thanks a lot. We've actually listened to Kate talk. It was an amazing talk. We hope we will stand at the same level.
Yeah, especially for her public speaking skills.
Yeah.
So the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's a big pleasure and honor for us to be here. Thank you very much, Intellias, for inviting us, and also thank you for supporting Ukraine. So today we're gonna be speaking about why does culture matter?
Why does culture matter? Oh, yeah, it's much better when we can see our slides.
Yeah, and we want to show also the recent examples from Ukraine. So today I'm going to be speaking with Artem Bykovets. I'm sure most of you know Artem. Artem is a great human being. He's a CEO of his own company, Simple Sense. He's also the CEO of a company called Start IT, where Artem helps people to learn more about being quality assurance engineer. Artem is also a certified LESS practitioner and certified LESS coach. And Artem is the only one certified LESS coach in Eastern Europe. And privately, Artem also is a friend of mine with whom we started the initiative Agile with Ukraine, where we help to raise the awareness in the Agile community throughout the world about the war that's going on in Ukraine, and also we raise funds to help Ukrainian people in Ukrainian army. And beside that, Artem and his wife started one more initiative, which is called UA Kids Today, where they help kids who suffer through the war to recover the best way they can through the arts therapy. Yep, and privately, Artem is also a husband, a proud father of two beautiful kids, and also a dog owner.
Dog owner, yes. So as a dog owner, thank you, Andrii. I'll speak with Andrii Glushchenko. He is a professional Scrum trainer at Scrum.org, also Ukrainian, and I believe is one of the youngest Scrum trainer at Scrum.org, but his experience and knowledge and wisdom is quite respectful, and you can rely on it. So he's also certified LESS practitioner, so we're a gang of LESS guys, and registered Scrum at Scale practitioner. We've created, as Andrii mentioned, Agile with Ukraine initiative, and we are doing some good webinars to attract attention to what's going on here, and also invite some great speakers, as for example Kate, she was before, or Jürgen Appel, who will be opening keynote tomorrow on this beautiful conference. Yeah, and he is also a dog owner, but not only, he is also living with his girlfriend, and we want to share something interesting with you this day. And we will start from some numbers and from some metrics, because yeah, Agile, it's not only about being positive or being ready for change, it's also about numbers, metrics, and delivery. And being here in Kiev, the most popular question I'm hearing from people from different countries, how are you there in Ukraine? And we've collected some data, so it's already day number 99 if you are not from Ukraine. And yeah, what we've learned that humans are very, very adaptive creatures. Maybe the only competitors for our level of adaptivity is cockroaches and rats, I believe. Yeah, and we have data from Kiev for the first 90 days of war. There were 390 air alarms in total during these 90 days. Can you imagine? And total time of alarm sound, which you can hear around, is about 17 full days, which is around 408 hours. So it's quite a popular sound, like a morning alarm on your phone, but not so pleasant, even not so pleasant. And there were only 6 days without attacks and alarms in Kyiv region, and you can see the dates. And today was, I believe, only 2 of them, starting from the late night. So it's not a typical day yet, but I'll hope that it will finish soon. And we've made one interesting research also. It's about level of trust. And we've asked people in a very simple survey 2 questions. One of them was, how much did you trust unknown Ukrainians before the start of full-scale stage of war, means February 24th? And how much did you trust unknown Ukrainians after February 24, which means full-scale war started? Yeah, and it was asked from 88 people, I believe, and all of them were Ukrainians. So even on these graphics, you can see the difference, how it was and how people feel subjectively now, and some conclusions. Like 0 was mentioned as everyone is lying around, I cannot trust anyone. And 10 was I'll give the last dollar from a mattress to this person. Average score before 4 and 82, average score after 6.18. And you can see the change in percentage in answers, and the biggest difference is in scores between 7 and 10. And now we at least have some people who can put 9 and 10. There were no such people before. So what we are assuming that the level of trust between Ukrainians towards unknown people are growing recently, and we have some changes in culture and so on. And this talk will be not only about what's going on here in Ukraine, it will be also related to organizational dynamics, to some models, of course, and some conclusions quite soon. And maybe also some internet memes, jokes. We need to say that both of us, we have quite a strange sense of humor. And sometimes we are saying something which we consider as a jokes. And unfortunately, in this online, we cannot see your faces, but we hope that you will like openly understand us and take us as we are, where we are now, and maybe you will be also smiling with us.
Yeah, so prepare for a small portion of sarcasm, irony, and also a short disclaimer. Our presentation will involve political figures as well.
Yeah, and dark jokes about political figures, but it's just a presentation for online conference about Agile, so don't take it personally in any cases. So we will want to start from the iceberg model. Yeah, our talk named Why Culture Matter, but we will start from going a bit deeper. So you cannot change behavior of people without changes in structure, and our talk will be built on this iceberg model, which is from system thinking toolbox, one of the most popular model from this toolbox. We are highly recommending you to look through if you haven't used it before. And it consists of 4 layers. And I will give you a short example, very simple example, to understand how it could be applied on your context, for example. So let's take a real product development team. We can observe an event. So we're going from top to bottom. An event looks like, oops, we've missed an important deadline. Oh, how could it be? But if we will sit and think a bit about the past events, we can find some patterns, some trends in the past. And maybe it occurs that we've missed 4 out of 6 recent releases, and they all 4 of 6, they failed to be delivered in time. So it's kind of a pattern. It's not occasional event, you know. And then we can drill deeper and think about which are underlying structures leading us to such an outcomes. And maybe it because a context switching, because a lot of people, a lot of developers are multitasking. But why they are multitasking? Because everything in our backlog is urgent. And we do it at the same time in parallel because we do not have clear priorities. Maybe because of several backlogs, maybe because of several product managers, and each of them are responsible for a certain area of product. And it leads us to context switching. Because of that, we're starting a lot of stuff but not finishing a lot of stuff, and in the end we need extra time to finish this all together and integrate somehow and deliver, and we're losing deadlines, and this is the patterns we have. But structures, it's also a consequence of some more important thing, like mental models, because we are building and designing the structures based on some assumptions, based on our beliefs, based on values which we feel more important for us, like what do we prefer, to do a lot of stuff or to do a smaller bunch of stuff but with high quality and just in time. So mental models is even deeper, and if we go there, we can find out such a statement, for example, that in this organization, in such kind of organization, there are beliefs that this is the only way to work in the company. Yeah, because I've been working in this company for 12 years, and it was always like this. Many backlogs, top priorities, multitasking. My boss who have hired me was doing the same, and now he is a CTO, for example. So yeah, and it has always been like this, and this is how we come to nowadays success, because we are a successful company. We are hiring a lot of people. We have a lot of happy clients. Maybe not all of them such happy, but that's not our clients. Our clients are very happy. Yeah? And with such a mental model, it will be hard to decide, to make a decision to change a structure. And in the end, we end up with the same patterns, and we are looking for some locally optimized small solutions. So using this model, we will present you our very, very personal, subjective thoughts about what's going on recently in Ukraine and how it's related to culture and structure. And we will start from bottom and we will move to up. And Andrii will tell you a bit about mental models, what we can observe now here in Ukraine.
Yeah. So basically, as Artem has already stated, mental models are our beliefs, our assumptions, our values. So basically, it's the way how we look at the world and the way we understand the world, and based on this, we form our next actions. So if we're talking about Ukraine, let's go a bit back in history and remind ourselves, like, what did Ukraine look like and how it all started. So for the past 300 or 400 years, I don't think if there was a war on our country, in the Eastern Europe, we didn't participate in it. Not because we wanted, but because we had to fight, right? And we fought constantly to gain our independence. And in 1991, we gained our independence. When Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine got its independence, and it was almost 31 years ago. And for 31 years, we as a nation, we as people, as Ukrainians, we didn't really pay a lot of attention into nurturing our culture, right? We didn't pay a lot of attention into that. That's why all of those talks that Russian people are saying right now, that we are one people, right? That there is Eastern Ukraine and Western Ukraine, or Northern Ukraine or Southern Ukraine, all of that happens, right? And for those 31 years, as people, as a nation, we didn't look much on the scale of the whole country. We were interested mainly into building our own lives, to succeed in our own lives. But we didn't really pay a lot of attention into how does our society look, right? What does it even mean to be Ukrainian? What do we want to be as a country, right? And just some very, very, very interesting data, right? So, starting from Ukraine's independence, we had a lot of political parties, a lot of political movements. They changed its names, but the figure stayed the same. And one of the most, let's say politely, interesting figures was this guy over here, Viktor Medvedchuk, who is an oligarch, one of the richest men in Ukraine. Of course, he had a political party, which the last time was called the Opposition Platform. He is the godfather of Putin's daughter, and he was the man responsible for forming the fifth column here in Ukraine. And he received for that more than $5 billion. And by the information we got into our public channels, they were planning to hire about 50,000 mercenaries in order to help Russian army to collapse Ukrainian government. Yeah, he failed, but yet, by the data we have in Ukraine, by the end of the last year, so December 2021, around 23% of Ukrainians supported him and his party. 23%.
Yeah, even on the after 8 years of war have been started.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who don't remember, we have war that's been lasting for the last 8 years, and our mental model looks like this. Okay, so we have a war, but it's, let's say, 500, 600 kilometers from Kyiv, for example, or almost 1,000 kilometers from Lviv. So it's pretty safe over here. I'm getting tired hearing about the war. So I have to look up at my own life and make up my own life. Yeah, because what can I do? I'm too small. If I will start doing something, it won't change a thing, right? That's our mental model. That was our mental model before the 24th of February. How did it change? Let's take a look once again at the Viktor Medvedchuk, but after the war started, and we're going to fast forward to the April 13th, when this guy got finally arrested. And just take a look. He's wearing Ukrainian uniform, and he tried to flee the country by illegally passing the border, and he was captured during that time. And remember the data. So by the end of the last year, 23% of Ukrainians supported him. It took less than an hour for every Ukrainian to create more than 100 memes since this photo was issued. And we're going to show just a couple of them. We're going to show just a couple of them because those are the only memes that we can actually show over here because they are politically correct. Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe
even,
YouTube will ban this conference.
Yeah, exactly. Even people who supported him has changed drastically its opinion, their opinion about him. And how does mental models of average Ukrainians looks like now? So first of all, for people who live in Ukraine, they're going to understand it better than people who live outside Ukraine. But as I mentioned earlier, so even in my language, in my words, I was saying Eastern Ukraine, Western Ukraine. And I'm pretty sure you heard a lot of that stuff. So the first thing that has changed is that we don't care anymore in which part of Ukraine you live. North, center, west, east, south, it's Ukraine. It's one country. And we are all proud Ukrainians over here. So doesn't matter in which part of country you live. We had our differences in terms of language, in terms of whom to consider a hero in Ukraine, whom not to consider a hero, but we don't care about that anymore. So we live in one country, and this is the first thing that has changed, right? Let's move forward, Artem. Yeah. And one more. Yep. So before the 24th of February, we thought, what can I do? I'm too small. I can't do anything by my own. But now it's also changed. So everybody united and started working all together. So here is, for example, the photo from Chernigiv region, where people barehandedly just stood up to protect their own village and have the tanks go in other direction. So they don't have any weaponry. They don't have any ammunition. They just went out. You even see a guy speaking on the phone over there, right? Yeah. So that's what changed as well. Let's go on. And right now, when we think about what can I do, even the littlest things matter. So, for example, if somebody is not fighting, let's say in the front, we can protect our own city because a lot of our policemen went to fight for Ukraine, and people needed to protect their own houses. Of course, not every Ukrainian is great. Of course, we had marauders, and just people self-organized and helped protect the neighborhoods from the marauders. And this is just the way they dealt with them. So they didn't beat them up or do anything drastical. They just tied them and were waiting for the police to show up. Yeah. And just the last illustration of how mental model has changed is that even if you live, for example, in Lviv or Ivano-Frankivsk, this is the western part of Ukraine, you cannot sit and wait. You cannot sit and observe. You have to do something. And this picture was taken on, I believe, third or second day when the war has started. It's in western part of Ukraine. It's from Ternopil. Just see how big of a queue we have over here, and those all of the men and women who are wanting to sign up and join the Ukrainian armed forces. And by the latest interview of our president, Volodymyr Zelensky, he stated that around 700,000 men and women are right now protecting our country. Just think of that number. Yeah. So our mental models has changed, and this is pretty crucial for the next stages of the change. So, Artem, what did the change of mental models actually enabled us to do?
Yeah, it's like two-way movement. So on the one hand, we have started thinking differently. Yeah, we are changing our beliefs. We are making new assumptions. We are making new agreements between us as a nation. But also, it enables us to make some changes in structure and vice versa. Changes in structure help us to stick to new culture. And we want to show you another model. It's from Craig Larman. He stated it's one of the Larman's law that culture follows structure. And I want to show you on one very simple example, on one simple picture. So, for example, you have this structure, square, and it was fulfilled with some red culture. It's not related to these colors of cultures, which was told by Kate in previous talk, but just imagine that you have some fulfillment of the structure. And then new structure introduced, and you are starting to work in another way. So different type of interactions, new roles, new elements of the structure, and then because of the change of structure, new behaviors emerge. Yeah, they start emerging, and because of this structure, these habits sticks. So they start like be stable for some period, and afterwards new culture emerge. You can also look to this book, Reliable, Efficient, Fast, Agile. It's about a book from Jay Cotter, Accelerate Change. But we don't want to stick in this slide for a long period of time. We just want to mention that the both parts are important, culture and structure, and you cannot do just the one part and forget about the second one. And I want to give you some examples of structural changes now here in Ukrainian society and nation. First of all, and I believe that it's one of the most important, it's one common goal. Finally, we have one common goal, because previously for different part of Ukrainians, there were different goals. Some of them wanted to be a part of European nation. Some of them, maybe the elder generations from some regions, were still wanted to be a one Soviet Union with Russian-speaking people or other kind of union with some kind of people. Now we have one common goal. And yeah, we've started from this worship, but their leaders and ideology are coming soon. Thank you to Western partners who are supporting us with all the support we receive. Yeah, and we came to something new. Like the goal is we want to survive as a nation and the country. And to make it happen, we need to send one government and their followers to same direction as this worship. And it's a great goal because it helps us to find a North Star to which one we want to move together as a nation. Yeah.
Yeah,
You want to say
I'd
something?
like to add that we are also moving in the incremental iterative way. So the worship has gone already. We're waiting for the government to go the same direction as well.
Yeah, very agile way of thinking, way of being and doing the stuff. And the second one, it's about one product owner, but the product Ukraine plus Ukrainians, I mean country plus population plus nation, it's very complex, and maybe the brain power is not enough to control everything by one person. Yes, we have some cognitive limits of our brain, so it's good that now we have a professional product owner with great level of trust and belief, and also some professional area product owners who are not only responsible, but also these people are very professional and authorized to make decisions whenever is needed. So not just waiting for other ones or for new tasks or for new directions. They can decide by their own because they have aligned goals and strategy. And probably Ukrainians definitely know all these faces, and not Ukrainians probably also have seen some of them. Yeah. And these professional area product owners have their own people, some cross-functional groups who are together working on achieving this one common goal. And we have one big product team, which are Ukrainians around the whole globe. So it's, hybrid type of working. We have distributed people in different time zones, and everyone is focused on what they can do best and collaborate with others to create to co-create value to achieve these goals. Yeah, including volunteers, soldiers, generals, media, diplomatic people, and so on and so on. So it's a second one. Yeah, so one common goal, one product owner plus professional authorized to make decisions. So empowered people, area product owners, and one team, finally, one team, not several teams fighting between each other. And we are really hope that this behavior will stick for years, not will be finished just after the war will be finished. But we will see. Yeah. And you remember level of trust. Without the raising of level, growing the level of trust, it might be much more difficult to achieve these structure changes. Yeah. Also, we want to say that we can observe moving from silos towards teams and valuing we over me. So people are working together to achieve team results. Yeah, I am IT guy, I have a good salary, but I need to go out and help my neighbors to clean up the streets after Russian tanks. Yeah, it doesn't matter, am I designer or QA, or am I working in local marketplace as a cashier. Doesn't matter, we are all together with one team, and we currently more important than me personally. Yeah, and we're cleaning up together, we're preparing some food together, we're sleeping together in one room with 10 unknown people before, because we want to survive and achieve this goal together. And also, one of the very important changes in structure, we're going from single specialized people to multi-learning, which gives us more full stack, or this T-shaped, E-shaped, whatever shaped, but not I-shaped specialists, speaking agile language. Yeah, and people are trying to do some very unpredictable new type of tasks. They are not saying like, oh, it's not my task, you'll be better to ask that person. No, if I can help, if I can contribute now, I will learn how to do it, and I will become better in this. Yeah, and we know that now many people are busy with buying medical and tactical equipment. They are spending hours to go through the specifications to make sure that you are not buying some trash, but you are buying some good enough quality equipment, because from your decisions where you will spend this money, you can save lives, or you can waste a lot of monies which were collected from the whole globe, I believe. And yeah, people know, almost every Ukrainian now know how to prepare bandera smoothie, which were called in some countries cocktail Molotov before, but now we all know the real name of this stuff. And it's not something very exclusively new for Ukraine to try to build this structure. Yes, there were many leaders who've tried to create one nation with one common goal. Yeah, these guys have different goals, maybe proposed to people, but anyway, yeah, they've tried several times, and there were no such a radical change as now. And there should be some motivation, some final, push to make it happen. And we believe that it's called sense of urgency. Yeah, it's about sense of urgency.
Yeah, exactly. So would it be possible for us to change our mental models and to also change our structures if we wouldn't have this kind of sense of urgency? That fast, I don't think it's possible. And just think about the similarities that you might observe in your organizations when you have this big initiative called Agile transformation or digital transformation or whatever transformation, right? When there are big consultants who come in with views with way better PowerPoint presentation than we have right now, and they show you slides about team efficiency, about organizational efficiency, organizational stuff, and other blah, 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 blah. We do forget that it's pretty impossible to really implement change in the organization which does not have the current sense of urgency. If we don't see that we actually need the change, well, on PowerPoint, we can change the organization. We can tune up the metrics, we can build up all kind of walls that we can create obey rooms and other stuff, and it would look great to speak on the conference. But if we would go back to that organization and actually see how this organization is working, how this organization is performing, how does the culture change, without sense of urgency, without the change in mental models and underlying structures beneath those, I don't think we really have a change into chance into changing things, right? And just to show you what does it mean and what patterns and events we can observe from the previous stuff that we've spoken about the change in mental models, but also the change in the structures, we might see them in events and patterns of behavior that we observe in Ukraine right now. And we just wanted to illustrate it via the tying it up to the Scrum values, right?
Yeah, because we are a bit
So
biased, both of us as Scrum trainers,
yeah,
coaches, Agile, whatever you call it, maybe Scrum masters. So we've tried to look through the lenses of 5 Scrum values. And yeah, please start from our favorite one.
yeah.
Or it's
So the first one is coverage, right? So yeah.
Yeah, so doesn't matter. It was mine. So yeah, maybe the left picture is a Photoshop. Yeah, but we like it so much, so we cannot not to include it into slides. And maybe it's something real. We don't know. And the right picture, pull not push, yeah, it's visualization of very popular new pattern of behavior of farmers and village people who are living in villages have tractors to steal tanks and military machines from Russian soldiers while they're sleeping drunk or dead, we don't know. But for some reasons they are not available to look for their machines. And it was printed as a stickers on conference where this talk was firstly presented in London a few weeks before, called Lean Agile London, and all the visitors receive such stickers. So you one day you will see this on the laptops of people on some conference or other event. We hope so. Yeah, and we can say that Ukrainian people are really brave and courage to go without weapon on the soldiers and say like, move out from my village. I haven't called you ever, and I don't like Russia, and I'm Ukrainian, so you shouldn't be here. And people, these soldiers, they're staying with, with weapon, and they're totally shocked, like, what's going on? What should I do? And I'm such proud of these people. I'm unsure that I have enough courage to repeat it, but yeah, everyone's is have their own level of courage and shown in different patterns. Yeah, we heard a story about old man who was sitting in one of the cities under occupation, and these Russian soldiers asked for vodka, and he said, I don't have vodka, but I have some joints I can prepare for you. I will not advertise what was fulfillment of the joints, but you can imagine. And what he did, he said that he was putting mercury from thermometers inside the joints somehow to poison these people. So many creative courage examples. Maybe some of them in normal life will be considered as stupid, but you need to do something, and you don't feel scared to try it. Yeah, the civilians who made demonstrations for a few weeks in occupied Kherson and Melitopol, and many other examples. You want to add something? I feel it.
Yeah, and they are still doing that. They are still going up for demonstrations. So in Kherson, you can see a lot of, let's say, pictures or graffiti saying where Russia should go. Also, I believe you all heard the brave stories about some grannies who were preparing and poisoning also food for Russian soldiers. Yeah, so it takes guts to do that under occupation. Yeah.
Some real guts, real bolts. Okay.
Yes.
So it was about courage, examples of patterns and events, and let's go for focus.
Yeah, so focus. What can you tell about the focus and what kind of focus we have right now in Ukraine with the Ukrainian people? So our primarily focus is to do whatever we can to help as much as we can for Ukrainian armed forces. No matter where you are, in which part of the world, no matter what is your specialty, you do the stuff that actually helps. So here is just a photo from Warsaw, and right on the left in that orange shoulder you can see Yaroslav Bondarchuk, who was a speaker on this conference yesterday and delivered an excellent presentation. So Yaroslav is currently in Warsaw, and Yaroslav is doing everything he can to help Ukrainian army. So all of those boxes that you see, this is like this is the help that is being delivered every day from Warsaw to Ukraine. And there isn't a day when Yaroslav isn't over there. And he is a Scrum Master who didn't know before the war anything about tactical equipment, about medical equipment, anything. But the situation needed all of us to operate this way. And now Yaroslav is very focused, for example, on helping Ukrainian army. and it doesn't mean that only Yaroslav does that. We have a large community of IT guys who are attacking Russian websites. We have large community, large amount of Ukrainian women who are just knitting the nets that Artem showed there. And all of us, we're focused actually on helping Ukrainian army. This is our primary focus.
Yep. And also we want to share some funny, positive example of commitment. Yeah. 1 month ago, around 1 month ago, DOE, which is Developers or UA Community, the biggest website forum, I don't know, community of Ukrainian developers, asked people to give money to buy a new drone, a very specific drone, and it was needed to collect about 30 million grivnas, which is around 1 million USD still, they said. This is a currency rate. Local humor, sorry. And what I've also observed when I started donating is that it was done together with TRO OnlyFans, Territory Defense OnlyFans movement, which means some nice Ukrainian girls who are ready to sell their pictures, not for money, but for donations to Ukrainian army and the defense fields. And this amount of money was collected less than in 24 hours. And it was, not at the beginning. So it was somewhere at the end of April already when people have a lack of extra funds to donate because they've donated quite a lot at the first month, second month, and it was already almost the third month. And we have many, many such examples. And yeah, this movement like tier only funds is also a great example of commitment. So now I'll be committed to collect money not only for my own, but for something different. Yeah, maybe I can give my personal example when I was sitting in the small hotel room together with my wife and 2 kids. And we were doing these webinars with Andrii, sometimes preparing at nights. And I was hiding somewhere, in the closed room without windows because my hotel room was with 1 room, and you can imagine what was the second, trying to create a new slides or to define a strategy or whom we can invite also. And many, many such examples. Andrii, who were working full time and at evenings and at mornings moved to border to take more Ukrainians and find a place for them to stay and helping them to cross the border to find some food and so on. So everyone is like fully committed, and you cannot hear this stuff, like, oh, it's 6 p.m. so maybe I need to go home. I'm such tired today. I don't have any motivation to do it. No, we have quite a lot of motivation. And there were a nice question, by the way, in the YouTube stream of our talk about how to remain and keep the team motivated when the goal of winning the war changes. Maybe we need to start thinking about it already, not to be in the situation when we again do not have one common goal and everyone have different goals, especially when a lot of investment will be put to rebuild Ukraine from scratch. So we need to be very careful about this. So it's a great question, Julia. Thank you for that. And let's talk about one more important value. Or you want to add something about commitment?
No, let's move.
Yeah, and this is about respect.
Yeah. So basically, even while we were preparing about this presentation, so when we were thinking how we could illustrate respect and what actually is going on, this was the first thing that actually came up in our minds. So this is how we say the last goodbye to our fallen warriors. And those are the pictures from 2 different cities over here. So one has the population around 30,000 people, one has the population about 300,000 people. So in terms of demographics, it's pretty big difference in terms of how people approach their lives, right? But still, everybody's paying their own respects in the same way. And people weren't asked to do that. This is just the least that they could do, to say the last goodbye in a very respectful manner to our fallen warriors.
Yeah, and the same, we can feel the difference in how people show their respect to government before and after, let's say, yeah, to police, for example, before and after, and to political opponents before and after. Yeah, some top-level politicians are still like fighting for ratings time to time, and it's it's a shame. But what I'm observing in Facebook, for example, which is quite a hot battlefield usually for political opponents, now everyone is quite united and have a lot of respect to each other and even to these leaders of opposite parties. And we still hope that we can save it for years somehow. Maybe not in this such level of respect, but at least in some adequate civilized level of respect comparing to how it was before sometimes. And of course it's about openness, yeah, and you can see the level of openness changing not only in Ukraine but also in Europe. Yeah, the last sanctions package takes a lot of time. It looks like freezed, yeah.
Yeah, a bit,
takes a
but
lot
we
of
hear you.
Takes a lot of time to agree on, but anyway, 99 days, 6 big packages of sanctions for European Union, all the countries sitting together and deciding on it. It's quite a huge amount of value delivered, so to say. So they were quite open to try something dramatically new, to change something really fast. And one more example is about Ukrainian government. Yeah, we need a lot of cars, especially jeeps, 4x4, which are very helpful for our army. But for volunteers, it was hard to legally take them from abroad, and the decision was made less than in a week to remove the bureaucracy from this process and to make it easier to buy a new car and bring it officially legally here and give it to soldiers. Yeah, we have this electronic governmental examples like DIA application, and when you do not have even your ID, passport, and documents because it was lived by you when you are extremely fast need to leave your house, you can use mobile app, and yeah, the government was showing quite a level of openness to give you some social money without staying in queues, then proving that you are really the person who should earn it, and many other examples. Yeah, the one common television pool where they are not fighting for money from advertisements or who is the better TV presenter. They're just doing it shoulder to shoulder 24 hours per day. Yeah, there are some questions also from different parties about how it was organized. But anyway, the decisions are made quite fast. Something which was absolutely unimaginary 100 days before becomes true and reality in a days, weeks, especially for countries for which such decisions in the past was made for years. And you need, like, I don't know, generations to make some decisions. And it's a new reality. And Ukrainians are open to help everyone who will be just call you and say, I know Andrii and he knows you. So he give me your phone. Can you help me somehow? And I will be like fully open and committed to try to find a way how can I help that person, even if I don't know how can I help. Yeah. Do you want to add something about openness?
No, I think you pretty covered that. I'm looking at timing, and I'd like to jump to conclusions. So, what we would like
Conclusions.
you, yeah, yeah. So, what would we like you to get from our talk? So, the first thing that you have to start with into implementing change in your organizations is to actually create the sense of urgency in your organization. Because as we've discussed earlier, without the sense of urgency, most likely it will be very, very hard to change a thing in your organization. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't try to solve problems on local level. Like we have problem with deadline, let's hire another deadline fulfilling manager who will be pushing everyone 1 week in advance, or let's put a bigger buffer and just solve the event problem. Go deeper, look for patterns, try to understand the structures below which are leading you to such an outcomes, and maybe it's caused by a mindset, and you cannot change a mindset in 1 week, 1 year, just by 1-2 days workshop about manifesto values. Yeah, but you can work on it continuously and trying to understand this sense of urgency, which Andrii mentioned, and how we can really propose some benefits for people on a system level, which will give us sustainability for next 5 years. Yeah.
Yep. And the last thing that we want you to get from it is that in order to change your culture, you have to change the structure. Because as Artem said, and also as Mr. Larman said, culture follows structure. So if you really want to change how you operate in the organization, if you want to promote the change of mental models and promote the change in your organization, you have to change your structure to fulfill your optimization goal. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
this was
the last but not least, Stand with Ukraine. Thank you for inviting us here. And we hope that you will help all of us to achieve this one common goal, then to craft new goals and achieve them together, collaboratively interacting with each other and helping each other to be successful and have to be proud of something really valuable. Thank you.
Yeah.
Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, gentlemen. You're awesome. Thank you so much for depicting the events the way they are. Thank you for staying with us. We really appreciate having you here. And yeah, that's amazing. Absolutely. I guess that we may proceed to our Q&A session, and there are a couple of questions. So, do you think Agile helped you overall to handle the current situation?
You want to start? You want to take it, Artem?
I'm trying to, formulate it more politely. Don't rely on Agile. Use your own brain, So first of all, I believe that common sense helps us somehow to handle the situation. First of all, common sense. And yeah, some values, of course, like care about people, empathy to other people, critical thinking, full tank in machine of gasoline, and some other structural stuff, of course. Yeah, but if to leave jokes aside, I believe that helps, because the way how we organized this, the Agile with Ukraine, with Andrii and few more people from our team, was very agile, because he just pinged me at Thursday, like, what do you think about to organize a conference, big conference with international Agile speakers, as something what are you doing right now? And we've decided maybe for 2.5 people or 3 people we had at the moment, it might be too much job. So we want to do some MVP first, some small event, and look how it goes. And we've started inviting speakers, but we were thinking that maybe they will reject it because it's short notice and their schedule is usually fully packed. So let's try. And we've sent around, together with our team, around, 20 emails, and 19 from the invited speakers say, yes, I can do it next week. And we were like a little bit surprised, so to say. So I believe that being really agile helped us a lot to convert these emails to series of webinars. And now we are where we are with this initiative. Andrii?
Well, yeah, it's hard for me to say whether Agile helped me. Like you said, the whole approach and the desire of having the agility in our actions. Because if we're talking about the Agile with Ukraine initiative, so basically what we do, we experiment. We experiment all the time. And it helps a lot. So even from our first meetups, we were tracking how much money did we raise within the first meetup. So let's say first meetup, it was around $1,000. Okay, what can we do more to raise more? And we just started experimenting. So this whole empirical approach, when we inspected and adapted, it helped a lot.
We even have
on other.
We even have a session, do you remember, where we were discovering what are the value we are proposing to people? Because collect money for Ukraine, it's a great value for Ukraine, but what is the real value proposition for our guests? And we've spent a few hours, and we were asking some people, like, what are you expecting? What is the value for you, because you are with us every single event? And we find out 3 streams. So we are like practicing what we preach. we're trying to practice what we preach. And the same with UA Kids today. So my wife came to me and say, like, I want to do something for kids and families and parents, so to support them mentally, psychologically. And we find out with our own daughter that it's easier to her and she feels better when we give to her an iPad with pencil or just a pencil or brushes and she can draw. So we've decided, what if it could help more people? And in the 2 days, we've already created Instagram account, launched advertisement. We've created a website on Wix. Thank you, Wix, for free license for our initiatives, both initiatives, and paid advertisement. And and we start receiving drawings from kids, drawings. And we start speaking with parents, like, how can we inspire more kids to draw and upload their pictures? And we start speaking with communities, and then it appears that we are giving interview to CBS channel, to CNN, and to other international TV channels, and to only one Ukrainian TV channel, Zahidny. I don't know why, but TSN is not interested in our initiative yet. Maybe after this conference. So yeah.
Well, because you've been on CBS. And TSN is a step back, so they didn't want to hold you back, you know.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
But actually, so I thought a bit about the question how Agile helped, but so I see agility everywhere. Everywhere I look, I think, oh, they have it from Scrum. Oh, they have some practices from Lean. But actually, if you look how Ukrainian army operates, you can see a lot of resemblance into how Scrum teams operate. So you have small, nimble teams. They're cross-functional. They operate in 4 to 6 people, let's say, and they get the goal, and they decide by themselves how they can fulfill that. So if we are looking about what Scrum, for example, or other agile approaches bring up to the world, so you might look at the way Ukrainian army operates. And just last week, I was watching the interview of Valery Marcos. He is right now forming the Special Forces unit. And one of the things that he demands from people who will join over there is that they have to learn everything from the army standpoint in order for this team to effectively collaborate with other units. So they have to be fully cross-functional. So if you could take that one as a learning point, yeah. So one of the things that Agile and Scrum specifically helps with a lot of people in this situation is the illustration of how important multi-learning is. And if you could take back to your organization, that would be awesome.
Great, guys. Thank you so much for being with us.
That was a long response.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, you're just great. I wish you the best of luck in everything you do. So stay positive.
Yeah.
Stay with Ukraine.
Thank you very much. If you have any other questions, you can connect to Artem or me. We will be glad to answer all of your questions. And thank you for inviting us. And Slava Ukraini!
Слава Україні! LinkedIn, Facebook. Підписуйтесь на канал, ставте лайки, вподобайки, дзвоника і побачимось. Удачі вам з конференцією.
Thank you. See you. Hope to see you again. So, and we're about to go back to our next speaker in a couple of minutes. So please join into to everything what the guys said. Make donations, help Ukraine, and stay with Ukraine. See you in a couple of minutes, right after the break. Welcome back to Intellias Agile Days, and I'm so pleased to introduce our next speaker, Agile enthusiast, coach, and the co-founder of Agile Pool, Nikola Bogdanov, please. Hi, Nikola.
Hello, hi everyone. I suppose you hear me, right? Yes. Good, thanks. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity and thanks for the organization. I know how difficult it is to organize a conference with so many speakers and etc. So huge applause, huge thank you. I know that you cannot hear the applause from the audience, but I ask you to send at least some applause messages or something like that to the organizers. It's really nice. It's really nice that you're doing it, and actually, it's pretty fast. I mean, I think you organize it very well for a short period of time. So I suppose you are very agile. Uh, Saying agile, today's topic is connected to the crisis that we see in the recent days. I'll try to show you how you can actually use the agile coaching and the coaching, the personal coaching in general, as a tool, as something that can help you in this kind of situations, like the pandemic, like the war that we have in Ukraine, etc. Because many of us actually face. We work with people that are affected, and we need to find a way to help them. We need to find a way to drive our businesses, our products in the same time. So it's a tricky business, and we need lots of tools, etc. Of course, not everything is under our control or power, but still we can do something in our small area in many cases, and that something could include personal coaching. So my aim is to show you some concrete practices, concrete things that they're not that big stuff, but actually things that can help you in the day-to-day life. Let's say if you have people that are affected this kind of crisis, and you're, let's say, a leader, or you work with these people. So maybe I'll give some useful tool for you. First thing I want to say that our brain is agile. What does it mean? It means that our brain changes in the same way as our agile organization is changing based on the environment, and it reacts on the environment and has the ability to adapt on the concrete situations. So actually, knowing more about how our people and how people in general think usually helps a lot. So I'm going also today to discuss some topics related with brain science, which are related to the coaching practices that we are using. So in many cases, I'm going to explain why a different coaching practice actually is in use, and the explanation is very natural. It's in how our brain is functioning. So have in mind, our brain is agile, and in certain circumstances, actually, it can grow. Actually, it's not true what was meant, what was taught years ago, that after some age your brain stops growing. Actually, it turns out that there are stuff like neuroplasticity, etc. And actually, we can even grow our brain with the time. The boring stuff about me is that, as I said, as I was presented, I'm an agile coach and practitioner, and this is really important because what I'm trying to do is actually to talk from practical perspective. I'm really trying to do the things that I'm talking about. So it's not just theory, not just stuff in general. Actually, I hope that I'm going to share with you experience, and of course some things might be useful for you, some things not, but who knows. Let's go with the topic. Why? Of course, the most important question usually is why coaching. Why coaching at all is something that a leader in a, let's say, software or pharmaceutical company would be interested in. First thing is that we know that the best solutions are actually coming from those that execute the solutions. Or as it said in the Agile manifesto, the teams, they need to generate the ideas and the solutions. So they need to emerge from them. And this is true when it comes to individuals as well. If someone needs to do something and he's taught what to do it, usually that's not the best solution. The other way around, if we help this person to get with his own idea and his own approach to the problem, and we support and partner with that person, actually, usually the result is much better. I'll tell you, back in the time, I was a software engineer, and I switched my journey to Scrum Master back then and Agile Coach. And because I had technical experience for many years, I had these situations when I see how the team is making a choice to implement a technical solution. And based on my background, I was pretty sure that they'll fail, that that's the wrong decision, the wrong solution, the wrong way to implement something. And maybe I was right from general point of view, but the end result was always surprising. Actually, they somehow managed in their way, which maybe in general, in theory, was not better, to achieve better results, better outcomes, just because they do it in their way. And that's crucial. So basically, coaching is something that helps us to identify the right things to be done based on the unique context and personal characteristics. So we can discover, we can help people think out of the box and to facilitate that brainstorming for these people. But the idea is that they'll get to their own solutions. So think, let's get back now to the crisis situations. Imagine that we have someone who is under big stress, and we go to him with a ready solution. You need to do that. For example, we tell that person, take a day off. Maybe that's something that sounds good for us. That person is under stress, so let's give him a day off. Actually, in my personal experience, many people have told me, you know what, I want to work because this is distracting me from my stress. So actually, it turns out that coaching could help these people find their ways, because actually in this kind of crisis, the prepared, the ready solutions, the solutions that come from the shelf, they're usually not working at all. So coaching in general is giving a hand. It's approach where you're supporting, you're partnering with this person, which sometimes in many cases we call coachee. So we have coach and coachee. So the coachee is usually in the center, not usually, the coachee is in the center, and the coach is someone who is giving a hand, who is partnering, who is providing points of view, directions, feedback. But in general, that's it. It's not something difficult or something extraordinary. It's just usually series of conversations, sometimes a bit artful. They have some specific ways that they need to be run. But it's about partnering and provoking different perspective in the person. Also, the idea is that the coach is supporting, inspiring, and empowering. I want to make a small distinguish between Agile coach and coaching as personal coaching skill. So as you can see, this is one example for Lisa Atkins' framework of the skills that an Agile coach or Scrum Master should have. And actually, you can see that professional coaching is just one of many skills that you should have. And this skill is the skill of partnering with someone, with the clients, with the coaches, with your team members, skill to provoke and inspire creative processes, creative thinking, skill that is used to maximize potential of these people, and very important, you should have the mindset of honoring these people, to think of them as people that you should not fix. You should not see them as someone that needs to be fixed by you. It's the other way around. These are people that are expert in their own life, and you're supporting them to find success in their way, not your way, in their way. And this is the part of the skill. Of course, as an agile coach, sometimes you need to step from coaching to mentoring, sometimes to teaching, but you need to clearly distinguish this. And of course, having the agile coach as a, let's say, part of your journey, usually this is very nice, let's say, picture and idea of Angel Medina, that he said that usually the journey of the agile leader goes through these states. Scrum dude, when you're just doing the stuff just because for some reason you've been chosen to do it. The Scrum mom is when you do the things a little bit more prescriptive, a little bit more bossy sometimes. The true Scrum Master is exactly what we're doing with the teams. We grow them, we help them run, facilitating their ways of working, solving impediments, helping them find a way to solve their own way, the impediments. And the next state usually is the Agile Nirvana coach. So have in mind that it's a journey and it's fine to not have all the skills right away. Let's go back to the brain science. What's the brain cell looking like? It's actually the term usually, the official name is neuron. How the neuron looks like. We have these dendrites, these branches there, which are receiving signals from other cells. We have the nucleus, which is the brain of the cell. It decides what to do and sends signals through the axon like a gun, shooting signals to the other cells. And the terminals, the axon terminals, are the places where the signals are actually sent to the other neurons. Imagine that you have two neurons. Actually, they don't touch each other. They don't really. They are very, very, very close, but they don't touch really. What there is a small gap between them called the synaptic gap. And this signal that the first brain neuron is sending to the second neuron is actually a chemical, specific chemical. Based on the type of the signal, different type of chemical is sent. Why this is important? Because there are certain chemicals that are released, so the brain cells communicate between each other when we are under stress. And the bad guys, which we can find in these situations, are cortisol and adrenaline. These are neurotransmitters and also hormones. So sometimes the signals are sent to the whole body via the hormones. So we have cortisol and adrenaline. They are the bad guys. Why they are the bad guys? Because actually their purpose is to help us survive. So it's natural when we're under stress to have huge release of this in our brain. The problem is that our brain doesn't recognize tiger in the wood from doesn't differentiate tiger in the wood from let's say stressful situation at work. Also the other way, if you're under stress based on crisis stuff and so on, you have lots of this in your brain. And these chemicals, neurotransmitters, actually they are meant to help you survive, which means that usually your brain, your thinking part of the brain is being shut. And just the very basic instinct brain is working. And you have usually three options: fight, flight, or freeze. And you may understand that maybe this is not the best thing that you want from your people when they are under stress and they are at work. So you need to find a way to lower the levels of this cortisol. And understanding how it works might help you. Why actually this thinking brain is shut off? Because when you meet a tiger in the wood, you don't want to think about 10 best steps, 10 best ways to fight a tiger. You need to fight, freeze, or flee, or fly away. So this is what happens with these two neurotransmitters. Psychological safety is a term that is widely used. So usually psychological safety means people to feel safe, to try, to fail, to be comfortable in the environment, etc. So natural desire for us is when we see these people having stress or cortisol in their brains, is to try build psychological safety as a to build an environment around these people where they can feel safe. So that's nothing new, but actually it's something that we should be focused on more when we have these crisis situations. Imagine that we have coaching session, one-on-one session, even not in pure coaching session, just one-on-one session with these people. We need to ensure them that it's perfectly okay for them to be distracted, to fail, maybe to not finish the story, the sprint in the best way. You need to make them feel. Maybe many people think that that's understandable. Of course, it's pandemic, but sometimes the people don't realize. So spend some time on ensuring them, and this is important to come not from you to them, but from their internal side. So ask them how they feel. Do they feel that like someone is pushing them? Do they feel like they don't have this psychological safety at work? And help them get their solution from it. Something else. Actually, there is another neurotransmitter called oxytocin, or the cuddle hormone. It's called cuddle hormone because it's released when you cuddle, when you hug someone. And this is when you show empathy. So basically, this neurotransmitter is the natural fighter against cortisol and adrenaline. If you release oxytocin in your brain, actually the levels of the cortisol, they are getting lower. So that's the natural painkiller. That's why actually we hug each other when we don't feel okay. And how can we achieve this in a coaching session? I already said it. Empathy. Showing empathy, but real empathy, honest empathy. That's why actually in most of the organizations they have soft skills training where they train people on emotional intelligence and etc. Actually, this is it, how we can actually express and show empathy. So you should have this in your coaching toolbox when you're having a one-on-one session with this kind of people, to show empathy. And there are different ways that you could do it. The next thing is that you should also be aware with the different personalities. And you need to spend your time as a coach to discover what is the personality of the person. Let me explain how it works. Usually people's brain, they have some level of arousal that happens during the day. So in this segment here, the arousal is called under arousal, so it's low. It's usually when we wake up, when we do some regular boring stuff. So our performance in that case is not that big. Imagine that's in the morning when we're drinking our coffee. We have the over arousal. This is when we're on a high stress. Usually the performance gets low. So maybe not something new for you, but actually this is new if you think that if you put people under stress, they're going to achieve more. We sometimes make this, let's say, misjudgment, wrong decision. Why this is important? Because we need to know that the desired state is the flow or the zone, how we call it. It's where we have enough arousal, and we are in our high-performing state. How can we bring people in this high-performing state? There are three main things. The first one is to increase noradrenaline in our brain. It's by a challenge. So if you have people that are under stress and so on, think of some challenge that they can take on. I gave you the example that some people actually want to work on something in order to be distracted. Actually, when you're in the zone, you even don't think about what's going on. Usually people that are in this state, they don't realize how fast the time goes. So challenge is something that works, and that's different from push and stress and etc. So challenge is one thing, and the noradrenaline is the neurotransmitter that makes it happen. The next one is fun. Try to make some fun for these people. Yeah, I know it's difficult to know. Maybe that's not the time when there's a war to think about fun things, but maybe at least to be something pleasant. And focus. So we need to be able as coaches to and actually think about it. The coach, actually, one of the key things that the coach is doing is to focus the coaches, to ask them to help them find concrete goals to work on, to help them identify concrete activities that needs to be done, concrete results that needs to be achieved. So actually, this is pure coaching thing. So having these three stuff actually help us get into the flow, into the zone. And why this is important? Because actually there are people who are somewhere on a bit on the left. So different people have different brains, and actually for some people, the level of arousal that for someone is the zone is something that is already over arousal. And also we have the other way around. We have the so-called sensation junkies and dopamine junkies. So these are people that are usually practicing extreme sports and etc. that actually wants more arousal in order to be effective. So having a coachee means that you need to know and understand where this person is, and have in mind that actually to be on the left here is not bad at all. Actually, some of the, let's say, most of the Nobel Prize winners are here on the left. These are not just people that do boring stuff or low level work. These are people that are able to work on the same thing for years, let's say in a lab, and to come with a great result or cure of a disease or etc. So these are the doctors that cure the same disease every day in the same time. Don't get bored, right? Don't say, okay, let me try experiment with healing the same diseases another way today because I'm bored. So it's crucial to understand these people, and actually understanding how this arousal works and how your people, concrete people, are, help us actually use some of the tips and tricks, which are I have one R here missed. Power posing. Help them feel better if they do some power posing for a couple of minutes. This usually helps them decrease the cortisol levels as well. Effective labeling. This is pure coaching technique. It's as a coach to ask the people to label how they feel. What's the feeling that they're using? What's the thing that they sense? Putting a label usually lowers the stress. Of course, mindfulness, sleep, exercise, these are stuff that also help. And as coaches, we can help people to get to this kind of solutions. Something else happens in our brain. Something else could be useful for us as coaches. It's called I cannot really pronounce that thing, but it's that our brains, they work in, let's say, in networks. So when something happens, a signal is received by some of the receptors of our body, huge part of your brain is activated in the same time. So it's kind of related structure that all kind of brain cells in different places of your brain, they are connected and they start shining when concrete type of signal happens. Why this is important? Because it means that actually our brains, they don't work as a sequence of let's say logical conclusions, information, and then conclusion, another information, conclusion. Actually, the way that our brains work is via pictures. And for us, a picture is something very powerful. And a picture can be achieved via picturing or visualization, but also via storytelling, via using metaphors, etc. And if we want to affect somehow positively our coaches, actually, if they are under stress, etc., we need to use stories, we need to use visualizations, we need to use metaphors that help their brain actually get in another stress. Another thing, it turns out that since this is my in this picture 2-3 years old son, and he's really fascinated to see himself in a mirror. So it turns out that in our brain we have something called mirror neurons, and they're very, very powerful. They help us actually feel. They are the way that we sense empathy, that we feel someone. For example, when you see someone smiling and you're smiling, this is mirror neuron working. If you see someone sad and you become sad, this is again mirror neuron. And actually they are super powerful. And it turns out, actually this is a very funny picture, because on the left hand side you see Nikola Tesla, and on the right let's say a funny singer from Bulgaria. So as you can see, they look alike. So basically it turns out that if you look alike with someone, that helps you to achieve rapport. Rapport means relationship or connection, especially harmonious and or sympathetic relation. This means that you are working with this person on the same frequency. You're bond, you're connected. And actually one way to achieve that rapport is by mirroring. So try to look how this person is acting. What is his pace of talking? What's his tone of the voice? What are his or her gestures? What concrete words is he or she using? So try to mimic what he or she is doing. And this is going to help you achieve that rapport. This is a simple technique, but it actually helps. You can even find, let's say, some people that can coach you to pick up ladies copy mimicking their behavior. So this is widely used techniques. It's also used by magicians, street magicians, to who imitate different people where they don't realize afterwards that this mental connection is made between them. So they actually, the magicians make these people actually do something. It turns out that this connection is two-way. So if I imitate someone and he's looking at me for some period of time, at some point, if you do a simple gesture, he's also going to do it. Just because his or her mirror neurons are connected with yours. Another thing that, of course, the coach is using are the powerful questions. The powerful questions are questions that usually start with why. Usually start with how or what. So a powerful question is a question that catalyzes insights, innovation, and make people actually act on something, perform an action. So next time when you have people under stress and you want to do small coaching session with them, don't go with questions or even words with statements. I see you don't feel okay. Why don't you do this? Or concrete solutions. Actually, what you need to do is to use powerful questions. To ask them why they do something in certain manner, why they feel like that, why is it important for them, why whatever. So Usually the most powerful questions are the why questions, the reason. Maybe you have heard about start with why, this Simon Sinek thing. Actually, it's connected with this stuff. And of course, there are also other powerful questions like how and what, but see that actually they're less powerful. And usually the yes-no questions or concrete ones that are pointing to a solution, they're the least powerful ones. So try to use the really powerful one. Also, you can combine this storytelling, picturing, visualization, etc., with powerful questions. You can ask a question in such a manner that you tell a story. You put the coachee in a context. One very nice example is a question called the miracle question. It's actually used in psychotherapy. It's used for people that are exactly like this that we're talking about, people under stress, and people who believe that they are helpless. So these people usually don't believe that anything can be done, that anything can improve their situation. And this miracle question is something that you can look for it through the internet. It's actually proven as a very useful practice for used by therapists. It's about asking the question in the following manner. So you can look for different, let's say, alternatives of this miracle question. But one of the ways that it's usually asked is the following. Imagine that you see the coachee, so you tell him, I see you have this problem. So imagine that you sleep overnight, and during the night, a miracle happens, and that problem disappears. But because you're sleeping, you don't know about it. You don't know that this problem has magically disappeared. So imagine that you wake up in the morning, the miracle has happened, and you look around. You stand up from your bed and you start looking around. You call your friends, you do your daily stuff, you go to work, etc. What do you see differently? What has changed around you in the environment? What's changed in the behavior of the people that you're meeting? Same people that you meet every day. What is different? So putting the brain of this person in this miracle situation where the problem disappeared and putting him or her in the case where he needs to look around and see the difference, see how the reality would look like without that problem, actually help this person's brain realize that that's possible. Actually, what he sees around is kind of real. It's possible. So this is one way to help your people with concrete powerful question, the miracle question. Next series of questions are actually a whole method developed by David Grove. David Grove is a New Zealand therapist who has developed his method called clean language. And it's used again at first in psychotherapy, and it's widely used in coaching. What is it about? It's about how you can guide the conversation in your coaching session with your coachee without using any of your words, only focusing on what the person, the coachee, is saying, and using only his phrases, only his stuff. So you don't influence his thought at all. And still, you guide the coachee. You are helping him look at the situations and problems from different perspectives, to think out of the box, etc. How these questions look like? You can go through the internet, look for this thing. It's very simple, and with some practice, actually, it can become a huge, powerful tool in your toolbox. There are a series of intentional questions. Usually, you start with something like, okay, what would you like to have happen? and the person starts revealing his situations, his problems, and etc. Could be something like, and what needs to happen for that X? And can X happen? Actually, X is the word, the thing that the coachee is saying. So you're using his word. You're asking, what would you like with this crisis to happen? And the coachee answers, I want X, whatever, X. And basically you start asking, okay, and what needs to happen for that X, etc. There are also other questions, the developing questions. These are usually questions that you ask when you want to develop the conversation. Again, you're not using your own words at all. You just use these helping, supporting words, but not real statements from your side. So these are something like, okay, usually the two very basic questions that you start with, they are here. The first one is, and what kind of X is that X? Usually that helps the person get deeper. When you see that the person is getting to a wall, you're asking, and is there anything else about X? Or is there, where is that X? And what about whatever is that X? And that X is like what? So basically you're using this kind of questions in order to develop the conversation and to guide actually the coachee through his own thought process. We have also the sequence or source questions, which are something like, and then what happens? And what happens next? So this is when you want to go further, to continue with the coachee, with what he's saying. And what happens just before? What happens just after? These are also important questions. And have in mind what I told you in the beginning. It's all about not your solutions. It's about the coachee's solutions, the coachee's sense of success. That's why this approach is very useful, because it's super intrinsic oriented for the person. You're not telling anything in your from your perspective, from with your words, etc. So it's also very simple too. As a conclusion, I would like to say that the coaching is a key part of your toolbox, because actually it's the, let's say, the best method of empowering people to make decisions that they believe in. And if they make decisions that they believe in, then they will take ownership of those decisions. Professional coaching fosters the environment of responsibility, of ownership, and self-accountability. And it supports the Agile principles, actually, if you think about it. Also, professional coaching is a way of empowering and showing the coachees that they are in full control of their career, their decisions, and their own success. So they're in full control of their own life. And this is the coaching thing. You show these people they're in full control of their own life. And that's really the psychological safety thing that you want to bring on the table when you see people in crisis. Thank you, everyone. So now it's the time for the questions.
Nikola, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for being with us. And yeah, sure, we're proceeding to our Q&A session. And actually, the first question sounds like, could you please share any stories of crisis agile from your background?
Crisis agile of my background. I don't really understand the story. What's the question? I mean,
so have you ever...
we see now the last two crises that happened recently. Also, we have crises, let's say, individual problems that happen from personal perspective or work perspective with the people that we work in. For example, I gave you the example with the last crisis with people that were affected by the war, and I'm working with them, and for some of them, for example, they get via some coaching with the conclusion that it's better for them to stay at work and to work on something instead of staying idle and using the free space that is given to them, because sometimes some people, of course the organization is giving them free space, some people use it, let's say, to go to stop working for a couple of days, other people use it to work more so they can be distracted. So actually this stuff are happening, and usually by coaching you can help the coaches find their solution, because of course all the companies, all the organizations, they want to help and support, but in many cases we go to the people with already prepared solutions, and that's not bad. That's not bad that as a company we have made a small group of people or big one, and we have end up with concrete things that we offer to these people as a support. But also we need to know that maybe these people need something else. Maybe their internal solution is something different, and it's usually more powerful.
Thank
But
you.
I really didn't get entirely the question. Maybe if you can explain what exactly is the question.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely precise to the point that was actually asked. Yeah, and could you please give us any pieces of advice or any kind of books to increase the knowledge of this topic in more deeper way?
How I do it? I'll tell you how I do it. I don't know if it will work for you. Different people, actually, this is also brain stuff. They learn in different manner. I'm diffuse thinker, so I really get to ideas when I'm doing something else, and I really like to learn stuff. For example, while I'm in the gym, while I'm walking my dog outside, etc., with my headset and with podcasts and videos and so on. So I'm using this free time to learn things. The other thing is that what I'm, again, this is my personal approach. I really follow people. I don't follow that much the topics. Of course, usually you start with the topic. Let's say you want to learn more about the brain. Let's say even more concrete about neuroplasticity, or I don't know. And you get to some person, you see a video or lecture or article of someone and see that it's a good one. Just somehow, or maybe you've been advised by a friend. Look at this video, look at this article. And what I'm doing is when I see something really good, I'm actually getting the name of this person and I'm looking through it through the internet, what he else has done. Maybe he has other videos, maybe he has other topics, maybe he has, or she of course, done something else. And I'm starting following the person till I find someone else, and etc. But this is what I'm doing. And I find it useful. I really think that if you find person that is good at some video or something, if you follow him or her, and if you can benefit a lot. So follow the people.
Right. Absolutely. And are there any other techniques except mindfulness that you have actually mentioned that work for you?
And what do you mean? Work for what?
Work for you, like that you personally use?
Okay, for some kind of self. So first thing is that really depends what we are talking about. Because from one hand, you need to eat your own dog food. So if you're agile expert, propagating, preaching agile, you need to do the same stuff. And you need not only to do them, but to live them. For example, focus or lean is something that I really try. It's sometimes difficult. That's why I'm mentioning this one. Maybe I can talk about many others. But focus is something that is super important. This means when you're working on something, to finish it and then to start working on the next piece. Usually we make the mistake that we work on something, then we jump on another topic, then we come back. In many cases, our teams do this, and we coach them that it's better for them to finish what they have started and then start the next thing. Sometimes we need to fight with our let's say, intrinsic assumption that that's important, I need to jump to the other topic. But actually, usually it's proven that way, usually the very urgent other topic will be most likely delayed, compared to if we finish what we are starting and then we have already started in progress, and then focusing entirely on the other highly important piece. So maybe that's one thing. I don't know.
Thank you, Nikola. Thank you so much for capturing the event. Thank you for your presentation. It was a pleasure having you here, and wish you all the best and have a nice evening.
You too. Thank you for the opportunity. And yeah, see you soon. Bye.
Thank you. See you. Bye. And actually, we keep on moving, and we'd like to have a moment to thank our media partners for their support of our event. DevBG, Bulldog Job, IT Leaders, Soda, JobberT, Agile Life, and Agile with Ukraine. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes to proceed to our next speaker. So staying in here.
What's it like to be a developer? It's having a team of, let's say, 4, 3 meetings in a row, and grabbing some lunch together. Being a developer means sharing your screen, but also your pizza, experience, and even tasks sometimes. It's like being a bit of an athlete, a little bit of a tester, and a meme dealer from time to time. Being a developer means enjoying your own code and debugging code for others. Programming in Java while learning Python. Turning a 4-person crew into a team of 6. Fixing bugs in production and fixing relationships on a team. Saying hard goodbyes and finding someone who fits just right. Being a developer is not only deploying, estimating, and refactoring. It's also caring for others, learning new things, working from home, having fun, acting humanely. It's engineering by people. Intellias.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So it's high time for us to discover how the fastest growing hardware company on the planet Earth operates. And please welcome the chair of the board at the Agile Business Institute, Joy. Hello.
Hello, good day. I'm Joe Justice. It's my honor to be collaborating with Intellias today.
It's such an honor having you here. Please, the stage is yours.
You're very kind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pardon the equipment behind me. I was just doing pull-ups to prepare. I'm Joe Justice. I worked directly with Bill Gates. I was a Scrum Master for a team that Bill Gates was on. And then I consulted to the leadership team at Amazon when Jeff Bezos was CEO. And then I operated the Agile program at Tesla for Elon Musk. And what I'd like to show you today is what I learned operating Agile at Tesla and being shocked by the Agile practices in that company. I'll zoom out here. And can anyone see something that says Agile hardware developer? I'm getting some feedback. It looks like yes. Okay. I'd been teaching certified Scrum Master classes for, 10 years almost. And I'd made it a game where you clear islands in order to learn Scrum. And I realized that Agile had moved way past what the Scrum Guide or Scrum at Scale or the Scaled Agile Framework was currently mandating. And a lot of skillful trainers were adding in the missing content. I started making the certified Scrum Master courses so that 1/3 was Scrum, sometimes even 2 hours, And everything else was the engineering practices, the certified Scrum developer practices, the XP practices, the extreme manufacturing practices that made it work. In the product owner class, it was even more stressed. It was even more changed. 1/3 of the class is Scrum. The second third is how to run a more advanced Agile company. And then the last third, going to the rainbow castle in the sky, was how to run a company the way Elon Musk runs a company. And I realized there was still demand for people to understand how a company like Elon Musk operates. And that became the Agile Hardware Developer Program. It's a 12-step program for a company that's making hardware to move towards how the Musk companies make hardware. What I'd like to show is the gap between the Scrum guide and what the Musk companies are doing. I'll zoom in here. This is step 2, pace of innovation. At the bottom of the pace of innovation arrow, we have annual budgets. If our budgets are allocated in a year or more, that is the cadence at which we can make a significant change in direction for the company. That's nothing like the speed the Musk companies operate. If BMW, Daimler, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Seat, Fiat, Skoda, if they make a minor model change, that's every 2.5 years on average. And a major model change is every 5 to 7 years on average. So a 1 year or longer budget is very appropriate for those companies. Tesla releases 60 new parts into production a day. That's more significant than most companies' minor model change cycles every 2.5 years. And that's every day. To keep maintainability, Tesla deletes 61 or more parts every day, including the production steps associated with those parts, including the software running on or associated with those parts, and the industrial controls of creating, installing, and testing those parts. The result is the total part count of all the cars continues to go down. There are about 8,000 parts in a Model 3 now, and it continues to go down. All of the production steps, the software control of those production steps, all of the electronics in the car, the software that runs on the car continues to simplify, reining in complexity. But when you're making 60 part changes a day, it is impossible to create an annual budget. You don't know what's necessary to make tomorrow because you don't yet have the feedback from what you're making right now, today. For that, we use real-time budgeting. There's a step between that I highly recommend for most companies, and we call that Scrum. It means we have less than 30-day budgets. Some companies say they're using Scrum but still have more than 30-day budgets. They're missing the point of inspecting and adapting in 30-day or less increments. We call that a sprint. To manage that budget, many companies introduce what's called a product owner. It's their job to make a list of what will deliver all the way to the customer, tested, certified, in production, homologated in 30-day or less increments, and that's called the product backlog. Something Scrum gets really well and is still in Tesla is the idea that all employees have the same accountability. In fact, that's a little weaker. Role was a better description. Title might be even more appropriate. They're all developers. Whether you're a designer, a tester, a builder, a coder, a welder, you're a developer. And that increases the capability for people to be open to cross-functionality. They don't say, well, I only weld. How could I possibly write Python? Or, well, I only write Python. How could I possibly also load metal into robots? But in Tesla, you're all required to be radically cross-functional. Scrum is defined with 11 rules, 3 accountabilities. I liked it when they were called roles better, but I'll say accountabilities. 5 events and 1 activity, and 3 artifacts. Let's see what Tesla does. I consulted to Tesla since 2010. And I was hired into Tesla as the world's authority in Agile hardware in 2020. And I was shocked to see what the fastest rising automotive company of our time is like inside. For Tesla, pace of innovation is the only thing that matters in the long run. And I would like to compare with you the introductory Agile framework, Scrum, to Agile at Tesla. Advanced Agile companies like Tesla do not use the 3 Scrum roles anymore, the 3 Scrum accountabilities. Instead, the teams self-organize around projects and share the responsibilities. Governments require some roles, like a health and safety officer and plant manager. Tesla employees rotate through who is playing these roles, sometimes changing more than once in a week or even in a day. Anyone can play these roles if they have completed the training. The training is provided by apps on everyone's phones. This keeps the company feeling flat, where anyone feels they can do anything. Employees' results are measured automatically by software called digital self-management instead of a manager. There are no performance reviews or promotions. Employees make more money from stock options. Many employees have more than $1 million US and continue working at the company because they enjoy the work and are passionate about the company mission. For Elon Musk, the goal is pace of innovation is the only thing that matters in the long run. To that goal, Elon wishes, as near as possible, 100% of all staff were developers. Hardware developers, software developers. Elon wishes there was zero management, and there is essentially zero management in Tesla. I'll try to explain that a little better. It's very close to 100% engineers, people directly improving the products and services. The second piece is Musk wishes for no waiting, that no one would ever be waiting. They wouldn't be waiting on approval from a manager. So approvals are automated by software that responds in real time. That's actually the strength of Tesla's AI, replacing management with software. And it's not perfect, but it's very good. Musk wants to minimize waiting to know, am I getting the best price for this material, this circuit board, this assembly? For that, there's a piece of software called AutoBidder. AutoBidder was trained on the open market selling energy back to the grid, energy transfers, and then trained on the insurance market, selling insurance premiums. That massive real data set has been a useful training ground to the point that AutoBidder now can evaluate in usually less than a second. There's enough cloud compute. Are you getting the next price? Are you getting the best price? And this allows anyone, anywhere in the company to make purchasing decisions, even large ones, without ever waiting for anything like a manager approval. This reduces waiting. It really is queuing theory, reducing waiting. Okay, what about the 5 events of Scrum? The 5 events of Scrum are like a 30-day or less waterfall. And that's a really good thing for most companies. Most companies take more than a year to deliver new hardware, or even to make a significant update to hardware. A sprint with a forced 30 days maximum length, or even less, is an awesome move for most companies. But that would be way too slow for Tesla, making 60 changes a day, 60 new parts a day. A sprint is a tiny waterfall. We start with planning up front, we have a daily meeting to check progress, we have a review at the end, and our post-mortem, our retrospective. Advanced Agile companies like Tesla do not use the 5 events of Scrum anymore. The employees and artificial intelligence software propose new goals every day. Employees then use the law of 2 feet to walk to any project and join. The law of 2 feet says that you should use your own 2 feet to walk to whichever project you can add the most value. You might stay working on the same project for days or even years, but you could walk to another project at any time without being told to do it. The Agile boards at Tesla are automated by software. It is like a digital Scrum Master creating the board for you. The product owner functions are all also mostly software. In this way, nearly 100% of the employees are developers for hardware and software. There are more than 110,000 employees in Tesla now and more than 500,000 suppliers. In Agile, we have these 30-day or less budget increments, these things that we can test, certify, homologate, deploy to the customers. Those are in a list called the product backlog. Then the developers make their own technical plan. How are they going to achieve the product backlog? This we call the sprint backlog in the game of Scrum. Then we have the product itself, the thing we're making, the tested, homologated, legal, ready for sale increment that's ready for the customer. Tesla definitely has an increment. They have an increment every day. In fact, they have more than 1,000 every day, new cars being sold. But they don't use a product backlog and a sprint backlog, not anymore. And sorry, I realized the text was covered by my head, which isn't helping. So I'll try to zoom in here. Maybe this will work better. Tesla does not use product backlogs or divide work into sprints. Tesla focuses on automating safety, quality, and certification tests. Then employees mob to improve the products with real-time feedback from automated tests. This is hardware DevOps. If you have excellent, accurate, automated tests, you cannot deploy faster than your automated tests run. That makes the length your automated tests run and their quality the fundamental bottleneck to releasing value to your customers. I think a lot of the developers in the audience understand this. This is why DevOps is so popular, with its gated check-in, automated integration testing, also before that, automated unit testing, automated regression testing, and automated deployment. Continuous delivery, continuous merge, continuous integration. Tesla does that in hardware. And that is what autopilot has become. Before it was called autopilot, it was called factory mode. And in the factory, it's still called factory mode. What it is each car, from the moment they're assembled, drives themselves through all road legal certification tests. And each car individually applies for road legal certification. What that means is every car can be unique. Each car could have a different metal alloy, a different bumper shape, a different airbag computer, and different software to fire the airbag. And that's okay, because every car is tested fully road legally compliant. Some people falsely believe that if you increase speed, quality decreases. That's only true if you don't run your automated tests or if your automated tests aren't accurate or meaningful. If it takes you a year to test for quality, then a year is your minimum sprint length, your minimum iteration. If it takes you 10 minutes to test for quality and it's the same quality level in the test, then 10 minutes is your maximum iteration, is your minimum iteration length. Another note. Here, I'll scroll down. There. Tesla does not estimate dates. I was never asked to estimate anything in Tesla. Instead, trend lines from each project show a trend to when hundreds of teams will complete their own small project. A small project includes testing and updating production. In this way, each Tesla car in production changes more than 20 times a week. For example, the headlights, taillights, and charge port, and the software controlling them, and the software controlling the assembly steps and certification steps of the Model S and Model X products were changed in 2 days. Electronics, software, metal parts, airbags, seat cushions, even large metal parts are introduced continuously in production every day and sold to customers. This is possible because of extensive automated testing that runs on every single car to ensure safety and legal compliance. Okay, what if you observe a problem in Tesla? Where's the human element? I'm talking all about this software replacing management. Where's the human element? Employee alerts, complaints, and requests are received anytime by chat, email, or face-to-face. If a request appears valid and important to the mission, the request is added to the Justice Board. That's the large agenda of all projects that are funded. Teams self-organize around the Justice Board to reduce risks and accelerate the mission, and this includes addressing the valid employee requests. Another note I'd like to make is all work in Tesla is mob. All of it. Teams self-organize into their mobs. Sometimes it's briefly pairs, but far and away the majority of the time it's mob work with 2 to 5 people. If the mob gets bigger than 5, it typically automatically chooses to split into 2 mobs, maybe of 3 people. Sometimes it's as small as 2. You are allowed to work alone. Almost no one does. The digital self-management shows you the financial efficiency of your work, and there's no manager to put pressure on you or say you're doing a bad job, and there's no promotions. It's all stock price. So really, you put pressure on yourself, and you can see how well you're doing or not because of the real-time data coming back, the digital self-management. So you relentlessly attempt to improve. And what this shows you is that you are much more fast, you are higher quality, and you are more creative when you're working in a mob. And when you use the law of 2 feet to join a new area, you need to be in a mob, or how else would you know what to do or even where to start? So as long as one of the people in the mob has an idea of what to try next, the mob can move forward. And this is what creates the radical cross-functionality that Elon Musk is famous for. People who are pretty good at writing Python. They can write a little bit or maybe a lot of embedded C, but they can also do circuit board layouting, make procurement calls, and talk to government officials about certification. It's not that everyone can do everything, but the more months you work in a Musk company, the more and more and more close to being completely full stack in automotive or rockets or neuroscience you become. Agile has flexible budgets. They no longer need a rigid sprint length like Scrum does. Agile is defined as budgets from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. Budgets meaning an reallocation of the purpose of your group, the actual finances, what you're spending money on building. By that definition, Tesla is actually beyond Agile because they make multiple budget reallocations a day, not a couple of weeks to a couple of months. But I don't have a better word for it. I would say Tesla is new Agile, updated Agile, Agile 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 0.42, Agile 420, something. In Tesla, it's real-time budgets every day, and everyone has authority to spend money. With the digital self-management, everyone has real-time feedback on the efficiency, the financial efficiency of the decisions they're making that day. And it's okay to make mistakes. You then need to work to try to recover from the mistake and get the situation back to at least where it was before and then improve it again. So it's fine to make mistakes. That's actually embraced and supported. But you then need to also take accountability with whoever can help you to improve the situation again. What I'd like to share next, I hope we have a lot of time for Q&A. I hope we have a lot of Q&A, is what has become to something like a skillful product owner or a skillful Scrum Master in Tesla. I'll start with a Scrum Master. Tesla does not have Scrum Masters. What does someone skilled as a Scrum Master or an Agile coach do? Here is an example schedule of me for a company that was just starting Scrum. This is an actual day in my work at previous companies where I'd worked, where they were just beginning their Agile transformation. And my daily schedule in a waterfall organization, where I was one of the first people interested in Agile, at about 9 a.m., I would check email and update the Agile board. Maybe it was Jira, maybe it was Post-it notes on the wall, maybe it was Trello, maybe it was Karika, maybe it was Scrummy, maybe it was Linoit, maybe it was a digital whiteboard. I've even had a chance to use the caves, the multi-sided monitor walls, and you wear VR gloves and throw Post-it notes at each other. In any case, we updated the Agile board. At 10 a.m., we would host daily Scrum for one of my projects with anyone who's interested to come. I would invite everyone. It'd be public because I'm trying to create interest in agility. At 11 a.m., I would pair or mob if anyone's interested, try to get real work done and try to learn the real work. At noon, deliver a lunch presentation on the benefits of Agile practices, like retrospectives, to my coworkers. At 1 p.m., I'd check email, I'd update the Agile board. At 2 p.m., I'd pair or mob or solo work if no one was interested to join. At 3 p.m., I'd create a presentation on the benefits of agility for my boss and my boss's boss. At 4 p.m., I'd rehearse the presentation and I'd email a request to give the presentation to my boss and anyone my boss invited. In a waterfall organization, sometimes it's viewed as inappropriate to directly invite your boss's boss. So I would prepare the presentation for my boss and boss's boss. And I would invite my boss and say, and anyone else you choose to invite. And it's up to them if they thought they would invite their boss's boss. And at 5 p.m., I'd host a happy hour with snacks to invite anyone in the company, and even outside the company if I'm allowed, to see my Agile team space, virtual or in person. Well, what if the company already has 353 running well? A day in the life in a company like that, for me, like when I was working with Bill Gates, at 9 a.m., I would facilitate daily Scrum and then the parking lot. At 10 a.m., I would follow up on implementing on any impediment. For example, a face-to-face meeting with the head of IT security might be the impediment. Maybe the developers don't have access to some information they need. At 11 a.m., I would join the mob with the team and try to get work done. At noon, we would have a team lunch. At 1 p.m., I would join and mob with the team. At 2 p.m., we would have Refinement Cafe. Everybody would get a drink they like, and we'd spend 15 minutes improving one of the items in the product backlog, splitting it, estimating it, asking questions about it, making code mocks. At 3 p.m., a user story map of new features requests with the team, and maybe 3 customers join through video chat if we're lucky as we make the user story map. 4 p.m., likely we'd do another Agile tool, an Agile game, for example, a dependency map of a legacy bug fix with the team, and maybe another related team. At 5 p.m., I would join a mob with the team, and then we'd go home. At Tesla, we don't have Agile coaches. We don't have Scrum Masters. As operator of the Agile program at Tesla, this is what I did all day. Tesla is what I would call an advanced Agile organization, or true Agile. I mean, it's way past the Agile manifesto. It's way past a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference for the shorter time scale. It's at hours and minutes, sometimes even seconds. 4 a.m. I would walk into the factory. I should be clear. Software in most companies is done in an office. Design in most companies is done in an office, and production is done in a factory. In Tesla, all of those are in the factory. If you're doing software, you're in the factory. You're actually sitting on the concrete floor in a circle with other people with laptops or looking at one big screen. The goal is for you to be within touching distance or at most 3 meters from the machine and materials that you're affecting. So if you're programming autopilot, the goal would be to be within touching distance or 3 meters maximum of the machines that are installing the autopilot chips into the cars, or the machines that are making the autopilot chips. At 4 a.m., I would go into the factory and I would walk the processes that fed the work I did yesterday. I would take notes and I'd possibly join the mob, learning the work that created the parts, assemblies, and software that I had consumed yesterday. At 5 a.m., I would go somewhere in the factory and I would tag in. I would join the mob, and someone tagging out would hand me their tools. Now, this was not a ritual. It was very casual, but it was very important. This created shared ownership. No one owned their own tools. Well, I mean, I guess you could. It was not allowed. But even if you did, you would hand it to the next person because you know this tool is working right now, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a wrench, whether it's a robot, or whether it's a tablet, and currently we're reading through instructions to reprogram one of the robots, whatever it is. That would be handed directly. Nothing is yours, it's the team's. And that was reinforced by this casual activity at the start and end of every tag in and tag out. All development in Tesla is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Software, hardware, all development. It's all in at least 12-hour shifts. So software development never stops, all around the clock, every day of the year. Same with hardware development, same with production. Or that's the intention. I mean, there are supply chain disruptions and the line can be shut down. Shanghai was just shut down for several weeks. But the intention is to never stop. At 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., I would be pairing, swarming, and mobbing. 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. 7 a.m., and actually about every 15 minutes, but I wrote 7 a.m. here for simplicity, everyone would look up at all the boards all around the factory. And they're also on our phones, but it's easier to look at a board when your hands are building things or typing. And I would look at the Justice board. It didn't have a name in Tesla. After I left Tesla, I named it after myself. Please forgive me. but it had no name in Tesla that I ever heard. And I have made some enhancements, I think, since then, from what I learned working in Tesla. So maybe it now is my own product. But in any case, I'd look at the board, which I do now call the Justice Board, and see, am I in the area that is delivering the most value? Should I use the law of 2 feet to reallocate somewhere else? There's no manager that's going to tell me you need to go to another place, or it'd be good if you were somewhere else. It's up to each individual to choose to use the law of 2 feet. So I'd glance up at flow diagrams and information radiators and decide if I should move to a different area to add more value. And I wrote 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., but notice I tagged in at 5 a.m. Really, it's mobbing and sometimes pairing, but mostly mobbing from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m., 12 hours. Yes, there's breaks and there's a lunch, but all work time is mob, 12 hours. Then I would tag out and I would hand tools to someone tagging in. 6 p.m., I would walk the process that received the products I made today. So I'd follow the products we made or where the code we wrote is going. And I would look to where that product or that part or that software went. And I would take notes. And I would possibly join the mob to learn how people are experiencing the stuff that I'd made earlier. And then I'd head home. The Agile at Tesla is primarily, what I primarily did was updating definition of ready and definition of done and helping train the artificial intelligence algorithms on definition of ready and definition of done, which allowed the teams to work more and more and more independently. And teams were fully permeable. It's not like you had stable teams. You have products and goals and missions, and people self-organize around those. And people in practice would stay until at least a version is done. Some versions were done as fast as 3 hours, sometimes even faster. But some versions take months or even years. So some people would work on the same product or service or software for months or even years. But some people would work on one for 3 hours until it got to done. And then they might choose to continue staying in that area for future versions. But they might use the law of 2 feet and go somewhere else. What about product ownership? Tesla does not have product owners. What does someone skilled as a product owner do? Tesla uses what's called Justice's Law. The products they're making form the structure of the company. So there is not a software organization. There are products that have software. So there's developers for the Model 3 and the autopilot computer, and there's developers for Tesla AI as a product. But there is not a software group. There's not a mechanical engineering group. There's mechanical engineers working on Starship for SpaceX. There's mechanical engineers working on braking systems for Tesla Model X. But there's not a mechanical engineering group. When you have a skills group, it creates a queue, a wait state. And according to what we know about queuing theory, that's the slowest possible structure. The fastest structure and the fastest innovating and the most efficient is when the products and the modules that compose the products make the structure of the company. So if you have a Model X, you have a Model X group. And if the Model X has a battery pack, you have a battery pack group. And that includes software, procurement, mechanical engineering, software engineering, even marketing in those groups, which is called Justice's Law. And you can see it here in SpaceX. Here is a week-long sprint at SpaceX, what they're building. You can see the orbital launch tower team is consuming orbital launch tower sections from another team that makes orbital launch tower sections. Now, none of these sections are the same. Each one is an experiment to be lighter, cheaper, safer, more durable, have more and more useful embedded electronics, embedded cooling tubes, embedded fueling tubes, sensors, weather controls, lightning mitigations, seismic loading dampeners. Every one is an enhancement over the last. And that's made by a team, the Orbital Launch Tower Section team. Then the Orbital Launch Tower group takes those, assembles those, and operates it. They're like operations, like DevOps for the launch tower sections. Both of those consume the Orbital Launch Table, which is the known stable interface for Booster and Starship. Booster and Starship both bolt onto the Orbital Launch Table. And it's not just bolt. There's plenty of electronics connections, cooling connections, fueling connections, sensors, measuring devices, etc. This known stable interface ensures that Starship can attach to booster and Starship can attach to orbital launch table. So this is the continuous integration. And if you watch all of the YouTube channels that are following Starship's production in Boca Chica, Texas, you can see these integrations happen multiple times per week. Booster is its own group. The Booster and Starship both consume Raptor engines. They use the same engine. And they both consume barrel sections and tank header and tank bottom sections. A rocket inside is essentially a series of high compression tanks that go through intense temperature and pressure changes. They're some of the most sophisticated material science humans have ever done. So there's a tank header and tank bottom group, and their job is to make different tank header and tank bottoms every day, each one an experiment to be better than the last. Then there's a team that makes the barrel sections, smaller diameter and larger diameter. And these are all different. Every single one is different. And they have embedded electronics, their own software, their own production tooling, their own software that runs on the production tooling, their own X-ray machines. They make their own X-ray machines that automatically swivel around these to X-ray for weld defects. They make their own orbital welders, their friction stir welders, which are some of the largest in the world. And they're definitely the most sophisticated. They're all run by AI now. Every time the X-ray and welder makes a pass, and the X-ray and welder are now one co-located piece now, they feed an artificial intelligence stack to continue updating how the welding processes are done. Booster and Starship both consume barrel sections and tank header and footer sections and Raptor engines. Raptor engines, the rocket engines, the most powerful engines ever made by humans. The barrel sections and the tank headers and footers are like suppliers, internal suppliers that are also SpaceX teams. Starship, a new Starship is made approximately once per month, and they've never been the same. They are all an experiment to be lighter, faster, cheaper, more powerful, safer. Booster is on a much slower cadence. We're on Starship 24 now. The Starship program began approximately 24 months ago. There's about one every month being made. Booster is on Booster 4. This diagram shows Starship 21, but they're on Starship 24 now. They're still on Booster 4. So these teams do not have to stay synchronized. They have to maintain compatibility on the interfaces. These interfaces are updated every version, but as long as they maintain backwards compatibility or an adapter is added to maintain backwards compatibility, the entire Starship ecosystem continues to emerge. Creating these independent parallel projects is what people skilled as product owners do now at SpaceX. What they do is say, how do we cut the Starship program into parallel executable projects that don't have to wait on each other? So we have the maximum rate of innovation and after that, financial efficiency. Pace of innovation is the only thing that matters in the long run. Financial efficiency is next most important. Well, I mean, after safety. Safety is even more important than those. So someone skilled as a product owner, their job is to look at the concept of a rocket and say, how many independent parallel executing projects could there be if we introduce some interfaces? And how can I work with the teams in Mob to establish the version 1 of those interfaces and then continuously improve those interfaces? And then the company restructures continuously around those parallel executable projects. Those projects are not only modules. Here it's easier to see the modules: barrel section, tank header, tank bottom, Raptor engine, Starship, booster, orbital launch mount, orbital launch table, orbital launch tower section, and orbital launch tower. It's easier to see those. But there are also missions like land acquisition. Acquire this more set of land. That's a group that self-organizes around that. There's government compliance missions. The Justice Board is full of data of many different project types, not just software modules, not just hardware modules, but also factory components, entire products at a time, lean Kaizen operations, retrospective results that have created Kaizen moments, etc. And the Raptor engine program is now on 2-day iterations. They design, test fire, and install on a rocket a new designed Raptor engine every 2 days. from design to install. Everyone, absolutely, thank you very much. What I would like to do now is see what questions or answers might be coming up and learn from you what's important to you. Comments are also welcome. Feel free to say, Joe, that's not right. I'm ready to learn. But questions are also invited.
Of course, Joy, thank you so much for your invaluable insights and tips you've shared with us. So surely we do have a few questions from the audience. And actually, what was the most exciting moment of working at Tesla?
Oh, wow. That's pretty easy, unfortunately. There's this moment I was working with one of the teams. I could say one of my teams, but no one really owns anything. So one of the teams, let's be more respectful. And we developed our own tool to address something, to fix a problem. And we made a toolkit. And we decided that I was going to hold it in my teeth while I crawled inside a 6-story tall robot while it was moving. And that's what I did. I army crawled inside this robot while it's moving around with this kit that we'd made. And then I'm like doing the fix. It was like out of a really intense movie. Working at Tesla is the closest I have ever been to being in a war. And I hope I'm never in a war, but it's completely safe. It's like the safest war ever. Like no one gets hurt, and it's that intense. You have no idea what you're going to need to do next, and you might have to push your physical limits. You're definitely pushing your mental limits, but that was the most exciting moment.
Thank you. That's pretty hilarious. And are there any cases in Tesla that you'd like to change or modify?
Yes, there are. So the 12-hour workdays are absolutely exciting, and they actually are sustainable, but I think that limits the talent pool. There's some people that would be a really good fit for SpaceX, for Neuralink, for OpenAI, for Tesla, but they really want to be an active parent. They really want to learn to play piano. They want to cook or go camping a lot, or they're also an artist. And I think that's important. Or maybe their energy just isn't there. Maybe they have 2 really good hours a day, and they're really useful people for 2 good hours a day. I think an opportunity that goes even beyond what I learned in the Musk companies, which is the fastest I've ever seen, but an opportunity is to make it even more cost-effectively luxurious, to make it even more cost-effectively pampering, so that for wherever your energy is, you can contribute in a meaningful way. And this is something I'm pursuing right now. In theory, we could get most of the value of a Musk 12-hour workday, 12 plus hour. I mean, it's often longer, like you saw in my day, working 3 8-hour shifts, 3 different groups working 3 8-hour shifts. You could still accomplish continuous development, and even 4 6-hour shifts. So we could even just keep reducing, and maybe we could get 80% of the value. Yes, we would have more context switching, and context switching is awful. It really loses inertia. But maybe we can mitigate that with some of the self-documenting practices and digital self-management. So if I could change anything, it would be make it even more cost-effectively luxurious. So even more types of people can engage with even less time or even less passion. I mean, working in Tesla is kind of like the Olympics of work. And you really do have to treat yourself like a professional athlete. Like you eat differently. Like you ask someone else to check your mail for you. I mean, you are in it, right? And I wish the company was open to people who have a more casual interest but still skill. And I think that's the opportunity to grow even more, to achieve mega scale.
Thank you. That sounds impressively, really. So, and here we have a pretty curious question. Yeah, actually, what happens when every Tesla employee wants to join the work on the new car and nobody wants to work on support of all the cars? So
Right,
no
right,
managers,
okay.
no pushes. What happens next?
Right, because there's not a manager saying you need to do this. So what happens? What I observed is you have this list of all the projects, this justice board, And it lists things like Gigafactory. The Gigafactory is a product. Then Cybertruck production engineering and production ramp. And you have Tesla Model Y, enhancements in production and production. So you have this list of things, all the stuff we're doing. And there's trivial things too, like can someone figure out how to get a robot to put the insulation tape where your feet go in the car? Because right now it's done by a bunch of people leaning in at a weird angle, right? So you have these small items too on the board. Well, they're ranked by financial efficiency. And if you're working on something with low financial efficiency, everyone can see it. And it's not like someone comes up and says, you really should stop working on that. But you can see it and everyone else can see it. Everyone can see it on their phones. Everyone else can see it on every monitor all around because they're auto-sorted. So you want to be near the top, right? So the problem is if everyone is working on the top, the other items would automatically start increasing in financial efficiency, in necessariness, in need. So you get real-time feedback on how to load balance. Because you can see it, people do it. If you think of a game on your phone, I actually haven't played a game on my phone in a few years, but I did before and I've seen them. They don't come with a book anymore. They teach you how to play them in a fun way. And often they make it so you can like tap anything and you don't immediately lose. At least not at the beginning. You don't immediately die or lose. You can tap anything to kind of figure it out. And when you tap a good thing, stars come out, maybe a score goes up, maybe you just get a good sound and you go, okay, the game is telling me that's good. And the game teaches you how to play the game. What digital self-management has done is make it more like that. It's not perfect. In some areas, it's basically perfect, but it's more like that across Tesla. So you get feedback, like a good sound, like stars. It's often a heat map and you get better colors on the heat map. It's kind of like you're looking like Predator. But anyway, you get good colors when you do something that helps the company. And the AI is actually pretty good at communicating that to you. Because you have that real-time feedback, people almost always, nearly 100% of the time, act in the best interest of the company. I do think humans fundamentally want to do good and are mission-driven if we only have useful feedback. It more happens that we don't have feedback on the company's suffering when we don't all work on the most useful things. So by making it very clear what's useful, people, in my experience at Tesla, always did allocate to what was most useful, not just the shiniest new thing.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. So, and probably the last question for today, actually, how employees make the decision which group to join? Some kind of piece of insider information.
Sure. Okay, so you have this board that tells you where people are needed, and then you think, would I add value? That's what we're asked to think. Where would I add the most value? Where would you add the most value? And use the law of 2 feet to go there. Now, value can be right now, you know the most about it. So Andrej Karpathy is exceptionally excellent at artificial intelligence development and an inspirational, charismatic person that brings out good development skills and all the people they get near, all the people they mob with. So Andrej almost always chooses to work on Tesla AI. Sometimes Andrej is building robots and drilling metal and mixing chemicals, but most of the time Andrej is working on Tesla AI because that's where Andrej is delivering the most value. But sometimes people will choose a new area because they want to learn, especially if it's related to what they have been doing, so they can attach more knowledge onto their knowledge tree. And the goal is to become radically cross-functional. Elon Musk joins every mob everywhere. Elon looks to see where is the bottleneck now. And if Elon can figure out where it is, that's where Elon goes. And Elon works there all day, more than 14 hours. Elon mobs straight. And then when Elon gets sleepy, Elon takes out a sleeping bag there and sleeps there. When Elon wakes up, Elon tries to ascertain, is this still the bottleneck? If it is, Elon continues working there. If not, Elon goes to where the bottleneck is. As a result, Elon talks very deeply at a deep engineering level because Elon is doing the work, not asking for reports, not in a meeting, doing the work. And now everywhere across Neuralink, OpenAI, the Boring Company, SpaceX, and Tesla. And the amount of radical cross-functionality that many people in the Musk companies has become is exciting. It's exciting enough that people will often choose to allocate just to continue building knowledge on and building their human capability.
Thank you so much. We do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your valuable responses. And thank you so much for staying with us, for standing with Ukraine. And we're so honored.
It is my honor and privilege to collaborate with Intellias. Thank you so very much. If anyone had a question or a comment that we didn't have time for, please tag Intellias and please at Joe Justice on Twitter or LinkedIn or Facebook. I respond fastest on Twitter, but I respond to all those platforms. I'd be happy to keep the conversation with Intellias going and you if you tag me so I can reply. You can see all of my courseware. My CSM is nothing like most people's certified Scrum Master course anymore because there's only about 2 hours on Scrum. The rest is more advanced. And the Agile Hardware Developer course that you saw 1/12 of now. Those are on abi-agile.com. That's ABI for Agile Business Institute -agile.com. And my book is on LeanPub, and you can choose the price you pay. It's called Scrum Master by Joe Justice. There's a minimum that LeanPub enforces. I think it's like €4, something like that. But you can choose the price you pay. They recommend €20, but you can throttle it. And the book's pretty good. So please consider it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Intellias.
Thank you. So, and actually that's the very it for today. Thank you so much for being with us, for staying with us, and for standing with Ukraine. Hope to see all of you tomorrow. Please. Thank you.